Hi, Melissa, how are you? How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Hi, thank you.
Did you have a nice holiday?
I did, thank you. How about yourself?
I did too. It was busy.
Yes, it is. Hey, out of curiosity, do you see anywhere on the screen a timer?
Not right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. Zoom has a feature where there's like an embedded timer, and I thought maybe it would be visible by everybody else, but it seems it's only visible to me, and I can look at it instead of the participants list, which, I mean, that's not terribly all that helpful.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, because it's
Yeah.
yeah, 'cause you definitely want to be able to see yeah, your
The
timer.
witness needs, the only way I can do it, and let's see what happens. Just tell me what you see on my screen.
Okay.
Now do you see a timer?
Yep, but then everybody else is very small off
Yeah.
to the side.
Right. I don't understand that. That seems really strange. Like, why would I just share the timer?
Is the timer only for a recess? No, that can't be right.
No, it's weird. It seems like should be a better solution. I just was hoping they would have something that would appear like in small text that everybody would see on whatever screen you're looking at, you know?
Yeah, no, I don't see it. Oh, come on.
So whatever. I think this one will make a small sound. I'm gonna just test that out. I'll set it for 2 seconds and see. Well, I'll do it for 5, and you can see if you hear an audible sound.
Okay.
Did you hear anything?
Nope.
Only I heard it, and it's a very minimal, like little tiny beep sound. So
Yeah.
this is no better than just using your iPhone. Whatever.
Yeah, no, I definitely did not hear. Oh,
Okay. All right. Well, I'll let you go. I just want to check that part real quick. I've got a few things here.
okay. I'll just, it's nice to make sure that we're working. So,
Right. Okay.
all right.
Did you ask something, Mr. Albright?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought I saw you maybe say, I didn't have my headphones on. I was just taking care of something else, but then I
Oh,
saw
I was
you.
just going to check in with our court reporter, sir. So
That's fine. No, I can hear you loud and clear.
I'm here.
great. How are you, Ms. Gonzalez?
I'm just fine. How are you today?
Doing okay.
That's not the best we can hope for sometimes.
That's right. Been given another day to work with here. So
Yes. Well, it beats the alternative, I guess.
yeah, lots going on.
Yeah, it's the holiday season. I had a wedding yesterday.
Oh my goodness.
A long time.
Was that a member of your family or just a close friend?
No, my sister was, I'm the oldest of 8 children. And
Wow.
so I have sisters in there that I have 6 of them.
Well,
So,
congratulations.
yeah, it was nice. It was nice. So I'm ready to work. Had a day off.
There you go. Okay, I'm not up for a little bit. I'm gonna go ahead and put myself on mute and stop the video, but I'll be online to make an
All
appearance.
right.
And again,
Well-
just a reminder that I represent Bernalillo County in this proceeding. They're my
Correct. Yep, I have you on my list.
great. Okay, thank you.
All right.
you got, Steve? You put green chili on there, right? Uh-huh.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Morning, Ms. Padilla. How are you?
I'm good. How have you been?
Fine, thank you.
Good.
So before we go on the record or anything, I'll just say we have a very tight schedule today. My intention is to forge ahead boldly. We know from the internet and the varying videos we see, people can oftentimes depart from the Zoom meeting and have comfort breaks. Ensure that if you're paying attention and you wish to do this, that you are muting and stopping your video, because that's bad if you don't. The reason I'm saying that is because I intend to take 2 5-minute breaks, one at 10:30 and one this afternoon, I guess somewhere between the 1 o'clock hour and whenever. So if folks need to leave for comfort reasons, that's totally understandable, but we're just going to carry on because that's the pressure we're under to get everything done. The only reason, Ms. Gonzalez, I'll say to you, and we're on the record here or anything, if you need to, you're the only person who really can never just leave. So
Thank
if it's necessary for you to say, hey, we got to stop, then we're going to stop for whatever time you need. But everybody else, there's a certain degree of flexibility. People can stop their videos and split, but you can't. So I realize, so if you need to stop, ma'am, just interject and say so and feel no hesitation because you're likely not alone.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So got 3 minutes. Is there anything else to discuss before going on the record? For anybody? That's fine. I'll have a few comments before we start, and then we'll get right back into Mr. Throne's examination of Mr. Schlag. That won't take me more than 2 minutes to say a few things. Okay, it's now 9 a.m. Ms. Gonzalez will go on the record.
I'm on.
Great. This is the third day of hearing, third day of the public hearing in case number 2100215 UT. There's a bit of a gap between day 2 and day 3 given scheduling conflicts, and this is the way it just worked out. I'm noting this simply for the record. Off record, I was discussing with the party that we are on a very tight schedule today. There's a lot of witness examination to accomplish in a very condensed amount of time. So to maximize party time, I didn't reserve any questioning time for myself. Instead, I indicated in an order that was issued previously that I would jump in and question where necessary and attempt to ensure my questions are answered when subjects are being addressed that are relevant to questions I have. If I do interject in that manner, it's not my intention to take away something from a party. It's just simply all that I see, only way I think we could get done, all that needs to get done. And I'm actually just trying my best to accommodate the party's needs. So that, again, saying that for the record. There was a notice of quorum, a notice of possible quorum circulated in this case. I don't know if any of the commissioners, their assistants will appear today. If they do, I will be sure to offer them an opportunity to question witnesses as they feel fit. If this cuts into the time reserved by any party, we're just going to have to make adjustments as we go. The parties also, once again, between day 2 and now, adjusted their time collectively to conclude everything that we needed to get done today. I appreciate that, and thank you to all for your flexibility. So that's those matters. A few other housekeeping issues. Miss Crane's testimony, I sent an order out between the last day of hearing and today, indicating that her testimony would be admitted by stipulation unless there was an objection. Her direct testimony, I received no objections. I'm prepared to admit New Mexico Attorney General Exhibit 1, which is Miss Crane's direct testimony by stipulation of the parties. This would be PNM AG's Exhibit 1. Are there any objections to the admission of that document? Thank you very much. So Ms. Crane's exhibit will be admitted. And then Mr. Gedko, Ms. Crane responded to my bench requests and answered those questions. That was very helpful, and I'm happy she did so. That document, obviously, I would like to have admitted too. It could be admitted as New Mexico Attorney General 2 or Commission Exhibit 1. Do you have a preference, sir?
No, I don't have a preference. No.
Just for clarity, then, is it acceptable to have it admitted as New Mexico Attorney General 2?
Yes. Would you like us to update the document so that it has the correct nomenclature on it then, and then resubmit, or because it's not labeled at this point as such?
I don't think that's necessary. Ms. Gonzalez, do you see any need for that?
No, I don't.
I think then we can just live with what you've submitted, sir, and we'll just identify because it's the second exhibit. And before I, of course, admit it, I would ask 2 questions. Does anyone wish to cross-examine Ms. Crane about her responses?
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Rick Alvidrez on behalf of PNM. While we don't wish to cross-examine Ms. Crane about her response to the bench request, we would like to reserve 10 minutes to have Mr. Phillips, who will be appearing later today, to respond to what is, essentially new testimony from Ms. Crane. And so that's how we would propose to address the proposed admission of this exhibit. And it's consistent with Rule 1.2.2.35K as cited in your order in this matter that states that the parties and staff will be given an opportunity to reply to any evidence submitted in response to a bench request.
Okay, so you're asking essentially for an additional 10 minutes of time to, I guess this would be, you're questioning them. I'm just trying to think what type of questioning that would be. I suppose it's rebuttal testimony.
Correct. It would be live rebuttal.
Okay, I mean, the only issue, of course, is the scheduling, but we'll maybe have to just have a slightly shorter lunch than 45 minutes. I suppose it's not
Your Honor.
ideal. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Gedko.
My concern is that it would only be fair then that all parties be given the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Phillips as opposed to.
Sure. Yes, they will be.
And so we need to be careful with that can of worms, and 10 minutes seems like a lot of time.
I have no problem allowing them. I mean, the alternative was to have Ms. Crane appear in person and have dedicated this time. So I'll allow the 10 minutes. If there's opportunity for parties to ask, if other parties have questions, we'll have to just allow for that to occur, and then that will just come off whatever time we can spend this afternoon on certain subjects.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, if I may, Rick Alvidrez again. As you know, Mr. Phillips will be appearing later today to sponsor his pre-filed testimony. What we propose is once that's admitted, we would then do our examination of him on rebuttal, and then turn him over for cross-examination so people could cross-examine him on his live rebuttal as well as his pre-filed testimony.
Any objections to that, Mr. Throne?
Not an objection, it's just a question of timing now. We obviously did our best to allocate time based on the testimony filed to date. So this is additional. So I realize we're all working with a time constraint, but we would just ask for some allowance there depending upon what he says, that doesn't cut into our total allotted time because of this procedure that's being proposed.
Yeah, I mean, we're just doing the best we can. The more testimony I don't think is necessarily problematic on subjects. So that's fine. I don't have any difficulty with the process you've described, Mr. Alvidrez, and we'll do that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I will make a note there just for myself. But Mr. Alvidrez, if you have to interject, if I somehow skip it, can you please keep alert at that moment?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, then any objections to the admission of Ms. Crane's supplemental testimony responding to my bench requests as New Mexico Attorney General 2 exhibit? Okay, so that document will also be admitted into the record. Mr. Throne and Mr. Yar, you all submitted a self-affirmation of Jeffrey Spurgeon. I just ask, I don't know exactly what the point of that was, but if you wish to admit it as an exhibit when you have Mr. Spurgeon testify, that thing seems to me the cleanest way to do that.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, the only correction was that the caption on the affirmation was incorrect, that nothing else changed in terms of the substance. And we just wanted to make sure there was no confusion about that in the record, and just wanted to make sure we knew how best to get that to the court reporters. So that's what goes into the.
Yeah, no, I know. And that's just going to be a bit tricky because obviously you have the other document, and like changing pages out, it can't really be done in PDF that way. So what I'm suggesting is you just admit it as an exhibit with Mr. Spurgeon's testimony. That's I think the easiest way to do it, really.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Anything further before we go to Mr. Schlag? Very good, Mr. Throne. You used 20 minutes, which left you with 54. I've got a timer going here, and I'll set it in motion.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Schlag.
Morning, Mr. Throne. Is my audio okay?
Pardon?
Yes.
Is my audio okay?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Great.
Before we get started, let me just ask you as a preliminary matter, have you discussed my prior examination of you on November 15th with either Mr. Phillips or anybody else from PNM since we took the break and before you were appearing today?
No.
Okay. Let me then resume here my examination by going to page 33 of your direct testimony. And starting at line 13, tell me when you're there, please.
All right, I'm there.
And so, as I understand it, beginning there and continuing on to the next page, you address your forward-looking recommendations for how PNM could improve its approach to modeling resource adequacy, correct?
Correct.
And sorry, Mr. Throne, just before you continue, Mr. Spurgeon, I should have done this initially, but Mr. Schlag, you recall, sir, that you're under oath and you were sworn in previously, and we're not swearing you in now because you remain under oath in this proceeding. You understand that, sir?
I understand. Thank you.
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Throne, go ahead.
Understood. Thank you. Looking at line 19, 20 there, where you talk about the LOLE, that's all capital letters, standard that PNM applied in this case. Is it correct that you're generally familiar with that standard and the resource adequacy metric that PNM relied on for its replacement analysis in this case?
Yes, I'm generally familiar with that standard and PNM's application of it in this case.
And what is that understanding?
My understanding is that PNM currently relies on an LOLE standard of 0.2 days per year in its resource adequacy planning.
And that's using the LOLE cap or capacity metric. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's a metric that's measured using the SERVM, that's in all caps SCRVM proprietary modeling software. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you ever operated SERVM?
No, I have not.
Oh, and let me back up regarding that. The 0.2 LOLE capacity standard that PNM applied. Is it correct that that means that using that standard, PNM would install enough capacity that would only experience firm load shed events due to a capacity shortage 2 times every 10 years?
Yes, on a statistically expected basis, that's correct.
Now, would you be able to operate Servum without specific training on that software?
I don't expect that I'd be able to operate it without any training at all, no.
Are you generally familiar with the distinctions between the different types of metrics that can be provided in utility resource and system modeling using Servum software? That is the difference between LOLE capacity and LOLE flex or LOLH flex metric.
I'm generally familiar that Servum has the capability to produce all of those metrics and others.
And is it correct that, is it your understanding that the LOLE capacity metric using Servum measures the sufficiency of the capacity on a utility system, that is its unforced capacity for traditional or firm resources and effective load carrying capability for variable resources and storage resources to meet a particular resource target or a such as a planning reserve margin?
I'm sorry, Mr. Throne, I'm going to have to ask you to repeat that one.
Is it your understanding that the LOLE cap metric using Servum measures the sufficiency of the capacity of utility on its system to meet a particular resource target, such as its proposed planning reserve margin?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Do you know if the LOLE cap analysis and metrics using Servum captures the economic costs and benefits to a utility of the flexibility of the resources on its system?
Well, LOLE cap is a statistical measure of the frequency of loss of load events or unserved energy events. So in that sense, it doesn't directly capture the economics of how the system operates.
Do you have an opinion as an expert about whether or not whether Servum LOLE flex or LOLH flex modeling is reasonably reliable for integrated resource planning or modeling purposes?
Mr. Throne, I guess I'm not quite sure what you mean by asking whether those are reasonably reliable.
In other words, reliable for a commission like our commission to rely on for information about the sufficiency or reliability of resources on a utility system.
Yeah, I don't think that's something that I can comment on specifically. I haven't directly spent time digging into CERBEM's LOLE flex functionality, and I'm not deeply familiar with it enough to assess whether I can say with my expert judgment whether it's reliable or not based on that definition.
Mr. Schlag, do you know whether or not LOLE cap analysis using CERBEM provides the same intra-hour economic costs of resources that are provided by CERBEM as LOLE flex or LOLH flex modeling and metrics?
My understanding of the CERBEM software is that a single simulation produces the suite of metrics that we're discussing here.
And when I'm trying to understand it, do you know whether or not they provide those different types of modeling? That is the LOL capacity versus LOL flex or LOLH flex provides different economic analysis during whatever the study period is that's being used.
Yeah, I suppose I can't say with certainty whether the underlying economic analysis there is the same across all of those.
Okay. Let me have you turn to your resume, which is your exhibit NS1. Tell me when you're there, please.
Yeah, it will take me a second.
Sure.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, so your company is called Energy and Environmental Economics, correct?
That's correct.
And as I understand it from your resume, for its integrated resource planning work for other utilities and entities such as the California Energy Commission, the California Public Utilities Commission, and the Western Energy Coordinating Council, you and your company are currently relying on modeling software known as Resolve. I'll spell it out. That's in all capital letters, RESOLVE. That was developed by your company. Is that correct?
It is mostly correct. To be precise about this, we're not using that software with the Western Electricity Coordinating Council, but we are using it with the California Energy Commission and the Public Utilities Commission.
Are you using some distinct software for the Western Energy Coordinating Council?
To the best of my knowledge, we are not actively working with the Western Electricity Coordinating Council on an active contract at this time.
So you're referring to past work. Is that it?
That's correct.
Okay. So do I understand correctly from your resume that the California Energy Commission and the California Public Utilities Commission have relied on the use of your company's Resolve software for integrated resource modeling and transition to decarbonization purposes?
Yes, that's correct.
And is Resolve a proprietary modeling software that a party needs a license from your company to operate?
Resolve is not a piece of commercial software. It's a model that we maintain internally to E3. In some select instances, we've shared the code with clients of ours so that they've been able to use it, but it's not something that we have formally licensed out as a piece of commercial software.
So just to be clear about your response there, have you ever allowed any of the non-utility entities with whom you or your company has provided integrated resource planning services, such as the staff of the California Public Utility Commission or California Energy Commission, to use Resolve?
Yes, I will say in the context of our work with the California Public Utilities Commission, there's actually a fully public version of the Resolve model, including all inputs and assumptions, as well as the code that has been made public. I can't say with certainty who exactly within that context of that case has used it, whether that's been stakeholders or Public Utility Commission staff, but the model has been made available for their use in that proceeding.
And does your company charge for that?
No.
And for this, do you have access there to Onward Exhibit 12? That's the 4 pages from your company's website identifying the modeling software tools that your company offers. If you could access to that, let me know if you have.
Yep, I have it in front of me.
And can you verify that the information shown on that on those pages regarding your company's modeling tools is accurate?
It appears accurate to me.
Okay, thank you. Looking at the description of your company's reserve model at the bottom of the first page of that exhibit, describing your company's tool for determining dynamic ancillary service needs of highly renewable electricity grids to help system operators integrate larger amounts of wind and solar power. You see that? My question is Resolve the principal modeling software that you and your company rely on for advising clients as to how a utility can transition to a decarbonized supply portfolio in the most cost-effective manner while ensuring reliability?
I think I got a little tripped up, Mr. Throne. I thought I heard you mention reserve.
Resolve.
Okay, this is all about Resolve.
Yeah, yes.
Let me object. I mean, the reference here is to reserve model on OEH Exhibit 12. And that's
So
what
what-
Mr.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Yeah, it's the reserve model. I misspoke. Your model described there is called reserve, correct? Or is there?
Well, our branding is a little tricky here, but we have both a reserve model and a Resolve model.
Okay.
Excuse me, this is the court reporter. Are both of those all caps?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm looking at the first page at the bottom, and that's where I'm asking, my question is about the reserve model. I did mix up my words there. So is Reserve the principal modeling software that you and your company rely on for advising clients as to how a utility can transition to a decarbonized supply portfolio in the most cost-effective manner while ensuring reliability?
No, I would not agree with that. The reserve model is a fairly narrowly focused model that we use to calculate operating reserve requirements as a function of load and the penetration of wind and solar on an electricity system. The resolve model is probably the one that I would say that we rely on most frequently to answer the question that I think you posed around what's the most cost-effective way to transition reliably to a decarbonized portfolio.
And Mr. Schlaw, can I ask a follow-up question, please? These questions are all pointing in the direction of trying to assess how a basket of resources all interact with one another. And the question I want to ask, just to respond to, is this a somewhat novel consideration? Is the SERV-M with the varying metrics that Mr. Throne has mentioned, your reserve model, are these attempts to do something that's a problem now as a consequence of where we are?
Yes, I would say the fundamental dynamic here is that resource planning is getting more complex as the characteristics of all the different resources that are being integrated into the system become more and more diverse. So it used to be that resource planning was focused on deciding between different resources, all of which were, generally firm dispatchable options, coal, natural gas, CTs, and combined cycles. Now all these different options, wind, solar, storage, demand response, other emerging technologies, all have characteristics that are so different that fitting the puzzle pieces together is a little bit trickier than it has been in the past. And one of the really challenging aspects of this all is that those puzzle pieces have potentially significant interactive effects with one another, which is to say that in some cases the sum is greater than, or the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. In other cases, the whole may be less than the sum of its parts. And that's true from both a reliability perspective and a sort of operational economic perspective.
As far as you're aware, has there been any standards embraced, among all utilities, or is everybody sort of trying to solve the problem simultaneously?
Well, this is an area where I would say best practices are evolving fairly rapidly. I don't know that there's a single standard that has been embraced, but I think there is a pretty broad consensus emerging within the industry that from the perspective of resource adequacy or reliability planning, that a probabilistic approach or a loss of load probability approach is foundational to making sure that we can plan a reliable system in the future with all these heterogeneous pieces. And building on top of that, I think what we're seeing is that a lot of utilities are moving in the direction of the effective load carrying capability methodology, which we see as the most robust way of taking that type of model, loss of load probability model, and adapting its sort of outputs for the purposes of resource planning.
And then Mr. Throne's point appears to be that the flexibility of the resources also need to be evaluated within the context of any assessment. Is there any standard, or how far along into Mr. Throne's basic premise that you need to do that? How far along are the utilities?
I'm not familiar with any sort of consensus standard around a certain level of need for flexibility. I know that there have been efforts in the past to explore these different metrics, LOLE, flex, and other sort of flexibility related metrics, and assess whether a standard for those types of metrics might make sense. I don't think that those efforts have, to my knowledge, produced a standard that has gained widespread sort of consensus or adoption. I think what we've seen is that utilities who have started to focus on integrating more renewables and more storage into their systems have tended to realize that a lot of the questions around flexibility emerge in the context of the cost of operating the system, which you see in a model like a production cost model for the most part, rather than in the context of a reliability model.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Thrun.
Thank you. Looking at the third page of this document, again, just describing the resolve model. I notice there's a statement there that the resolve software, and I'll quote here, adds capacity expansion logic to a simplified production simulation model to estimate an optimal investment plan, accounting for both the capital costs of new resources and the variable costs of reliably operating the grid. Close quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So my question, so just to be clear, so as a general matter, there typically are variable costs as well as capital costs associated with the utilities, what you refer to as dynamic ancillary service needs. Is that correct?
Sorry, I'm not seeing where you're connecting the capital cost to the dynamic ancillary service needs here.
I noticed in the first page when you described the reserve model, saying that reserve is E3's, that's capital E3 apostrophe S, tool for determining dynamic ancillary service needs of highly renewable electricity grids to help system operators integrate larger amounts of wind and solar power. So you see that? That was on the first page. And then you talk about, on the third page, resolve, the benefit of resolve. And I'm just trying to understand whether it's the resolve model that you rely on to measure or estimate the variable costs as well as the capital costs associated with a utility's dynamic ancillary service needs.
So to be clear, we're talking about two different models here, right? Reserve is a model that we use to calculate ancillary services, as we previously said. Resolve is a model that we use. It's a capacity expansion model. To put this in context, it's in the same family of models as the Encompass software that PNM uses in its resource planning. So these two things, I wouldn't say necessarily that resolve, when we use it to develop these portfolios, that we're always doing it in the context of the dynamic operating reserves that come out of the reserve model. It's not always true. It's not necessarily true that those two models are used in conjunction or in tandem with one another.
Does your resolve software provide for sub-hour modeling of utility system resources?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that question?
Yes. Does your company's resolve software model provide for sub-hourly modeling of utility system resources?
No.
No? Okay. And does your resolve software allow you to model dynamic effective load carrying capability for combinations of resources?
Yes.
does the resolve model model the economic cost and benefits of the ability of resources to ramp up and down within relatively short time periods, including any ancillary service benefits associated with ramping flexibility?
I would say it includes a coarse representation of those dynamics. In your description, which you read from the first page, you read the line about including a simplified production cost model or a simplified production simulation model within Resolve. What that means is there are a number of simplifications to a traditional production cost model that have been made in order to make the problem tractable within the context of a much more complex investment optimization. What that means is that there is a representation of those costs, but if you wanted to examine those costs in detail or the value in detail, then a detailed production cost model would be the right tool to do so.
And does your company offer that? A detailed production cost model?
No, we do not have that type of tool in-house. We typically use commercial software for that type of analysis.
And what kind of commercial software?
One example would be the Plexos model.
Could you spell that, please?
Yes, that's Plexos.
And looking again at the third page of this website information, that's Onward Exhibit 12. Is it correct that, as stated in the last paragraph on that page, the California ISO performed a study for the California Senate Bill 350 using your company's Resolve software to identify how expansion of the ISO footprint could provide ratepayer benefits through savings on the fixed costs of new investments in renewables, transmission, and energy storage?
Yes.
Is it correct that PNM did not ask you or your company to provide any modeling using Resolve or any other modeling software for its replacement analysis in this case?
Your question was they did not ask us to, correct?
Correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, let me take you back to page 33, if you would, sir, of your direct.
Okay.
And lines 16 to 22. There you're offering your recommendations for how PNM should further improve its approach to modeling resource adequacy going forward in this case, correct? I mean, after this case, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then on lines 19 to 22 on that page, you say that PNM should, and I'll quote, revisit its LOLE standard, close quote, going forward. And you state that the 0.2 LOLE standard used by PNM in this case is less stringent than the standard most widely used by utilities today, LOLE of 0.1 days per year, close quote, correct?
Correct.
And are you referring to the LOLE capacity standard or metric using Servum or similar software that is limited to indicating capacity sufficiency on a utility system for a particular year?
Yes, the standards for LOLE that I think we discuss here are denominated based on capacity shortfalls.
What utilities do you know of your own personal knowledge that are currently using that more stringent 0.1 LOLE capacity standard?
Well, there's a long list, but I don't think I can recall them all by memory. What I can say with based off of the top of my head, is that we E3 recently completed work for NV Energy, helping them update their resource adequacy standard to align with a 0.1 LOLE standard. I know Piesco in Colorado has been working through an update to its standard to make sure that it's aligned with the 0.1 LOLE standard. I know that it's common in usage among many of the RTOs and ISOs that run capacity markets. And there are a number of other utilities in the West that rely on the 0.1 standard.
Do you know if any of those utilities also currently rely on any type of sub-hour modeling that captures the costs and benefits of ramping flexibility for comparing resource alternatives on their systems?
I can't say specifically which of them do or which of them don't.
But do you believe some of them do?
That's not something I can say with certainty.
Turning, if you would, to page 34, lines 4 to 19. Your third and fourth recommendations on that page. You see that? Beginning on line 4 on that page, you say, and I'll quote, "In addition to continuing to use loss of load probability, parentheses, LOLP in capital letters, close parentheses, modeling to measure resource adequacy, PNM should evaluate vulnerabilities to common mode failures and other possible extreme events not traditionally captured in LOLP analysis that could present risks to the system," period, close quote. How do you recommend that PNM evaluate the vulnerabilities and events that you described there?
All right. This is an area of research within the industry that I would say is not well defined in terms of a single specific approach or a single standard for how to plan towards these vulnerabilities. What we're talking about here is what often fits within a bucket that in most conversations today has been described as resiliency. And to put maybe a more concrete picture on this, the types of events that might fit in a bucket like this would be the ERCOT blackouts of February 2021, where half of the natural gas capacity in that system was unavailable due to extreme cold weather conditions. These are types of events where fitting these into the context of a probabilistic assessment, loss of load probability model is really difficult because it's tough to determine an empirical basis on which to assess the probability of these types of black swan events. So my recommendation here that PNM evaluate the vulnerabilities of these types of events would effectively represent an assessment of on a sort of what if basis, whether PNM itself is vulnerable to any of these, any potential common mode failures that might make large parts of its system vulnerable to outages.
And would that include assessment of the flexibility of the resources on its system going forward to respond to sudden fluctuations in output from intermittent or variable renewable energy resources?
I would say that most the fluctuations that are expected from variable and intermittent resources, I would expect to be built into the economics of PNM's optimization encompass in terms of its assessment of, you know, a combination of resources that meets its portfolio needs at least cost. When I talk about common mode failures here, again, it's really kind of the black swan events that, you know, are difficult for us to even imagine what they might look like, but nonetheless, when they do happen, you know, are catastrophic in their implications for system reliability.
You're familiar with the economics modeling that one can produce using Encompass, and again, the capital EN, capital COMPASS. Are you familiar with those economics that can be modeled with that software?
I'm familiar, yes.
And would you agree that the economics that can be modeled with that software are distinct from the economics that can be modeled with Servum, for instance, using in terms of their flexibility, ability to model the relative costs and benefits of different resources in terms of their flexibility?
I understand they use different methodologies to simulate the system, and so I'd expect there to be some differences between them.
And again, looking at your recommendations there in that item number 3 on page 34 of your testimony, should that assessment or evaluation by PNM include an examination of the historic performance of its generators during times of extreme weather events?
Yes.
And should that assessment by PNM include its examination of how quickly resources on PNM system can ramp up or down and provide ancillary service benefits to utility to respond to those kind of events?
Yes.
Now, moving on to page 35, lines 1 through 10 of your testimony. And there again, at this portion of your testimony, you're addressing the further modeling enhancements for ensuring resource adequacy by PNM going forward after this case that you believe PNM should consider, correct?
I guess to be precise, Mr. Throne, if I'm looking at the right place that you've referred me to, this question is focused on whether the recommendations that I've made, whether I would expect those to have changed the decisions made in this proceeding had they been considered here. Right,
and that's why you use the phrase in line 4 going over to line 5. You're referring to your recommendations for further enhancements and refinements. You're talking about going forward, not in this case.
Correct.
Yeah. on page 35, lines 6 to 7, where you say that your recommendations would not have had a significant impact on the relative valuation of the resources considered in this specific replacement resource RFP. Are you referring there to only the non-carbon emitting resources evaluated by PNM using its no new combustion replacement resource path?
No, I think this is an observation that applies broadly to the analysis that was conducted by PNM to inform this proceeding.
Right, but you're talking about the proposed resources in this case, correct?
Correct.
And those are only no new combustion resources, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And am I correct that you were not personally involved in the modeling of the technology neutral portfolio that is addressed in Mr. Phillips' direct testimony?
That's correct.
Is it correct that you were not involved in PNM's decision to propose only a no new combustion replacement portfolio in this case?
Correct. I was not involved in that decision.
Thank you, Mr. Schlag. I have no further questions, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Mr. Schlag, could you just tell me real quickly, and I'm asking just for not like a really granular answer, but the high level, just distinguish for me loss of load expectation and loss of load probability. They may function in similar ways, but it seems like they're doing different things. Could you just clarify for me the difference between those two?
Yeah, so first of all, I'll say that loss of load probability is a term that's often used to describe the class of models that SERVM lives in. That's just often generally described as loss of load probability modeling. Now, within the context of loss of load probability modeling, loss of load expectation and loss of load probability are two separate metrics. In general, loss of load probability modeling can tell you a range of different metrics that tell you about the frequency, duration, and size of potential unserved energy events. And LOLE and LOLP are two of multiple metrics that you can get. LOLE is a measurement typically measured in number of days per year. And it's a measure on an expected basis of the number of days per year or within a year on which you might experience unserved energy. So the standard used by PNM of 0.2 means that on 2 days in a 10-year period, you might experience an unserved energy event. Loss of load probability is typically a measure of the probability that you might experience a loss of load event within a particular time slice. And so this will often be used in the context of helping us to identify which periods of the year have higher loss of load probabilities than others. So for instance, in PNM system or portfolio, as it transitions to more and more solar, what we would say is that the loss of load probability is higher during the evening net peak than it would be during, the shoulder seasons or the winter, because that's when the risk of experiencing those loss of load events is greatest.
I had the opportunity to preside over the TEP for El Paso Electric Company, and in that case, your document from your company was submitted talking about decarbonization goals of varying industries in the state. And what I thought was interesting was that the decarbonization goals actually aren't even really designed to be met, because what they would require is so intense that it's unlikely New Mexico could achieve those things in the period of time by 2035 or 2040. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I can't say I know specifically what you're referring to, no.
Okay. The question I really have is if it's true that deep decarbonization for the state is in fact a major and like perhaps even, and how it depends on what we define as deep decarbonization. But if in fact the most robust version of deep decarbonization requires measures that may not be possible, I guess what I wanted to ask you is if your position is that some firm resources are needed and the commission is really committed to deep decarbonization, what form of firm resource is preferable to achieve deep decarbonization goals, which may be unascertainable given what they require?
Yeah, so first of all, I'll start by saying that all of the research that we've done on this topic and that we've seen from many other institutions in this area have all come to that same conclusion, that basically the template for a deeply decarbonized electricity system includes some form of firm capacity, large amounts of variable resources, wind and solar, and then large amounts of energy storage. Those are kind of the three building blocks of a decarbonized electricity portfolio. Now, when we say deep decarbonization, you know, what specific firm resources can be a part of that system depends on specifically what deep means here. If deep means 80% reductions or 90% or even 95% reductions, then the natural gas, you know, combustion turbines and even combined cycles that we have today, those technologies are fully capable of providing that sort of firm capacity role. If we are talking about a 100% decarbonized electricity portfolio, then it's true, there is no longer a role for natural gas, the fuel within that system. And the truth is, I don't know that there's any sort of technology that's fully commercial and being built today that can occupy that role. The one exception to that might be nuclear, but that's not being built very much these days.
Okay, yeah. So let me, and I appreciate your answer, and I'm just trying to keep track of time.
Sure.
One of the questions I have for you, exactly what you said is exactly what was in my brain. So, look, we're moving into a future where we don't know a lot, and that's a blanket statement. I realize very, very vague, but you know, for instance, you mentioned those small scale nuclear reactors, and I respond to this. And I think for the commission's perspective, they say we're here talking about RFPs and modeling, and was the modeling appropriate? And it seems to me, if we're moving into a future where we don't know much about what we're going to do to solve the answer, how do we get to that last 20%? What are the technologies we're going to utilize? Should modeling and RFPs be as dynamic as possible?
I guess I don't know exactly what you mean by dynamic, but I think I agree with the spirit of this, in the sense that, you know, my position on this would be that, you know, we need to be expansive in our consideration of options. We need to be updating our perspectives on how well certain things work and how well they don't work. And that needs to happen quickly as we gain more and more experience operating new technologies and kind of making all the puzzle pieces fit together. We are kind of looking forward at this period of dramatic and rapid change, and there will be a lot of learning that needs to occur over that period and integrated into planning processes.
And I guess what I'm really trying to ask is ultimately, you know, I was reading and I have read the entirety of the 2195, or maybe it's 19195, whatever, the last big statement from the commission on certain matters. And, you know, talking about RFPs and saying there's no real defined process as to how they function. And on some level, it seems to me that that's as it should be, because, you know, as we're considering problems for which there are no clear answers, that technology will come in to maybe solve them that we don't yet have. Well, of course, you would not have a static RFP process, but one that responds to the exigencies that present. And that's really what I'm asking you to comment upon to the extent to which you can.
Yeah, I think I agree with the spirit of your observation here, which is that, you don't want your RFP process to artificially constrain the options that you might consider that could contribute cost effectively to making this transition happen. This is why we've seen in lots of areas the notion of an all source RFP that allows all options to compete and be evaluated is kind of the direction that the industry is heading with respect to trying to facilitate the transition to a deeply decarbonized electricity portfolio.
And I guess it just kind of points back to the question I asked you earlier, which was about, modeling and how far have the utilities come in making headway into what I think Mr. Throne is trying to sort of make progress towards, which is a whole host of considerations that maybe modeling previously didn't take into consideration. I don't know if that's a question as much as just a statement for purposes of my own thinking. Let me just see, Mr. Schlag, that was the end of Mr. Throne's time, which I've used up. I believe I've asked you everything that I was hoping to. I did enjoy reading your testimony very much, sir. It was very interesting.
Thank you.
Theory is very good. So if there's nothing further from Mr. Schlag, I will excuse the witness.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you for participation, Mr. Schlag.
Thank you.
We now turn to Mr. Phillips, and pursuant to our conversation previously, now would be the opportunity for PNM to spend 10 minutes with Mr. Phillips. Is he with us?
Yes, he is. He should be signing on momentarily.
Ms. Gonzalez, are you good? Do we need a break?
No, I'm fine.
There he is.
Very good. So I will give you Mr. Alvidrez 10 minutes to speak with Mr. Phillips about Ms. Crane's responses to the bench requests.
Do I need to
swear him in? Yes, please. Thank you
Okay.
very much, Ms. Gonzalez.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Phillips. Can you state your name for the record?
My name is Nicholas L. Phillips.
And what is your position, please?
I am the Director of Integrated Resource Planning for Public Service Company of New Mexico.
And have you reviewed the response to the bench request submitted by the New Mexico Attorney General, specifically by its witness, Andrea Crane, and what has been admitted in this case as NMAG Exhibit 2?
Yes, I have.
And do you have any overall impressions based on your review of that response by Ms. Crane?
Overall, I think that we've already done most of what she is asking about. I don't know if she's completely read my testimony or some of the other exhibits. In this case, she said that, she kept a very narrow scope. So I think if we go through it, we'll find that we've actually already done what she's asking.
Okay, let's turn to the exhibit itself. And looking at page 2 right now, how do you respond to Ms. Crane's statement expressing her agreement with Mr. Spurgeon that there should be a stronger link between modeling undertaken for an IRP and the modeling for new resources?
So I'm there with you on the exhibit now. I think that's exactly what we've already done in this case. If you look at my direct testimony, we stated specifically that we started out with all of the same modeling framework and assumptions that were used in the 2020 IRP. And the main difference between the evaluation in the IRP and then the evaluation that was conducted in this case is removing from consideration generic resources in the time period for the RFP delivery and evaluating the RFP bids themselves. So if we look at kind of her last sentence there, she states there should be consistency in the approach between the modeling used for the IRP and the modeling used for replacement resources. And that's exactly what we did.
Okay, now turning to page 3 of the NMAG response, where Ms. Crane expressed her concurrence with Mr. Spurgeon that modeling should include a long-term, and she uses a 20-year, at least 20-year timeframe as defining long-term, net present value for multiple replacement resources. What's your response to that statement?
Again, that's exactly what we had done in this case. We presented 2 portfolios, a technology neutral portfolio that was more illustrative. We didn't have signed contracts for it, and a no new combustion portfolio that was the recommendation in this case. And my understanding is we're legally required to present a preferred portfolio that has signed contracts when we make an application. We can't just have something open-ended and then say, go negotiate the contracts later. We have to have a application that contains the signed contracts for resources that we're seeking approval of. Behind the scenes, though, there was in our work papers, I think over 50 different portfolios presented, all of them using a 20-year net present value as the basis for the economics that were considered. And then included in any resource planning analysis, when you're looking at what becomes the optimal portfolio, you're picking and choosing between potentially millions of different combinations of resources to meet the needs. So I think exactly what we've done is consistent with what her recommendation is here.
And still on page 3, Ms. Crane indicates that it may be beneficial to evaluate resources that provide incremental system flexibility, even if no additional capacity is provided in the year required, if there are existing resources that provide cost-effective alternatives in the longer term. Can you respond to that opinion of hers?
Well, I think that you need to consider what the purpose of the RFP is. In this case, it was a replacement capacity RFP for a specific point in time. If there was, and let's take what we've all been talking about this entire time is the onward bid as the example. That resource did not provide incremental capacity. It didn't provide any changes in the existing contract structure in terms of pricing that would lead to economic savings to customers prior to the contract extension. These are all sunk costs. It would not make any sense to evaluate this and prejudice our customers. And I think the ratepayer advocate would agree with that. We don't want to do anything that's going to prejudice our customers in terms of having to pay higher costs and an unfair evaluation. If there was a resource offered in that provided an economic savings to our customers, certainly we would evaluate it. The purpose of this particular RFP, though, was replacement capacity.
Again, on page 3, can you respond to Ms. Crane's agreement with Mr. Spurgeon regarding what she describes as, quote, difficulties, close quote, in the modeling process?
So I'm a little unclear about what she is referring to there in terms of difficulties in the modeling process. The modeling process and the protocols that were set up were those that were approved in the 195 case 1900-195 UT and carried over into this case by the previous hearing examiner Glick. And all the parties had a chance to opine on that process. They all offered comments. They all offered changes in language. OEH I know did, and it was Southwest Gen at the point in time, and everybody agreed that
I'm sorry. OEH. OEH I know did, and I lost you.
Oh, I'm sorry. OEH, which was then Southwest Generation at the time, did provide multiple comments and revisions to the modeling protocols that were ultimately agreed to and now serve as the basis for the modeling process in this case. We heard Mr. Falgren state when he was under cross-examination that it's the policies of the state that are taking us down a much more complex way of evaluating resources. Modeling is going to be complex. We heard Mr. Schlag and Mr. Wintermetal talk about it as well. It's going to become more complex. It's going to take a lot of time and understanding for folks to try to really get down and be truly comfortable with these models. We've offered times, to do workshops and people show up and don't ask questions. So it's a little hard to understand that there's so much concern here when we try to make ourselves available and the questions aren't asked and everybody's had a chance to already opine and work with us on the modeling process. And we're doing what was already agreed to in a previous case.
And did Ms. Crane attend any of the information sessions that PNM conducted for modeling?
I don't believe she was there. I would have to go back and check the attendance log though.
Are you aware of anyone from the NMA, the New Mexico Attorney General's office, that attended any of those sessions?
I would have to double check. I thought perhaps Mr. Elliott, attorney general, was there, but I'm not positive.
How do you respond to the statement that Mrs. Crane made at page 3, that the NMPRC and New Mexico ratepayers benefit when more information rather than less is provided?
My response to that would be that's only when additional information actually adds value to the process. If you've got modeling runs that are requested that contain incorrect assumptions or are not based in the realities of physics or other such things, all it does is to muddy the waters and create confusion. It doesn't provide additional valuable information.
And to your knowledge, has Ms. Crane identified any missing information with respect to PNM's modeling in this case?
No, I don't believe she has. Nobody in this case has really said that there's a better approach or that there's any incredible, non-credible information put forward by PNM. There's nothing out there that people are objecting to in terms of this portfolio. And that's really why we're here. You know, we want to get this portfolio approved and move on to the next case. It's kind of concerning to me that we're getting so overwhelmed in this modeling aspect when the assumptions don't need to be setting precedent going forward. All we're here to do is to approve the portfolio, and nobody is objecting to that.
And finally, can you respond to Ms. Crane's statement on page 3 that she believes it's generally useful to provide the NMPRC with a range of potential replacement resources?
You know, I think it's generally useful to see comparisons. We put forward the no new combustion and technology neutral path. And again, in the
I'm
work
sorry,
paper,
I'm sorry. I lost you again. I think it's generally useful to see comparisons.
to see comparisons, we put forward in testimony the technology neutral and the no new combustion results. There was, you know, again, 50 different sets of results contained in work papers, but we have to put forward a signed set of contracts when filing an application. We cannot come forward with 20 different scenarios and say, pick one and then go and do it later. We have to have a defined path that we're presenting in an application.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, that concludes the live examination. I'm ready to proceed with the admission of the pre-file testimony, if that's your preference at this point.
And just for benefit of the Attorney General, Mr. Gedko, you've reserved 5 minutes with Mr. Phillips. If you needed some additional period of time to talk about any things that were just discussed, you can have that, sir.
Great. I think I might want to reserve 5 minutes at this point so that I'd have a 10 minutes total when it comes my turn.
That's fine. And you were right on the money, Mr. Alvidros. That was exactly 10 minutes. So, yes, you can now present Mr. Phillips, and we'll do his testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Phillips, have you prepared direct testimony in this case that we've marked as PNM Exhibit 6? That
Yes,
was actually, and that was actually initially filed in case number 21-00083, correct?
Sir, that's correct.
And likewise, did you prepare May 24, 2021 supplemental testimony that was also filed in case number 21-00083 UT that we marked as PNM Exhibit 7?
Yes, that is correct.
And also you prepared June 14, 2021 supplemental testimony in case 21-00083-UT that we've marked as PNM Exhibit 8.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you prepared June 25, 2021 supplemental testimony that was also filed in case number 21-00083-UT that we've marked as PNM Exhibit 9, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And finally, you prepared rebuttal testimony that has been filed in this case as PNM Exhibit 10. Is that also correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Let me ask, do you have any material changes to any of the testimonies that I've just identified for the record?
So since the filing of the testimonies and specifically attached to my June 14th supplemental testimony, PNM Exhibit 8, there were some corrections filed to PNM's 2020 Integrated Resource Plan and the associated appendices to the Integrated Resource Plan. That is Exhibits NLP 1 and NLP 2 to PNM Exhibit 8. So those corrections have been made and carried through to what was uploaded to Dropbox in this case. I don't know if we need to go through them specifically, but I do want to note that those corrections have been made and uploaded to Dropbox consistent with the filing in the IRP case.
And are the corrections interlineated, that is shown by strikeouts with new figures?
Yes, they are.
Are they typographical in nature?
Yes, they are.
With the correction that you've just described, if you were asked the questions that appear in your various testimonies that we've just run through today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And is the information contained in your testimonies that we've just described true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we would move the admission of PNM Exhibits 6 through 10 into evidence in this case.
Any objections?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I just have a question just to clarify what the description that Mr. Phillips just gave of, I believe it's PNM Exhibit 8, which is the June 14th supplemental testimony that included PNM's 2020 IRP. Can we just get some clarification? I believe I heard Mr. Phillips say that the exhibit actually now includes also an addendum as well as typographical, as well as the errata that was submitted by PNM on February 4th, 2021, but also there was a subsequent addendum with some other modeling. Is that now part of that exhibit?
Mr. Alvidrez, do you want to?
Well, yes, I'll let Mr. Phillips answer.
No, I do not believe the addendum is included as part of the exhibit. That was the addendum that's being alluded to was the modeling conducted pursuant to the merger stipulation on behalf of OEH. The only thing that was
I'm sorry. Conducted pursuant to the merger
stipulation for OEH. That was not a part of the corrections. That was not contained in the original exhibit. What I'm speaking to right now are corrections that were filed as a part of an errata just after we filed our response comments in the IRP docket. And those corrections are carried through in the exhibit attached to my June 14th supplemental testimony.
Well, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I believe the addendum now is, as the word addendum notes, was a supplement to PNM's 2020 IRP. And I don't plan on asking questions about that, but it just seems to me if that they're going to put in their IRP as corrected and as it currently exists in case number 21-00033UT, it ought to include that addendum.
Well, I guess the first question, yeah. Well, Mr. Alvidrez, what were we going to say?
Well, the exhibit that we've referenced as the IRP was submitted at a specific point in time, and that was included in Mr. Phillips' testimony. There was a subsequent set of modeling that was done by Mr. Throne at the request of Mr. Throne and his client as part of a proposed stipulation in the PNM Avangrid merger case, but it is not part of what we initially filed in this case. In addition, I would note that if there was going to be an objection, that you set a deadline at Mr. Throne's request to lodge objections to testimonies and exhibits, and no objection has been lodged with respect to Mr. Phillips' testimony and specifically PNM Exhibit 8. So we're a little late here in wanting to augment that with something that wasn't part of the original filing of the testimony.
Okay,
Well-
so, okay, stop, Mr. Throne. I gotta understand this real quickly. Mr. Phillips, if I understood correctly, PNM Exhibit 8 includes, and I'm gonna pull it up right now on Dropbox, because when was the new version uploaded to Dropbox? Let me ask that question.
It was uploaded prior to the deadline that was
That,
issued in this case to file or to upload the, testimony with corrections to Dropbox.
and if I understood you correctly, sir, what you were indicating, and I haven't had a chance to look through every page of this, of course, but you're saying that effectively you made updates in the IRP docket, which involve corrections like corrections to spelling. Is that correct? So, and now these are reflective of those corrections that were made?
They are reflected in the document that's been uploaded to Dropbox. For example, the reason why we're saying it's typographical in nature is there were some numbers that were pulled out of the model and transposed into a tabular format in the IRP that had mislabeled columns or rows. And so that was corrected, but none of the underlying analysis needed to be changed.
Okay, so am I to understand correctly that what you've been submitted as the two exhibits accompanying your Exhibit 8 are effectively all the documents that have been admitted as the IRP? Is this my understanding correctly?
Those are all the documents that have been filed as the 2020 IRP, noting Mr. Throne's, objection here that the addendum that was done, that I'll note as a meaningless addendum was done, is not included.
Okay. I mean, I'm not terribly inclined to spend any more time on this. Frankly, my question is, the IRP itself is a legal document. It's sort of equivalent to a pleading. Whatever is in there, whatever is part of the IRP is part of the IRP. So we can sit here and waste time talking about this, but whatever's in that document is in that document. Right?
My only question about this is they pursuant to the stipulation in the merger case, PNM did some modeling that was requested in the IRP case. They filed an addendum to their plan. And I'm just saying that if it's going to be in the record, if they're putting their 2020 IRP as corrected in it should also include the addendum. I'm not going to take time examining Mr. Phillips about it now, but it just seems like they want to include the only part of what now is in the record in case number 2133 UT as their 2020 IRP as it currently exists.
Mr. Alvidrez? Yes, as I said before, the 2020 IRP is what, in its version, is what it was attached. The modeling that was done as part of the stipulation was filed as an addendum, but it was done at the behest of Onward as part of an agreement. But doesn't represent PNM, anything that PNM relied on with respect to the IRP. Okay, so so basically it's like something's missing for Mr. Throne's position is that something is not there. Well, if there's something that needs to be there, Mr. Throne, I suppose, you can raise this as a cross exhibit or something. But as to regards to this exhibit, I'm going to admit it. And then if there's something that's been excluded, that I can go onto the commission's e-docket system and say, oh, well, something was excluded and it appears to have been done so for a reason. I can figure that out without any difficulty whatsoever. And it is a pleading. So no, that's not something that we have to drag our feet about here. So Exhibit 8, based on our discussion, I'm going to admit over whether we have an objection or just a general discussion about what should or should not be included. Let's end that. So Exhibit 8 is also admitted. Okay. So I'm clear. Have all of the exhibits, PNM exhibits 6 through 10, been admitted now? Yes, they have. Thank you. And I apologize if I didn't say we only had discussion over the one, so I didn't say that there
but yes, they all have been admitted because there was no objection or discussion of any significance to the others.
And Mr. Phillips is available for examination.
Mr. Throne, you indicated that you would like to have 39 minutes for cross and then 15 minutes for recross. Does that continue to be the case?
Yeah, well, one thing I'd like to get clarification on, until you did your introduction this morning, I understood you were going to do your examination after everybody else finished, and that's why I reserved some time in case things came up after. But if you're going to do it during my examination, depending on how things go, I'd like to have a little flexibility on the upfront part, because I thought that there might be a situation where there might be testimony from Mr. Phillips after I finished my cross, questions particularly by you that I might want to ask him about.
Sure, that's fine. I'll just set your clock for 54, right? Because that's 39 and
Okay.
15. And then when you stop, whatever time, you can have it back. And if I will ask questions as you go, I have interest. I have some questions from Mr. Phillips as well.
And I would ask, I don't think it's going to take 10 minutes, but just some additional time. I'll start with questions regarding Mr. Phillips' rebuttal testimony that he just did live. If I can do that.
I can't give you more time, but I can.
Okay.
We can do what we can.
Okay, I'll do my best. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Phillips.
Good morning, Mr. Throne.
Let me just start by asking you a few questions about your rebuttal to the bench request response by the Attorney General witness, Ms. Crane. One of the questions that you responded to was whether or not your modeling in this case was consistent with the modeling approach that was described in PNM's 2020 IRP. Is that correct?
I think the question was slightly different, but similar flavor.
Okay, thank you. And so it's true, is it not, that in your 2020 IRP, you have a section that deals with potential new resources during the modeling period?
Can you direct me to that section?
Well, I think you know the answer to that without wasting our time. There's a section that addresses potential new resources and a different section that addresses existing resources, correct?
There's a section that addresses potential candidate resources to meet long-term needs as well as the existing system.
Right. And so would you agree with me that the section that addresses potential new gas combustion resources identified only one technology type, which is what you refer to as a hydrogen-ready combustion turbine of aeroderivative turbine?
Again, can you direct me to the section?
No, I'm just asking you if you know. I know it's in there. I don't have the time to do that. So if you don't know, we'll just let the record speak for itself because your IRP is in the record. Do you know that that's the case?
My recollection is that we considered a generic gas resource. We modeled it consistent with an LM6000 that could be converted to hydrogen ready. As we explained in parts of the IRP, though, including the addendum that you were speaking to earlier, there's nothing in there that would say that that's the only specific resource that could meet a defined need in the future. It was the only gas resource that we used for generic modeling.
And for that generic modeling, you included certain assumptions about what would be the cost of not only converting an LM6000 aeroderivative combustion turbine to hydrogen or some other, to hydrogen, but also you had assumptions about the cost of supplying that particular type of resource with hydrogen as a fuel, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
When you modeled in your 2020 IRP that LM6000 combustion turbine aeroderivative resource, you included in your modeling for your costs of your modeling a assumed cost of converting that facility or that type of technology to a hydrogen fuel, and also you have cost assumptions about what it would cost to provide hydrogen as a fuel to that kind of technology.
Make sure I understand. So did we include cost for conversions as well as did we include cost for the hydrogen fuel?
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then turning to your technology neutral illustrative portfolio that's described in your direct testimony PNM figure NLP-4.
Let me get there with you.
Well, I think you know this without, we can do this without wasting time. I don't have a lot of time.
I mean,
It's
if
true
you're going to
that,
direct me to an exhibit, I'd like to be there with you.
okay, well, do you recall your technology neutral portfolio that you just described during your rebuttal testimony?
I referenced the technology neutral portfolio. If you can let me get to the exhibit that you're referring to, we can be on the same page.
Okay. Page 35.
This is exhibit which?
8.
Okay, at the, what's this table figure NLP4?
Yes.
Okay.
And so I just want to confirm what I believe Mr. Nagel already addressed in his during his testimony, that what you modeled there was not a hydrogen-ready combustion turbine that would be converted to hydrogen at the end of 2039, but simply a aeroderivative LM6000 located at the La Luz site that would basically—
I'm sorry, located at the what site?
La Luz, that's L-A, and then a separate word, L-U-Z, site that was assumed to operate on natural gas during the period that was modeled for the technology neutral portfolio.
The modeling assumptions for the technology neutral scenario or portfolio, we modeled the bid as offered, which included a shortened depreciable life, but consistent with the other assumptions for the technology neutral modeling, we did apply the conversion cost and allow it to continue operating under the assumed hydrogen combustion post 2039. So the cost as bid were represented in the modeling, and then consistent with the technology neutral assumptions, it was converted to burn hydrogen for the 2040 and 2041 years within the modeling horizon.
Well, but Mr. Nagel already testified and confirmed that in response to PNM's 2020 RFP, PNM did not receive sufficient information from any of the bidders to be able to model a hydrogen-ready natural gas turbine. Isn't that correct?
I'd have to go back and reread the transcripts. I know that we did receive, estimates on hydrogen conversions. We used a very conservative number consistent with the IRP. That's what we were just talking about, is maintaining consistency with the IRP. And consistent with that IRP, we applied a very conservative number for the conversion of gas plants that would be converted to burn hydrogen in 2040. We're not even asking for the technology neutral portfolio to be approved, though. We're here with a portfolio for no new combustion resources that nobody is objecting to.
Now, turning to your response to Ms. Crane's response to the bench request, and referring to the Southwest Generation bid in response to PNM's 2020 RFP, you made the point that Southwest Gen, which is now Onward Energy, would not agree to a change in the existing pricing structure in the existing Valencia PPA. Is that correct?
Yes, my understanding is they have a fiduciary responsibility to their ultimate parent company, JP Morgan, that will not allow them to do that.
Is it your testimony that if Southwest Gen, or Onward for that matter, whichever, we'll just assume we're talking about the same entity at this point, if they had offered to reduce the price of the existing Valencia PPA prior to the expiration of that PPA in May of 2028, then PNM would have considered that bid as something that it would have modeled as compliant with that 2020 RFP?
I think PNM would model potential cost savings to customers that would be in the best interest of our customers.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I realize that the commission has a very liberal policy about allowing a witness to explain an answer. Problem I'm having is Mr. Phillips is not answering my question. He's just saying something that different than what I've asked, and I'd like to get an answer to my question. We've had testimony before from Mr. Nagel about why supposedly the bids by Onward or Southwest Generation, were rejected before they were even modeled. It's not compliant with the RFPs because it did not provide incremental capacity to do PNM in 2023. And I'm asking Mr. Phillips to clarify his response to Ms. Crane. And so I would like to ask the question again and ask for the witness answer the question.
Well, just for clarification, before I hear from Mr. Alvidrez about the subject, I mean, he is permitted to answer a question as he sees fit, and to the extent to which he is not providing the same answer in your view as Mr. Nagel has provided, I mean, that's the basis for some subsequent argument. I don't think we can have an objection to say he must answer the question as I wish he would.
No, I'm not saying that, sir. I'm saying he didn't even answer the question.
Okay, Mr. Alvidrez?
Well, I believe that the witness did answer the question. It wasn't tied to anything particular with respect to what Ms. Crane had talked about. Mr. Throne asked about a very different scenario, one being that, if Onward had reduced the price of its PPA before the expiration in 2028, would that have made a difference? And I think this witness fully responded to the question that was presented.
Well, Mr. Ryan, with all due respect, the answer that the response that Mr. Phillips gave to Ms. Crane never mentioned this. This was used his response was used as a pretext or as a basis for his response. So now I'm asking about his response. And my question was Mr. Phillips saying that had Southwest Gen or Onward offered to reduce the price of the existing Valencia PPA prior to expiration in May of 2028, then it would have considered that proposal compliant with the instructions in the 2020 RFP.
Okay, I understand that question, and Mr. Phillips, go ahead and answer that question.
Okay, so I can't answer that question specifically. Mr. Nagel was the one running the RFP under the direction of Mr. Falgren. There's going to be an independent evaluator used going forward. We would take into consideration the bids. We tried to work with then Southwest Gen, now Onward, and asked clarifying questions, as I understand it, to try to either not tie their bid to a contract extension or get more information. We wanted to work with them, and they only offered what they offered. I can't answer a hypothetical specific to a bid that was not offered, but it's in PNM's best interests to try to minimize cost to our customers. And so if there was a bid that was offered in that could have helped us do that, it would be in our best interest to consider it.
Let me move on then to when you responded to Ms. Crane, indicating that you believe that additional, and first let's find out if you agree with what I understand your testimony was, that it's you're in PNM's position that additional modeling of PNM's feasible resource options going forward is only valuable, is only something that the commission should be requiring if it provides valuable information to the commission. Is that pretty much your testimony?
I never used the words feasible options or other things like that. I did say that more information is only better when it provides, new or additional information that will help the decision-making process. For example, looking at the onward bid and comparing that to generic resources when it doesn't have any other competitive bids that were offered in for the same time period in which it would deliver does not provide additional information for the commission to consider when making decisions about replacement resources in this case.
So is it fair to say that you believe and PNM believes that it's PNM that should determine what's valuable information for the commission regarding its feasible resource options going forward?
I think that we put together a complete filing that included the most valuable information for the commission to consider. Other parties can put forward what they think is important. PNM's not in control of what other parties do.
But do you believe that PNM should make the determination of what's valuable to the commission or what's not?
I think that PNM should include in its application the information that it deems necessary to support that application.
It should control that process then?
PNM is in charge of its filings and filing its application with the necessary supporting testimony and information to support that filing. Other parties are able to put forward their cases as well.
And then I believe in another response to Ms. Crane, you made a statement that you didn't think it was reasonable to ask PNM to provide 20 different portfolio scenarios in a resource application case. Is that correct?
I would disagree with that's what I had said.
Didn't you use the word 20 in your testimony?
I would be happy to answer with what I said.
Did you not say that we can't provide 20 different scenarios in a resource procurement case?
Mr. Throne, I think you're misstating what I said. I'll be happy to clarify.
No, I'll let the record speak for that. Let me just ask you a different question. Isn't it true that nowhere in Mr. Spurgeon's direct testimony and his recommendations there does he recommend that PNM be required to present 20 different resource scenarios in a resource procurement case going forward?
So the number that I used, 20, was a hypothetical. My point in making that statement was when PNM puts together an application, it has to submit with it signed contracts and a portfolio that is recommending for approval. We put forward a separate scenario to show the cost differences and portfolio differences between the technology neutral scenario and the no new combustion scenario. Also included in our work papers was another 50 portfolios that were developed throughout the modeling process. We chose to put together 2 of them within the filing.
And those work papers are not in the record in this case for the commission to consider, correct?
I don't believe they are.
And it's always going to be the case that the only signed contracts that PNM will have in a resource procurement case going forward will be for resources that are being proposed by PNM in that case.
It's my understanding that it is a legal requirement with the application is we have to put forward signed contracts for the portfolio that we are seeking approval of.
Mr. Herring, those are my questions on the SIR rebuttal, and now I'll turn to the other questions I had prepared for today.
Sure, it's 36 minutes.
Thank you. So just a little background information based on your resume, Mr. Phillips. So prior to being hired by PNM in 2019, you were a principal at Brubaker and Associates. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that's the same firm of which New Mexico area's witness, in this case, Mr. Dauphiné, is a principal, correct?
I believe he's a managing principal.
Did you work under or with Mr. Dauphiné while you were with Brubaker and Associates?
Yes, I did.
Under or with? Were you a subordinate of his?
He always had a higher title than me when I was at the firm.
So in your direct testimony, you basically you addressed the fact that for PNM's replacement analysis in this case, you relied on modeling using the proprietary Encompass software that's licensed by Anchor Power Solutions, correct?
That is one of the 2 models that I discussed that we used.
And then if you would turn to page 11 at note 5 of your direct.
Sure.
And there you state that another company called Horizons Energy provided technical consulting services, including Encompass modeling for PNM's replacement analysis under PNM's direction, and that Horizons Energy specializes in consulting services using Encompass and works closely with Anchor Power Solutions, which license the Encompass software and develops the Horizons Encompass National Database. Is that correct?
I believe you've read that footnote correctly.
But in this case, PNM hasn't submitted any testimony by any principal or employee of Horizons Energy, has it?
No, it has not.
At the time you were hired by PNM in 2019, did you personally already have sufficient training to perform or properly perform modeling using Encompass?
Yes, I did.
And approximately how long did it take for you to become proficient with that?
I've got a pretty long history with modeling. I've written my own models. It's pretty easy for me to pick up new software and go with it.
So can you generally describe, given your background, so you started with a long history of modeling, and then when you first started with, how long did it take you to learn Encompass?
I found it very intuitive.
Okay. And since you began preparing PNM's application in this case, is PNM employed in-house anyone other than yourself who has the training to properly operate Encompass?
Yes, I've got people working underneath me that are trained to run Encompass. The main reason why we sought additional help in the preparation of this filing was due to the number of different resource planning projects going on. We had the Four Corners abandonment case, we had the IRP, we had this case, all of which were being prepared, at virtually identical times, and it just spread my team too thin. We needed extra help.
And how many people does PNM currently employ that know how to properly run Encompass?
Aside from myself, there's 2 individuals in my group that are trained on the model.
Okay. And I take it that PNM during the course of this case has had a license from Anchor Power Solutions to operate Encompass?
Yes.
And approximately how much has PNM paid Anchor Power Solutions for that license since it began preparing its application in this case?
It's a perpetual license, so we pay an annual maintenance fee on top of what the initial licensing structure was. That's different for us versus so there's different licensing structures. I don't know that I can say the numbers without breaking confidentiality agreements with Anchor. I'd have to double check that, but there's different licensing structures. If you want to have a network license, which allows a common database to be shared among multiple entities, which is what we have, and it's a more expensive license. The licenses that were made available to stakeholders in this case, which are single user desktop licenses, are much more cost effective for a single user. And we were able to provide those at no cost to stakeholders who wish to use them.
But to the extent that stakeholders were to use that, presumably that PNM considers that a cost of service. It bears, and then it's part of its cost of service. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe we would seek to recover those costs in a future case.
And then approximately how much has PNM paid Horizons Energy to assist it with operating Encompass since PNM began operating its application? Began preparing its application in this case?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Were you involved in retaining Horizons Energy?
Yes, I know what the contracted amount was, but they operate on a time and materials basis, so I don't know what the actual billed amount was off the top of my head. The billing rate is $250 an hour. I don't believe that they utilized the full contractual amount that we had set aside, but I would have to go back and double check.
in any event, that would also be a cost that PNM would include in its cost of service.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Throne, can we stop for a comfort break, sir?
Yes, sir. You're the boss.
5 minutes, folks. All set, Ms. Gonzalez?
1 sec.
Sure.
Yes, all set now.
Okay, Mr. Throne, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Phillips, you spoke previously about modeling access provided by PNM in this case to staff and interveners. Is it correct that under PNM's option number 1, for staff or interveners to ask PNM to model an alternative scenario using Encompass and/or Servum by a discovery? In this case, PNM required that the party submit a request that modified PNM's input database provided on PNM's venue website?
I believe the document speaks for itself. I'm going to note that that was a document that was agreed to by all the parties, including Onward, then Southwest Gen, and case 00195 UT, and it's been carried forward into this case.
Again, Mr. Hearing Examiner, the witness is not answering my question. I asked a question about whether he understood that option number 1. I believe he does. I don't want to argue with the witness, but if we can't get my questions answered, we're wasting our time here.
So Mr. Throne, I think you're going to have to rely on the evidentiary record. I understand your point, but this is cross-examination, and you're going to have to make do.
Well, do you not know what the requirement was, Mr. Phillips, under option 1 provided by PNM that was part of the hearing examiner's May 17th, 2021 order setting terms for access to PNM's modeling?
Do we have a copy of that document? I believe
Well,
that's correct.
It's an exhibit in the case, but I don't want to take 10 minutes for you to find it. It's PNM, it's New Energy Exhibit number 4. But if you don't know, you don't know, and I'll just keep going.
And I believe that's what's in the document. If I can have a chance to go to the document, I can confirm it for you. I also, as I just noted, said that this is a document that was agreed to by all the parties, including Onward, then Southwest Gen, in case 19-00195 UT.
Well, again, the exhibit is NEE Exhibit 4. And in that exhibit, which is Ms. former hearing examiner's order setting terms of access to PNM's modeling and data, bench request to PNM, and then there's an Exhibit A attached to that, and then option 1 regarding Servum is on page 17 of Exhibit A.
Yes, I'm there with you, and yes, that is what it says. Also in that document, it notes what concerns were raised by parties, and no party, including Southwest Generation, raised a concern with that language.
Okay, now, so you agree that that's how you'd have to request it. You'd have to provide an input database provided, and the party requesting that discovery would have to submit a discovery request that modified PNM's input database for the models that was provided by PNM on its venue website.
Under
Correct?
option 1, that is what it says, or parties could take access to the software and run modeling runs themselves.
Okay, is it correct that PNM has designated the modeling data inputs that PNM
I'm sorry,
relied on?
I'm sorry, I need your question. You guys are a little quick for me. Please restate.
Yes, I apologize for it. Is it correct that PNM has designated the modeling database inputs that it relied on for its resource modeling using Encompass and Servum for its replacement analysis, produce and discovery as confidential material subject to the commission's protective order in this case?
Now, one thing I think that you forgot to note when you were referencing the language in the order is the reason why we asked that the parties submit the request the way that we did was, and I quote, to provide or to ensure that there is no ambiguity about the scenario and data the party is requesting to be run. Now, to the question that you just asked, yes, I believe that the modeling data was denoted as confidential on the venue website.
And Mr. Phillips, it's your understanding, is it not, that because Honored and its predecessor, Southwest Generation, has participated in PNM's competitive procurement processes, PNM has objected to providing any in-house employees of Southwest Generation or Onward access to that confidential modeling information, even if they were to execute a confidentiality agreement pursuant to a commission protective order?
I'm generally familiar that that's the case. I'm not specifically aware, but as you said, it's only in-house personnel, counsel, as well as outside experts would be permitted to access the data.
And
And
so,
Onward, then Southwest Gen did use an outside expert in the 195 case.
they used an expert in the 195 case to request that PNM perform modeling for it, correct?
I don't recall specifically if it was for that reason. I remember Mr. I don't even remember the expert's name. I don't recall. Babcock. I don't recall whether he included in his testimony additional modeling analysis that was requested.
Well, he didn't do any independent modeling, did he?
Southwest Gen did not request access to the software. I believe they did request certain modeling runs, but I don't recall specifically.
And it's correct, is it not, the PNM did not provide Onward's witness, in this case, Mr. Spurgeon, or any other in-house employee of Onward with access to any confidential database or other modeling information in this case.
I think consistent with the statement before that no in-house person was provided that, you could have retained an expert. Given what was declared, I think in the last part of the hearing, you're big dog in this fight. It surprises me that you didn't hire an expert.
What are you referring to about big dog?
There was a statement made during the last part of the hearing that you've got a big dog in this fight, this game. That's why we're here. We're not here to argue about the replacement resources. We're here to argue about whether you think your bid was properly evaluated.
Perhaps you're referring to something that the hearing examiner said, but I'll move on. I certainly don't want to characterize his questions. Well, I know this came up before, but let me just, it was passed on by Mr. Fenton. If you had a chance to look at what's been previously marked as Onward Exhibits 10 and 11.
Let me get those.
That was the correspondence between me and PNM's counsel in the 19-195 UT case, and then
I reviewed it prior to the start of the first part of the hearings. It's been a minute. Let me get to it. You said 10 and 11?
Yes.
And so these are the emails between yourself and Mr. German. I don't believe I'm on any of these emails.
And then 11 was the notice of withdrawal of the request for access to confidential information on Mr. Spurgeon.
Yeah, so again, my knowledge of this is limited to just a cursory review of these documents. I had no personal involvement.
Yeah, I just want to see, does that refresh your recollection that PNM did not provide any confidential information to anyone in-house at Southwest Generation during that case, based on PNM's objection to that?
Yes, I think that's right. That's why you might have hired Mr. Babcock.
Okay. I would move in Onward Exhibits 10 and 11 at this point, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Objections?
Yes, we had raised objections previously in our pre-filed objections, and reiterate those. There's no foundation for the admission of these exhibits. There's been no witness that has been able to essentially acknowledge that they were involved in Mr. Phillips' involvement or review has only come in the course of this case. So, we object, and also object on relevance grounds. The order, the protective order specifically allows or provides that in the event that certain information could cause competitive harm, that there are individuals within an entity that can be restricted from viewing the documentation. So What was done was completely consistent with the order in that case. In fact, it's a similar provision as in the protective order in this case. So we object on those grounds.
So Mr. Throne, do you want to make any response to the record?
Well, we've already been through this, but I'll just repeat that under our evidentiary rules, which are a little more liberal than, the point of our evidentiary rules is to get the most reliable evidence. But the relevance of this, again, and I think it's become abundantly obvious, goes to one of our issues, which is that the only way that a party can really have meaningful access to modeling, even if it asks PNM to do the modeling, it's got to hire and spend tens of thousands of dollars on experts who are familiar with the model, with the database, even to request modeling of any alternative. And we just want to, this goes to our recommendation. So it's relevant to the whole access issue that we'll address. It's addressed in Mr. Spurgeon's direct testimony. And then in terms of authenticity, well, in terms of the notice that we withdrew Mr. Spurgeon's request for access in that case, that's a prior record of the commission. We've already been through why that comes in under our rules, under administrative notice of prior records. And the reason for the correspondence is it explains the reason that PNM's objected to it. And we think that, there's been no challenge by PNM of the authenticity of these communications. And we think it meets the minimum thresholds even under the rules of Mexico rules of evidence for establishing that a document is what it purports to be.
Yeah, I agree. So I'll admit the two documents into the record.
Do you recall, Mr. Phillips, that you provided direct and rebuttal testimony in case number 19-00195 UT?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that in that case, PNM provided with its application 20-year net present value calculations for the 4 replacement resource scenarios that were described in its direct testimony, based on its Encompass, SERVM, and PowerSim modeling that were distinct from one another?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you recall that in that case, in your direct testimony, you testified that Encompass modeling by PNM using a planning reserve margin target alone is no longer sufficient to ensure system reliability on a system like PNM's with large renewable penetrations?
I generally remember that. If you can give me a page number and I'll get the testimony in front of me.
I would if I was had enough time, but I don't. I think that testimony has been admitted. I just want to find out if you recall it.
I generally remember saying something to that effect, yes.
And do you recall in your direct testimony in that case, generally, that you testified, among other things, that to ensure reliability, PNM must look at year-round capacity reserves and also load following flexibility?
Again, generally, if you can give me a second, I've got that testimony here. I'll get to it, and I'll also add that that's exactly what we're doing in this case with our SERVM analysis when we're checking the portfolios for meeting loss of load expectation for the portfolios in the 2023 year.
Do you recall in your test that you submitted rebuttal testimony to rebut, among other testimonies in that case, testimony by CCA witnesses Summer and Milligan?
Again, generally I do. I'm getting to that testimony. If there's a specific page number you want me to go to, I have that in front of me.
No, I just want to find out what your recollection is today.
Okay.
And if I have generally, if you recall testifying as I described.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I object. This is not a memory test. This is cross-examination. If the witness wants to look at his prior testimony before he answers a question, he's entitled to do that, should be allowed to do that.
I understand, but at the same time, Mr. Throne is pressed for time. Some of the foundational questions, Mr. Throne, you might need to go, just move more quickly through.
So
I know, because
I'm
my
at
time
page-
is so
I'm
very,
at page 36 on that testimony. I think that's where you're referring to.
I don't want to, I don't want to take the time now to go through all of this testimony. Wasn't allotted that time, even though I shaved time off of my original amount. I just need to go and deal with the time limits I've been dealt with.
My general recollection is that I rebutted Mr. Milligan from CCAE and some of the criticisms associated with LOLE Flex for some very specific pieces in that testimony. We can go through that if it's preferable. There's nothing that we've done in this case that is inconsistent with the modeling analysis that was performed in the previous cases.
Well, you're looking at page 36 of that testimony?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so let me just have you confirm that. Do you recall in your rebuttal testimony to CCA witness Milligan in that case, 19-195 UT, you referenced Mr. Wintermantle's rebuttal testimony in that case and expressed your opinion that based on your previous job experience, it was important for the commission to consider resource flexibility metrics in addition to capacity metrics when evaluating PNM's ability to provide reliable service.
So if you're reading from a specific line, could you point me to that?
Is that an accurate summation of your testimony there, or is it not?
In that particular piece of the testimony, I referenced that looking at flexibility is important. There was specific rationale as to why it's important. I was referencing a workshop that I participated in that examined the allocation of costs associated with capacity and flexibility and the differentiation between the two on the Southwestern California Edison system. There's nothing inconsistent with the way that we did our modeling in that case and the recommendations made in that case versus what we're doing here. The commission in that order found that there was LOE cap that was the binding metric. That was the one that we should focus on. We presented the results of LOE cap analysis and to clarify a little bit, because I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding. When you do a single SERVM run, it produces LOE cap, it produces LOE flex, it produces LOLH flex, it produces economics, but it's all about a single simulation. So all of that information was calculated in our analysis. In this case, we behind the scenes looked at the flexibility of the portfolios. We made recommendations internally about what the flexibility was between the portfolios. But because the flexibility piece of it is not a binding constraint, you can manage flexibility by adding additional operating reserves. You can manage flexibility in a number of different ways. And it was never used to say this portfolio cannot work. It was just used as a relative point of comparison. We focused the analysis and the presentation that we gave to the commission on LOLE cap, which was the binding requirement to make sure that there was going to be a desired target of no more than a desired target of shortfall of capacity that would allow us to reliably serve our customers.
Mr. Phillips, was it correct that you were involved in PNM's preparation of its response to comments on its 2020 IRP that was filed on October 21st, 2021 in case number 21-00033 UT?
Yes.
Let me have you look at what's been marked as onward exhibit 9, please.
Sorry, gave away the wrong binder. Okay, what page would you like me to go to?
If you would please go to page 9, the last full paragraph.
the last full paragraph. Is that the one that starts with modeling the reliability contribution?
Yeah, I'm getting to it. That paragraph starts with currently. You see that?
Oh, that paragraph isn't the last full one. That continues on the next page. That's why I said.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, fair enough. So starting where it says, okay, it says, it says currently, and I'll quote, currently, the Encompass model has the functionality to model ELCC, that's all in capital letters, curves only for individual technologies, parentheses, or resource types, comma, such as solar, comma, wind, comma, or 4-hour batteries, close parenthesis, and cannot model dynamic ELCC for a combination of resource types, period. This may lead to an underestimation of synergistic effects between new resources, period. And I'll stop the quote there. Is that accurate information?
That's accurate, but you need to consider then why we're using the SERVM model too. SERVM does calculate the interactive effects, as well as we have a baseline of the existing system, which counts for the interactive effects. So it's only when we're using the approximation. That's an important point to understand. I think that's being missed, is that ELCC is an approximation of the loss of load probability metrics that are done in a model like SERVM, so that we can account for the capacity contribution approximately when doing an optimized capacity expansion. That's why when the portfolios come out, you take them back and you rerun them through SERVM or another loss of load probability model to ensure that the approximation of ELCC has led to a result that meets the desired metric.
Well, that, I have to say I could not follow your answer, but that's okay. I'll move on because I'm asking about what I want to know is, and I understand that well, let me just have you confirm this, that the marginal effective load carrying capabilities of the resources that PNM modeled in this case were based on Mr. Wintermantle's study using SERVM, correct?
Yes, Mr. Wintermantle conducted the ELCC analysis for the marginal ELCCs.
Yeah. So my question is, why is PNM telling the commission in that sentence that I just read to you, why is it referring only to Encompass model if in fact the Encompass model relies on the ELCC values that were determined by Mr. Wintermantle's study using SERVM?
Can you please repeat the question?
Can you read that back, please?
I believe that's the hearing. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So my question is, why is PNM telling the commission in that sentence that I just read to you, why is it referring only to Encompass model if in fact the Encompass model relies on the ELCC values that were determined by Mr. Wintermantle's study using SERVM?
So I think that's a misrepresentation of what is stated in the comments here. If you look 3 or 4 sentences later, we do reference SERVM and how they were used together. The specific point that was raised and we were responding to here was a criticism that the synergistic effects of resources, especially in the long term, may not have been attributed properly. The response comments here talk about how this is the best available methods for calculating expansion portfolios using Encompass and then using SERVM to verify the expansion portfolios. And that's what we're responding to. I mean, again, I think that the way the question was phrased and why didn't we refer to SERVM is completely false. If you look at the first sentence, that continues from the bottom of page 9 on the top of page 10, we specifically talk about how these were used together and why what we were doing was the best available industry standard for what we're doing here as we can.
Well, isn't it correct that the ELCC values that were used for PNM's Encompass model that are reflected for your proposed resources on PNM figure NLP-4, those values are for each of the individual non-combustion, no new combustion resources that were included in that no new combustion portfolio proposed by PNM.
Well, so another point that needs to
Is
be
it,
kept in
can you
mind.
answer my question before you explain your answer? You're not answering my question, sir. I mean, this is going on, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I don't know what else to do. I need an answer first, then he can explain, but he's not answering.
Okay, so restate the question, Mr. Throne, and then,
Isn't it correct that the effective load carrying capability values calculated using Servum by Mr. Wintermantle and Astrape that are shown for the resources included in your no new combustion proposed portfolio on PNM NLP figure 4, in your direct testimony, reflects the values for each of the individual resources included in that portfolio?
So I'm going to try to answer your question the best I can here, but it's not a simple yes or no. The ELCC for resources is about a resource type. We are attributing the first year ELCC of those resource types in figure NLP4 here, but ELCC for resources will change over time. It's not that if I add a new resource, that the ELCC for that resource stays the same ad infinitum. But because I continue to add more solar over time, the ELCC for all solar decreases. So my point that I was going to make here, and if I would have been allowed to answer, was yes, we are doing our best to attribute the individual resource ELCCs at the time that they would be added to the system, but those are not going to be steady state.
So just to make sure I understand your response, those ELCC values reflect the marginal effective load carrying capability of those individual resources only for that particular study year addressed by PNM in this case, which is 2023.
Those reflect the marginal ELCCs of those resources at the time they're coming in. And those ELCCs will change going forward depending on what other changes to the system occur, including different resources, different load patterns. A number of different things can affect the ELCC.
And the time they're coming in is 2023.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I have no further questions.
Mr. Phillips, before I turn you over to somebody else, I want to just ask at the broadest level, the argument, or as I understand what's going on in this proceeding, is that somehow or another, the modeling that was done failed in some way to account for the sort of flexibility a resource like the Valencia resource would provide. Explain how either that is true or false.
So when we conducted our Servum reliability analysis, as well as when we conduct our Encompass analysis, all of the resources that we model, all of the flexibility attributes that are part of those resources are taken into consideration. So ramp rates, minimum uptimes, minimum downtimes, minimum loads, time to start, all of those are considered for the resources that we're modeling. The way that I understand what's going on here is that it's really the fact that we didn't model the Valencia resource, and there were specific reasons why we didn't model the Valencia PPA extension. The most important being is that the offer that came in didn't provide the incremental capacity to the system until 2028, and there was no other bids that came in 2028 that would have a competitive price against what Valencia was offering. So to conduct that analysis would be prejudicial to our customers, would be an unfair evaluation. There might be a better deal out there. Now, when we're looking at the resources that we're adding, all of those are adding flexibility to the system, all of the storage devices. And so they are increasing the flexibility of the system. And so when we're doing our analysis and we're looking at making capacity additions, we're also looking at what the incremental flexibility that those are providing to the system are as well. And we've come up with a portfolio that meets the capacity requirements and is sufficiently flexible going forward.
Is it so? So one of the other arguments that I believe Mr. Spurgeon advances as a factual matter in his testimony is that somehow and I apologize, there's just so many abbreviations, it's difficult to keep track. That LOLH and I believe LOL, not cap, whatever the third one is, what wasn't sufficiently evaluated such that the commission can have sort of certainty that those resources are going to sufficiently answer the flexibility benefits that would attach to something like the Valencia resource. Can you talk about that?
Sure. So the LOLH is measuring not just a count of events, it's measuring the actual duration and hours that events would occur, where LOLE is counting the number of events would occur. So let's just make sure that there's a good understanding there. When we're looking at the flexibility of the system, if we look at a metric like LOLE flex, which again, it's calculated in every serve-em run that we do, it just wasn't presented because it wasn't a binding constraint. But the difference between, and this was in a response we gave to a discovery question by Mr. Throne, it's not in the record right now, but the difference between the LOLE flex between the technology neutral portfolio with or without Valencia having its extra flexibility in there was negligibly different. There was no meaningful difference. The difference in the flexibility of the portfolio between our no new combustion portfolio and our technology neutral portfolio was a difference of 1.2 events per year or 1.4 events per year. So we're talking about in a 5-minute window, not being able to meet the ramping criterion. And that can be solved in a number of different ways. We've got a reserve sharing group. We could increase operating reserves. We could lean, it's what's known as an ACE deviation, which is something that can be
I'm sorry, which is known as a
ACE deviation, capital ACE deviation, which is a metric for balancing areas to follow, load and generation matching. And that can be cured, again, with carrying additional operating reserves or allowing a little bit of a dip and then coming back within tolerance. So neither of the portfolios were, so far different in flexibility that we have to be worried about anything. We're at a point where the flexibility of the portfolio is being managed by the existing gas generation on the system, especially those aeroderivative turbines that we currently have, as well as the additional storage that's going to be coming on the system. So I think it's kind of a sideshow right now that we're spending so much time focusing on why wasn't this presented. It's not something that kicks a portfolio out, but it says to you, okay, well, maybe we need to carry a little bit more operating reserves, or how are we doing? And the portfolios are very, very similar in terms of the flexibility, and the additional flexibility that Valencia is proposing to provide based on a non-competitive bid doesn't do anything additional for the system.
And so I understand an underlying premise to what you've just said. I mean, I'm having this, I found Mr. Schlag's testimony very compelling and just interesting as a theoretical matter. How do you deal with the questions that arise with more renewable penetration? You do agree, it sounds like, that these flexibility questions are important.
Oh, absolutely. And storage is the most flexible thing out there. I mean, if we think about where our portfolio is going to be come the end of 2023, we're going to, if everything goes as requested, we're going to have like 640 megawatts of storage. So it can instantaneously go from a positive 640 to a negative 640. So that's almost 1,300 megawatts of flexibility range that could be responded to instantaneously if you go from a charging state to a discharging state.
But and just to sort of respond to kind of where Mr. Throne is going, I mean, just generally, I mean, of course, the commission has to be assured that PNM is considering all options. And I don't, well, I just want you to respond and just say, to the extent to which there are flexibility concerns that are going to concern cost, and how do we most effectively and in a cost-effective way make our system resilient and respond to flexibility needs? You're not telling us today that you're committed to one particular paradigm for all future RFPs, are you?
Absolutely not. As Mr. Schlag talked about, we're going to have to be holistic in the way we look at RFPs and new technologies that are coming on. But one thing that's clear from the analysis that we did is the solution is not this Valencia bid.
Well, and I guess my question even more generally is putting the commission has only so much interest in any particular resource, right? I frankly, I imagine the commissioners probably don't have a whole lot of concern there, but I think they do have a tremendous amount of concern that the RFPs and the way that they're conducted and the modeling that's done fairly contemplate all beneficial resources, right? Like that's essential. I mean, you have to agree with that, right?
Oh, absolutely. And that's why we have the 3-phase approach to make sure that we're looking at the best bids possible as we get into modeling.
Here's something I just want to ask you too quickly before I let anybody else talk. On your direct testimony at 35, if you could just turn there, that's these 4 boxes, and it's the no new combustion and then the technology neutral. When you get there, you'll recognize it. It's been asked about a good deal in this proceeding.
Yes, sir. I'm there with you.
Great. So one of the things I'm a little puzzled by, why does it appear as though the no new combustion portfolio emits more carbon dioxide than the technology neutral?
I mean, there's reasons why that might occur. For example, if you have some resources that are firm that could come on and come off really quickly, it may keep you from starting a different resource that has a minimum uptime that would have to continue producing carbon. So I'd have to go back through the exact details, but I suspect that's what's happening is by adding. And the other thing to keep in mind is these are 20-year numbers, right? So
Okay.
there's these additional combustion turbines and other things that come on later in the portfolio tails that aren't shown here. So later in time, when you have some of these additional firm but flexible resources coming on that aren't energy limited, they could keep you from having to run, say, a combined cycle at a must-run level or a higher level. So I have to go back and double check and see what that's going on, but I suspect that's what it is that the ability to provide short bursts of energy, but perhaps a little bit longer than the duration of a storage device can keep you from having to commit or decommit another resource that's emitting more carbon.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll stop there for now. We go to
Hearing
any
examiner?
Yes. Ms.
May I
Crum.
ask, I just have, just on one of your questions, may I ask Mr. Phillips a follow-up question?
Well, we need to go to, I'd like to, Mr. Theron, but I have to give the other parties their opportunity. So if we have time afterwards, we can do that, but I mean, that's not, I can't do that now. So Ms. Nanasi, you've requested 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Phillips. So that last question that the hearing examiner just asked you, what essentially you mean by that is that in the no new combustion, the reason why there's more CO2 emissions than the technology neutral is because there's more gas that will be used. Is that correct?
Again, as I stated, I would have to go back through the details and look specifically to try to identify the differences. One thing that could be occurring is that due to the resource composition and having some additional combustion turbines on the system, is that could be allowing the combined cycle assets to operate at a lower capacity factor due to the inter-operational effects between resources. It's a hypothesis. Again, I would have to go back and look certainly.
Okay. So I want to follow up on some of the very last questions that were asked of you about the ELCC in both the no new combustion and the technology neutral. So what I think I understand is that you said that, for instance, if we look at solar hybrid Hickoria, there's 100 in the first box, no new combustion, page 35, NLP 4. There's a megawatt capacity of 150 megawatts. And then you say that there's an ELCC of 10 megawatts. And that ELCC number is derived in 2023, and it's based on a stand-alone analysis of Hickory. Is that correct?
No.
Is it incorrect because it includes all the other solar that you already have in your portfolio?
ELCC, when you're trying to attribute ELCC to a specific resource, you're trying to say, well, what is the total ELCC given my system and the total bucket of that resource type, and then apportioning that down to the individual resource. So to try to make the point a little bit, you're looking at the top left box and you're pointing to that first line and you see the 150 nameplate versus the 10 ELCC. If you go down, still in that same box, but in the bottom half of that box, you'll see again the solar hybrid Hickory. It's the third entry on that next box.
I'm sorry, you'll see again in the solar, say it again?
The solar hybrid Hickory. It's the third line in the bottom half of that box.
Correct.
And you'll see there it says 150, but the ELCC is 8. It's the same resource, but because there's more solar coming on as a part of that, it decreases the ELCC for that individual resource.
Okay, I understand that. Thank you. But that Hickory, let's just talk about that Hickory resource for a second. That's basically an ELCC determination, whether it's the 10 or the 8, is based on that individual resource on top of the other solar that PNM has in its portfolio. Is that a correct statement?
Well, it's still just a piece of it because it's all of the other resources. It's the PNM load shape. It's the hours which present the most risk to serve customers. So it's all of these things, which all of those can change over time, right? But it's taking into account all of these different pieces of the system. How do they fit together? And then given that, what is the individual contribution to our load serving capacity of this one resource?
So are you saying that ELCC includes the interactive effects of the other resources on PNM system?
This specific one, it does, and I'm going to have to do air quotes here, kind of, because the ELCC calibration initially determines what the effective load carrying capability is of the existing system with all of the interactive effects. But then when we move up the marginal curves, it does not capture the marginal curves in the Encompass analysis, but it does then when we back check the portfolio results for reliability in the SERVM analysis. So this close in time to when the resources are added, that's going to be a very good approximation of the ELCC interactive effect. It's not going to be all the way there, but we don't want to lose focus of what the actual reliability requirement is. Reliability requirement is not ELCC, it's LOLE. And so the ELCC approximates the contribution to meet our desired LOLE metric. This approximation, then when we rerun it through SERVM and we get back to our desired target, says the approximation was good. We've met our actual requirement, which is LOLE.
Got it. Thank you.
Which then helps. I mean, because I just have to ask one question. You just said that. So from the LOLE, you then get to a planning reserve margin, right? But you need so much to ensure you get to the LOLE. I know it's sort of a fun foundational question, but I just want to make sure I understand.
No, it's a great question, and I appreciate that. So the relationship between LOLE or loss of load probability and the planning reserve margin, you're still trying to define what is the planning reserve margin, because planning reserve margin is just accounting. We're trying to determine, based on the accounting principles of ELCC and on-force capacity, what is the planning reserve margin that synchronizes us to our actual reliability requirement of LOLE.
Right.
And so, you kind of got this functionality aspect. Planning reserve margin is a function of, on-force capacity, ELCC, and the desired reliability metric. We calibrate this ahead of time. We put the approximation of planning reserve margin and the approximation of ELCC into our Encompass model. It designs an optimal portfolio. Then we back check on CERVM to say, was our approximation good? Does it still meet the 0.2?
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Sir, now I think that you said that when you make this approximation on the ELCC, that you use, I think you said, all the resources that are currently in this in PNM system. Is that correct?
So we start out with the existing PNM system.
Okay, that's what I just want to ask you about, that right there. So when you did that, did you include Valencia?
On the existing PNM system, yes, it's a part of the existing PNM system.
Okay, and did you also tell the model, but after 2028, you can't include Valencia?
Well, that's a difference in the way you would look at something. So I'll do my best to explain this quickly. So you have the existing system. You calibrate the existing system to your desired reliability metric. In this case, it's the 0.2, right?
Right.
And then as we increase the penetration levels of individual resource types, that's where we're coming up with our marginal ELCC curves. Those are then fed into Encompass, and those help us produce portfolios going forward. Now, you're not recalculating ELCC for 2029 or 2040. We're calculating marginal ELCC of resource tranches, resource types in different tranches, given the existing system. But when we rerun the LOLE analysis, it will capture all the synergistic effects. So, that's why it's this 3-step process.
I hear you, but what I want to know is, did you tell the model, like you told us that the ELCC, which then gets put into create the LOLE, I get that. But what you told me was that when you first calculated it, it did include all current resources on PNM system, which did include Valencia. Did you tell the system to take Valencia out in 2029? That's what I'm asking you.
And I'm saying that's not part of the analysis that's conducted. The portfolio analysis will recognize that the Valencia PPA expires in 2028 and has to be replaced with something at that point in time. In this case, it'll be generic placeholders because we're not looking at what to replace Valencia with. The determination of the marginal ELCC curves to determine the replacement portfolio in this case doesn't need to consider that Valencia might be coming out of the portfolio in 2028 because we're looking at what the requirements are for 2023.
Okay, but please, it does include the end of the PPA in 2028. Could you just answer that? Because I have just.
I thought I did. There's the ELCC analysis starts with the existing system today and builds marginal tranches given today. We're not starting with the system hypothetically what it's going to be in 2028 or 2029 because what do you use to fill in between? We're talking about what are we using to replace Palo Verde with today. That's what the focus of this is. Like, let's get these approved, right? So we're here today, and we're looking at ELCCs of the marginal resources used to support the decision we're making today.
And Ms. Nasi, I'll give you one more question. Your time's up, but I know you have one more question.
Okay, my question is, in the 195 UT case, PNM provided 4 different scenarios for the commission to consider for replacement power. Is that correct?
We presented 4 scenarios, yes.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Wait, one question. Can I get the case that you were referring to, Ms. Nanasi, one more time?
Yes, it's 19-00195-UT case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Beatles, you have 25 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Phillips.
Morning, Ms. Beatles.
So I'm going to start with a few questions about the live testimony that you provided today in response to Andrea Crane's bench request response. All right.
Absolutely.
You referred to workshops or information sessions where people showed up and no one asked questions. So were you referring to workshops or sessions within this docket, or were you referring back to the public advisory sessions that you conduct with your IRP?
I was specifically referring to the workshop that we were conducting in this, although the public advisory group is yet another venue where questions could be asked. Following I think it was my first supplemental testimony, the May 25th, where we provided the instruction manuals and posted the modeling data to venue, we had also committed to hosting a question and answer session. I forget the exact day that we did that, if it was early June or early July. But we hosted that session, and I believe when you were cross-examining Mr. Wintermental, he referenced this as well, where the session only lasted 10 minutes. There was really no questions asked.
Okay, I recall only one workshop directly related to this docket that was ordered by the hearing examiner. Do you recall others?
I would need to go back and check I think we're talking about the same one. We had committed through the number of different meetings that had occurred to discuss modeling, and had committed to doing a technical workshop, and that's the one that I'm referring to. I don't know if that's the one that you're referring to.
Yes, it is, but I guess what I'm trying to figure out is this morning you said that few people showed up and no one asked any questions at any of those information sessions in the plural. And I recalled only one. So do you recall more than one?
I only recall the one in this specific docket. I know that there was multiples in the 195 docket, as well as the public advisory group sessions for the IRP, but you are correct. In this docket, there was just the one.
Okay, thank you. And what about any information or explanatory material that PNM provided at that one workshop? And I'm not suggesting or implying that you had a legal obligation to do that, but I don't recall that any explanatory material was provided by PNM. Is that your recollection?
Well, I think I'm going to disagree a little bit, because the purpose of that workshop was to go over, any of the information that was provided at the request of folks, including the instruction manuals and other things that were attached to my supplemental testimony. So we were there to answer questions that arose based on the party's review of the modeling data and the instruction manuals. We did not prepare specific presentation materials.
Great. And with respect to the few number of questions that were asked of you at that workshop, have you considered, Mr. Phillips, that resource modeling and its related software may not be so intuitive to everybody else, and that's why the commission orders PNM to perform a reasonable number at the request of the parties?
I understand it's a complex subject and it's becoming more complex. I think that everybody who's going to participate has an obligation to try to get themselves as informed as possible.
So, but do you believe, because it's so complex, do you understand that because it's so complex, that's why the commission requires PNM to perform a reasonable number of scenarios at the request of the parties?
That's a hypothesis, sure. I don't know if I could speak for the commission.
Okay, so, but the commission does require you to perform a reasonable number of scenarios at the request of the parties, right?
Yes, there were modeling protocols that were approved by the hearing examiner in this case.
Yes, and so the commission doesn't tell PNM that they only have to model reasonable scenarios, right? They say model a reasonable number of scenarios, right?
I'd have to go back to the specific language that's in the modeling protocols. I believe there was, reference to a certain number of modeling requests. And part of the reason why we didn't want to get into this idea of reasonableness and what one party may think is reasonable or what one party may deem as being, a scenario that is plausible is why the sentence that's in there and parties agree to is that parties will submit requests by making changes to the databases so that we're not trying to guess what a party means by a specific request or specific sentence or determine what a party thinks is reasonable. They can make all the necessary changes to the databases and we can produce the results and there's no ambiguity about what was requested.
Yes, you sort of anticipated my next point. And that is you testified this morning upon questioning by your counsel that it's not helpful to the commission if there are scenarios modeling, if there's scenario modeling based on incorrect assumptions or a portfolio that wasn't technologically feasible. That's correct. And so you said that this morning, right?
Yeah, I mean, just as an example, if you were to put together a portfolio that doesn't meet the reliability metric, that doesn't provide any, meaningful information to the commission.
But it's not up to PNM to decide whether the particular scenario that a company's asking you to model includes incorrect assumptions.
Well, that's why the party is required to provide all of the data and assumptions for the modeling request that they're submitting.
Mm-hmm. So do you think, and that takes me to another question. So you say it's up to the parties to provide like all the inputs and assumptions. So, I mean, do you think it's reasonable for a party to do that without SurVM?
Well, if you took advantage of the software, you would be able to run it yourself.
Right, but the modeling runs that you're required to provide at the request of parties is at the party's option, and for those who don't have access to SurVM, right?
Well, all parties have access to SurVM. That's part of the modeling protocols, is that any party who would like access to the model will get access to the model and PNM will pay for it.
But if the party doesn't have the expertise and or the financial resources to pay for SurVM, then that's why PNM is ordered to run alternative scenarios at the party's request, right?
Well, there is no financial obligation to take access to SurVM, and if it's a matter of needing an expert to run it for you, for example, in the 13390 case, I was hired by both NM Area and the Water Utility Authority, and they split
And so
costs.
you were hired by who? I'm sorry.
By NM Area, and well, at that point in time, they were known as NMIEC and the Water Utility Authority, so that they could cost share for services to have somebody run models for them. In this case, it would be even more cost effective because now PNM pays for the model and instead of the individual parties paying for it.
But you do recognize that's up to the parties, right? Whether they want to access SurVM in that manner and run their own modeling or ask you to perform a scenario modeling for them.
Yes, that's an option to the parties.
Okay, thank you. So why didn't PNM perform the single modeling run that WRA requested in this case?
I think there's a number of reasons why. I mean, one is it wasn't going to provide, WRA did not submit the modified input databases to fully explain what they were asking for. I do know that Mr. O'Connell, who's with WRA, was in my position previously. He worked with Astropi going back to 2013. I would think that he's fully able to know what is needed for the model runs. The model run that was requested was only asking for a Palo Verde lease extension SurVM run for 2040. The leases are an irrevocable notice, so that's an assumption that is meaningless, right? We can't retain the leases. We did not run SurVM for 2040 in this case. We did in the IRP. Perhaps that would have been a better request through the IRP docket. But we only ran SERVM for 2023 in this case. There was no definition of what the other resources that would have been in the portfolio would have been, by changing out the replacement portfolio and adding in the leases. So, I mean, there was just a ton of missing information for a scenario that wasn't going to provide any incremental value to the commission in making a determination in this case about whether or not to approve replacement resources that come in 2023.
But it's up to the commission to determine whether it provides any incremental value to them, right?
I mean, I can't speak for the commission.
Okay, so I believe you testified in response to questions from your counsel this morning that Andrea Crane was wrong and that there's a very strong link between modeling for the IRP and modeling for replacement resources. Do you remember your response?
I did, and I pointed to a specific sentence in one of her responses to the bench request, pointing out that the IRP framework stood as the basis for what we then used in this case.
So if that's the case, why was part of your objection to WRA's modeling run based on the fact that SERVM was set up to model the long-term impact of certain assumptions only for the IRP, and SERVM was not set up for that in this docket?
Because there still were things that were missing between what was done in the IRP versus what was done in this case. I mean, the most simple example to understand is that in the IRP for 2040, there was a generic set of replacement resources that would have come in the portfolio for the IRP analysis, where we have a specific set of replacement resources that came in as a result of this RFP. Those are going to lead to different constituents in the portfolio in 2040, regardless of whether the leases, if the leases are out. And then if you put the leases back in, you've got to change that portfolio again yet still. So there was no information provided to us in the request that would say, what is the constituents of the portfolio in 2040?
So, well, let's just refer to that exhibit. You have access to those, right? WRA Exhibit 1.
Yeah, let me get it here.
Okay, and so that is, let me know when you're there, and please refer to WRA's.
I think I am there. Which page of the exhibit?
Page, well, the page of the document, not the PDF format. Page 5, WRA 2-05.
Is that the objection in response to WRA request 2-04?
Well, I am actually referring you to 2-05, starting at the bottom of page 5 of 7.
Okay, I'm here with you.
Okay, so, and you see that in bold, we started the request off as labeled as a modeling request, right?
Correct.
And we essentially asked PNM to model a portfolio that retained Palo Verde, right?
Yes.
And so on the next page, you said, not saying you personally, but PNM explains its objections. One is that we should modify the input databases, and 2, that SERVM setup was limited. Is that right?
I'm paraphrasing, yes.
Okay, thank you. And so, like, really, would there have been that much more involved to set up SERVM in this docket, similarly to how it was set up in the IRP docket, such that, I mean, is there that much of a difference such that it's not reasonable to ask you to model that scenario?
I don't think that it was reasonable to model a scenario that is completely impossible to occur in reality.
Well, again, I mean, assuming that that's not PNM's call to make, that we're requesting that you model that scenario.
And that's
And-
why the basis
And
of the
my
objection
question
here.
is, what is the degree or extent of difficulty in setting up SERV-M for a different time horizon?
I mean, SERV-M is only run in discrete years. So for the Palo Verde case, we only had the 2023 year set up to run fully. In order to run a 2040 year, you would either have to go to the IRP database and modify everything from 2040 to match up with something in this docket, or you've got to take the 2023 year that has things for this docket, make assumptions about the additional resources that would come in by 2040, and then also add in things like the load forecast, the natural gas forecast, all of those things that represent the entire system. So, there's going to be work to do, whether you go from, point A to point C or point B to point C, because point C was never created. And it's a request that was, again, 100% impossible to occur in reality. The leases are irrevocable return notice. We can't go back and keep them in the portfolio. And so if you wanted to do this, unreasonable request, provide the data for us to do it and we'll run it. But I mean, I'm not going to go and waste my time doing something that does not provide value.
Before I ask my next question, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I move the admission of WRA Exhibit 1.
Any objections?
No objection from PNM.
All right,
Thank you.
so we'll make WRA 1.
And Mr. Phillips, could you please refer to the SERV-M user guide that's attached to your supplemental testimony dated May 24?
Sure, let me get there. Okay.
And I'm looking at, I don't know what pagination you want me to rely on. In the upper right-hand corner of your supplemental testimony, it's page 9 of 262. So I am going to be referring you to SERV-M user guide version 7.59 by Astrape. And in the lower right-hand corner of the user guide, it's page 8.
Okay, I'm here with you.
Thank you. Okay, so you see the header, capital B, configuration file and database setup, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you there, Mr. Hearing Examiner? Or
I am, yes.
should I just go on? Okay. And the first sentence says that the model stores all inputs and outputs in a Microsoft SQL database, right? You see that?
Yes, I do.
And SQL, generally speaking, is a language that's used to communicate with the database.
It's an acronym for Structured Query Language.
Yes, and it is used to communicate with the database, right?
Yes, it's in essence a programming language that allows a user to communicate with a relational database.
Okay, so and would you, all inputs and outputs comprise the database that's stored in SQL, or that is, wait, what, I'm sorry, the database language is SQL, and that is where all model inputs and outputs are stored. Is that an accurate way to say that?
So, yeah, I mean, the relational database is the back end to SERV-M. SQL is what is used internally to communicate between the computation software and the data in the database. Data can be managed and imported and exported from the SQL relational database in a number of different formats, such as comma separated value, text files, etc.
I'm sorry, such as?
Such as
Comma?
comma separated value, text files, or other things like that.
Yes, so I'm I mean, you understand that I'm probing the reasonableness of requiring parties who ask you to model a particular scenario, the reasonableness of requiring them to provide you an entire modified input database. You understand that's what I'm probing, right?
I mean, I do now. Again, this was a modeling protocol that was agreed to by the parties, including WRA. They didn't have any objections to this language when it was agreed upon. The inputs for the Serva model that were provided on Venue were a data dump from the database and provided in a CSV format and could have been modified using Excel and sent back to us.
And you're saying that we had no objection. No objection to the modeling access that was eventually adopted and ordered by the commission, right?
Correct.
And that requires you to perform a reasonable number of scenarios for each party on request, right?
Including providing the database assumptions.
Well, I don't know that that is completely true, but you know, you're the one who's under oath, so I'll leave it at that for now because I need to get to my next point. So if a database in SQL is made up of a collection of tables that store a specific set of structured data, is that right?
Yes, data is stored in tables within the SQL Server database and has relationships between the tables that the query language allows you to pull from.
And so wouldn't SQL be needed? Wouldn't SQL be needed to extract the data from the database?
We had already extracted the data from the database and provided it on Venue in comma separated value format.
Okay, and how large were those files that you provided?
I don't know the size of the files off the top of my head.
Would you say they were massive?
I don't believe that they were massive. I'd have to go back and look, but I think that they were, on the order of, a megabyte or less.
And how many different, in order to give you a modified input database, I mean, can you give me a sense of the number of inputs that a party such as WRA would have had to sift through? And like, did you literally want a list of every single input that we should use in this alternative simulation?
I mean, it depends on what the simulation request is in terms of how many different inputs would need to be changed. If you wanted to say change the max capacity of unit A from 100 to 150, it's a matter of a single input. If you're talking about creating an entire new study year, yes, there's going to be a lot of data that needs to be supplied.
Ms. Beatles, just note you've got about 2.5 minutes left, just FYI.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. So, I mean, what about WRA's request that you leave in Palo Verde and remove the replacement resources proposed in this case? Why was that not a reason in your mind? Like, why was that enough? Why was that not enough information for you to perform the model we requested?
I mean, again, going to the simple example I started out with, when you make a change in the resource portfolio in 2023, it's going to propagate through and have changes in 2040. When you said leave in the replacement or leave in the leases and you take out the replacement resources, there's still other changes that are going to propagate through and manifest for 2040. That information wasn't supplied.
So let me ask you one more question, given that I have such limited time. Well, two. One is, can PNM commit today to provide at least the same modeling access that was ordered in this case and in the San Juan replacement case in its next replacement case?
I would need to check with my legal counsel and other folks before PNM could make that commitment.
Mm-hmm. And why didn't PNM analyze the long-term impact on system reliability of giving up Palo Verde before it made the decision to do so?
There's going to be a number of things that can, so one is the leases required a notice of either attempting to purchase them or returning those leases. We conducted an analysis that showed that there could be cost savings to customers by returning the leases. At each point in time along the way, we are going to be able to make additional changes to the system to maintain resource adequacy and ultimately a reliable system for providing safe and cost-effective power. So the reason why we look at a single study year for LOLE, for example, is we need to make sure that when we take out the leases and we put in the new resources, that the system meets our reliability requirements. Analyzing what might happen in 2040, when we don't know what additional changes are going to be made to the system, but we do know that anytime we make a change to the system, we have yet another opportunity to keep the system safe and reliable. We're going to be able to keep it safe and reliable as we go along the way. Putting in a hypothetical portfolio in 2040 and saying keeping the Palo Verde leases in leads to some nondescript portfolio, and it somehow is more reliable than another portfolio. It's not really that meaningful. It's nice to know, from the IRP perspective, hey, are our assumptions that we put in and we get to 2040, are we able to maintain our reliability metrics? But when we're trying to determine what is important as we move forward with concrete resource assumptions, we will always maintain our resource adequacy and our reliability metrics and at each step along the way.
But if you would have retained Palo Verde, you would have had capacity to fill in that need that is reflected in Nick Wintermantle's testimony, Exhibit NW-2. Is that correct?
Which, let me get there with you. So
My time's probably up. This is
Yeah, it is up. I was going to let you have that last question if you wish, Ms. Beatles.
Okay, and this is my last question. So it is PNM Exhibit NW-2. So this is Nick Wintermantle's April 2nd testimony. And if you look at pages 36 and 37 of the report on PRM and ELCC analysis prepared by Nick Wintermantle and Chase Winkler of Estrape.
Okay, you're talking about table 13?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So if you had retained Palo Verde, you would have had sufficient capacity to address those shortfalls that are highlighted, to satisfy those shortfalls or avoid those shortfalls, let me put it that way, that are highlighted in 2025 and 2040. Is that right?
No, that's not understanding the information provided in these tables correctly.
Well, wouldn't, to the extent that you have shortfalls.
So what these tables show is the relative loss of load risk for a couple of different scenarios. Now, for example, if we look at the tables on page 36, this is indicating where in time, both by hour of the day and month of the year, we are most likely to experience loss of load events. However, if you turn back to the previous page and you look at what the actual LOLE metrics are in table 12, it shows that the portfolio meets the requisite loss of load requirements. So yes, no portfolio is going to be 100% reliable. You set a reliability metric and you say there's a certain level of risk that's inherent within any portfolio. These tables on page 36 are just showing where that risk is. It's not saying that there's going to be loss of load.
But my question was whether Palo Verde capacity would affect those risk levels that are.
And so after you answer this question, we have to move on. So go ahead, Mr.
So my
Phillips.
question is whether retaining Palo Verde capacity would have affected those risk levels that are reflected in table 13.
I don't think so.
I
Okay.
can go on, but
No, we can keep going. So we have to move on. All right. So now we'll go to the Attorney General. You asked for 5 minutes initially, and we've asked an additional 5 in light of the bench request. So I'll give you the 10 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Gedko.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Phillips.
Good afternoon. Oh, is it afternoon already?
It is.
It is.
So You have a couple master's degrees, right? Is that, I reviewed your CV.
Yes, sir,
Right.
that's correct.
Nice. So those are advanced degrees. Do you ever attempt to solve, or have you had to attempt to solve difficult problems in a certain way and maybe not succeed on the first try?
All the time.
So then do you ever take a second approach to try to solve that problem, having learned from your initial failure?
Yes.
So when you were talking to Mr. Alvidrez this morning, do you recall that you expressed concern about the time being used to discuss modeling in this case?
The timing used to discuss modeling in this case, could you
The amount of
clarify?
time that we were taking time to discuss modeling and how it would be performed both now and in the future.
Yes, I was trying to make the point that we don't need to decide all of these issues today. They're going to be ripe in the next case. You know, everybody's free to argue whatever position they want, and we're not seeking any precedent coming out of here. In fact, in my testimony, I talk about that, you know, we are going to be doing some things a little bit different in the next case. For example, moving to a 0.1 LOLE versus a 0.2. You know, the most important thing as we sit here today is approving these resources so we can get them online.
Okay, so, all right, you just said, okay, we don't need to worry about precedent. Okay. Okay, on page 28 of your rebuttal testimony, that's PNM Exhibit 10.
Give me. Sorry, the binders are pretty big. Okay, on page 28, you said?
Right.
Okay, I'm here with you.
All right, there's a question there. It says, how do you respond to OEH's final recommendation regarding the need for a new modeling proposal to govern access to modeling in future procurement proceedings? Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay, and then jumping down to your answer, you take some time there and you say, I note that OEH agreed to the current protocols for modeling access in case number 19-00195 UT and did not contest the sections of the modeling access protocols that Mr. Spurgeon now attempts to revisit. Is that correct?
Yes, you've read that correctly.
So would we be making reference there in that answer? Would you have been making reference to the idea that perhaps we established protocols which might be interpreted as precedent in a previous case, and that affects how we answer a question with respect to whether we change our modeling for the current case or future cases?
I was making that statement because the hearing examiner carried forward the same modeling protocols from that case into this case. It was not referencing that PNM is taking that to be precedent. It was the fact that it is currently what was approved by the commission for that case and this case.
Okay, so we're saying we have to use modeling that we established in a previous case for the current case, correct?
So in a number of meetings that were held, status conferences, I think they were referred to, parties under hearing examiner Glick came together and talked about modeling access. And different parties made different, I'm going to say, pitches. And ultimately, hearing examiner Glick said, no, we're not going to reinvent the wheel. We're going to stick with what we did before.
Okay, and do you recall when Mr. Ryan, the hearing examiner, was questioning you earlier this morning, and he made reference to what I wrote down as an unsettled RFP process and how that is a matter that is developing. Do you recall that?
I recall, I think he was asking that of Mr. Schlog.
Okay, and okay, that's all I have on that. The next thing I want to ask about is, and this came up earlier too, is you testified that there's two more individuals that work under you and help you with modeling. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so then turn one page on your rebuttal testimony there to page 29.
Okay.
And you make a statement there, PNM would encourage more parties to take the time to learn the software and run the models themselves, correct?
Yes, I also had made that comment to Ms. Glick when we were going through the status conferences.
Okay, do you know the budget of the utilities division of the office, the New Mexico office of the Attorney General?
I do not.
So do you think you have complete knowledge that would permit you to advise the Attorney General on how to use its resources?
No, I don't have the ability to advise them. My point is that I think the process will be better if more parties take the time to become as informed as possible on these issues.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Here's switching gears a little bit. Earlier in the hearing, I asked Mr. Falgren about some investments that were made in Luna in 2018, 2019, and 2020. Are you aware of those investments that were made, the CapEx expenditures?
I'm generally aware of them, and I remember the question asked to Mr. Falgren. I'll do my best to answer. I don't know what they specific investments were for, if that's where you're going.
Yeah, well, yeah. So we'll see. You could just say yes or no to this one, and I'm prepared to move on. But do you know if those investments extended the life of Luna?
I'm going to say I don't know specifically. What I would say is that generally, in order to keep a unit operating, even up until its scheduled service life, you have to make investments in that unit. So it may not have.
That's why I asked it specifically. Do you know whether it extended the life of Luna?
And I don't believe there's been any decision made to extend the life of Luna beyond what its anticipated service life was. But these investments would be necessary to keep it operational through its existing service life.
Okay. All right, then the last one I'm a little bit more fishy on. And it kind of goes back to when I was in a different world and helping run a business. And when technology changed, we would kind of readdress some contracts that we had. And so in this case, I keep seeing this thing where, and you just spoke about it a lot, was that you address resource capacity needs that are immediate. And in this case, that deals with immediate resource needs in 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, in this
a
case.
fair summation. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your question or comment.
Yeah, I interrupted. I'm sorry. I said, is that a fair summation?
Yes, the purpose of this case was to determine replacements for the least capacity that would be exiting PNM system in 2023 and 2024.
So since you have to address things in such an immediate manner, but there's a future out there, just in your general work, do you deal with the idea that there's prognostications of what needs are going to be in the future? Just very generally, you have a vision towards the future?
Even with my two master's degree, I'm going to have to ask you what prognostication means.
Well, do you kind of make predictions in your head of, well, probably on paper even, of where the energy needs of the state are going over the next 5 years, 10 years, just generally?
Generally, yes. I mean, we will have to know, get an idea of what our load forecast is, and it's the changes in that load forecast that will drive resource needs generally over time, absent a resource coming offline. When determining, what we might want to do about meeting those needs, a lot will have to do with the lead time for resources as well. And so, for example, if a pumped hydro were to become available, but that takes 10 years to develop, we may have to make decision now if we want that resource online by 2031. On the other hand, if the resources that are being used have a shorter lead time to develop, you can wait until you've got more certain information going into that decision-making process.
All right,
Was
so
it
then
10
my
minutes,
very
Mr.
last
Getko?
question-
If you have one more question, Mr. Getko, you're free to ask it, but that was the 10 minutes. So I'll give you one more question.
Thank you. So, Mr. Phillips, when you have to deal with such an immediate need, I mean, we're almost in 2022. We're talking about a need for 2023, but you know there's a future out there that your decisions could affect. Do you ever feel like you wish you could make an analysis that looked farther into the future as to the effect the immediate decision that you're making? Do you ever get a little frustrated, like, boy, I wish I could see and incorporate more of the future?
So, I mean, I do wish I had a perfect crystal ball. We take as much information as we know today, both about near and long-term expectations of the system into account when we're making our decisions. If I knew, for example, that hydrogen was going to be readily available and economic in 2040, that would sure make this no new combustion versus technology neutral kind of dual path a little bit simpler.
Yes, I understand. Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Just before we turn this over to Ms. Lynch, I have one just follow-up question. It's mostly just your rebuttal testimony. It's not necessarily directly related, but I just want to ask this one. So Mr. Phillips, if I understood correctly from Mr. Falgren, the core objection to the Valencia proposal was that it did not provide incremental capacity. In other words, you guys already have the PPA, you're not getting something new with the proposal. Is that basically correct?
That's the core issue at hand with the way the bid was offered in, yes.
And then in your rebuttal, you say you guys did perform certain simulation at Onward's request, and this is at page 23. It's not important that you read along. It's going to be a very general question. You did provide certain simulations which show that LOLE remains unchanged in 2023 when the additional flexibility is modeled. And I guess I'm just wondering why. Why did, if they were out, why do anything further?
Why model them?
Yeah, at all. They're down in the water anyway. I mean, it just feels kind of inconsistent on some basic level. And maybe you can help me understand. Were you just trying to be helpful or sort of work with the party? Was that what was going on?
It was a commitment that had been agreed to by PNM through the merger stipulation, the proposed merger stipulation. And given that the merger was still being heard, we don't know the outcome, but it had to be done immediately in order to meet that agreement between PNM and OEH. We went ahead and did it.
You did, okay. I'm not trying to ask a trick question. I just really am curious, like if the bid didn't meet some fundamental requirement, it seemed at that point you could just stop and like, well, we're not going to do anything else, but it sounds like you had other obligations based on other commitments.
Correct. I mean, it was a non-informative analysis, mainly because it doesn't compare against other competitive bids for delivery in 2028. We labeled it as meaningless. I know OEH didn't like the fact that we called it meaningless, but it's my opinion that it was, but it was a commitment that we had made to do for them. So we did it.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Ms. Lynch, are you there?
Can you hear me?
We can.
I'm not sure what's happened with my camera. So it's gone out.
Well, I mean, I have no objection to you participating by phone. I mean, these things do happen. I'm assuming no other parties would mind if Ms. Lynch asks questions without video. Okay, I'm seeing heads shaking. So Ms. Lynch, if you want to use your 5 minutes, I'm happy to give it to you. You can just, technology is technology, we understand.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Good to meet you, Mr. Phillips.
Good
I'm
afternoon.
Kara Lynch, attorney for CCAE. I just have a few questions. I hope we can answer them in the time provided. I am wondering, did PNM run a model run for any of the parties in this matter?
Yes, we just discussed the model runs that were conducted for OEH.
And how many runs were made total?
I believe 3, subject to check. Well, 3 3 Encompass runs and 3 corresponding Servum runs. So I guess 6 total.
Okay, thank you. How many runs were made per party that requested a run?
The only other party I recall that requested a run was WRA. And as we discussed with Ms. Beatles, PNM objected to those requests.
Okay. So there were 2 total requests made by parties?
I believe Onward actually made a subsequent request outside of what was agreed to in the merger stipulation, and similar to the objections noted for WRA's request for lack of providing the modified databases. PNM had objected to those additional Onward runs for the same reasons.
Okay. So in this matter, under the agreement, parties had to provide PNM all data inputs and assumptions for any model run, correct?
They had to provide, changes to the input databases that were uploaded to the venue document sharing system, such that, all of the input assumptions or changes to a specific scenario were defined by the party. So, as an example, if they just wanted to change the operating capacity for unit X from 100 to 150 megawatts, that could have been done, with a single, row of Excel changes. If they wanted to make, a significant number of changes based on a completely new scenario that hadn't been run before, that would have required more work.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, WRA's request was not modeled by PNM because the requisite inputs and data were not provided. Is that correct?
Correct, along with the other reasons that I had discussed with Ms. Beatles.
So my question for you is, could PNM have provided this requisite information for WRA to model a run?
I believe that the majority of it was already provided in the venue inputs. There was a little bit of information that WRA would have had to do additional work or request additional modeling runs in order to properly characterize specifically the changes to the resource portfolio in 2040 beyond just the change of the Palo Verde leases being extended as opposed to coming out. There's specific information there that would have required likely an Encompass run, which was not requested by WRA in order to.
Okay, that's sufficient. Could PNM have provided this information to WRA so that a correction could have been made in a timely fashion for PNM to run the model?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Could PNM have provided the necessary or requisite information to WRA for WRA to correct its request for PNM to run the model?
I'm not sure what you mean by us provide the information to them. It's incumbent upon the requesting party per the modeling protocols for them to provide the necessary information to us.
So at PNM, who determines the data inputs and assumptions for PNM model runs in this matter?
Make sure I understand. So when we were putting together our case and putting together all of the information used in our own modeling, who determines what information to use?
Yes.
It comes from all different operating units within the company.
Who specifically in this case determined the inputs and the assumptions?
And what I'm saying is that those are determined by multiple people. I get information.
Okay, thank you. So those individuals
Mr. Hearing Examiner,
that you're
I
referring
have to
to.
object, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Ms. Lynch is cutting off the witness, and he should be allowed to fully respond to the questions that she's posing.
Okay, so Ms. Lynch, you've run out of time, but I'll give you one last question, and we'll just end it there. So you can re-ask your question.
I actually was kind of I was working towards a final conclusory question. Can I go ahead and move on
Yeah.
to that one?
Just
Okay, Mr. Phillips, in your opinion, can just anyone determine data inputs and assumptions for a model run? Or, in your opinion, is a certain level of expertise needed to determine the inputs and assumptions for a successful model run?
For a successful model run, I'm going to interpret that to mean to be one that is reasonably plausible, doesn't violate, certain laws of physics or other things. I mean, I think that you have to have some understanding and expertise of power systems, generation assets, things of that nature, in order to make sure that you're doing something that's physically possible.
So PNM procures that in-house expertise, correct?
PNM procures that in-house expertise through my department and others here. CCAE, for example, procured that necessary expertise in the 19-00195 case by contracting with consultants to aid them in their modeling that they were successful in that case.
okay. Thank you, Ms. Lynch.
Thank you.
Mr. Phillips, before anybody else, we're gonna have to wrap this up, but I want to ask one final question. At Mr. Spurgeon's testimony at page 80, and I don't need you to look at it with me, but I'm just giving you context for the question I'm going to ask. He says it's his testimony. He's responding to this question. Did PNM explain in its direct testimony why it did not present any LOLE flex or LOLH modeling analysis or measurements using SURVEM? And that goes on. I guess what I want to really understand, and you said some stuff earlier, and I just want to make sure I'm clear about this. So was LOLE flex and LOLH modeling done in this case? And can you just help me understand whether this question is what is this the premise of this question correct or not?
So we did not present the results of the LOLH or LOLE flex analysis in our direct testimony. It is a standard output of all of the SURVEM analysis that was done. So it exists. We did not present it in our direct testimony. We explained why in our rebuttal testimony, but it was considered throughout the modeling process.
And can you reiterate what it is you said about it? I mean, is it just because the flexibility benefits of Valencia? I'm trying to remember your rebuttal testimony, but maybe you can just shortcut that for me. What is it that you said?
Well, the portfolios we thought were sufficiently flexible given the amount of storage and other gas resources on the system, and given the commission's recommended decision that was adopted in the 19195-UT case that kind of said, we don't need to look at flex, it's not binding. The focus should be on LOLE cap. We chose to internally look at flex, but only present information to the commission that it had stated was most useful in its making decisions.
Okay, so I won't ask further. I understand what you said. I could ask you a million questions, so I won't go further. Mr. Throne, you attempted to interject earlier, and you said you had follow-up questions based on my question.
Yes,
I'm willing to entertain a few questions, but we've got a break for lunch and move on. So if you want to be quick.
Understood. You just get back to where you were, if I would. Okay. I just want to make sure I heard Mr. Phillips. One of your responses to your examiner's questions correctly. And I think it also relates to the response you just made. Did I hear correctly that you responded that PNM believed that its portfolio that's proposed in this case meets not only its 2023 flexibility requirements, but also its flexibility requirements beyond 2023?
I don't think that's what I stated. I think that what I stated was that the 2023 analysis shows sufficient flexibility and sufficient capacity to meet our reliability requirements. We will continue to monitor that going forward. Based on the best information we have at this point in time, I would not expect any degradation of the reliability aspects of the portfolio in the near term.
So, do you recall there's testimony by Mr. Schlag and, for instance, about the fact that commission approval of the resources proposed by PNM in this case will have implications on the types of resources PNM may need to ensure reliability going forward after this case? Is that your understanding?
I generally remember a statement like that in Mr. Schlag's testimony.
And would you agree with me that that PNM's analysis in this case does not address the flexibility implications of commission approval of the resources proposed in this case for any years after 2023?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I object. I object, Mr. Hearing Examiner. This is Rick Alvidrez. We're not doing follow-up to your questions. He's now thought of new questions based on examination by Mr. Schlag. Time is scarce in this case, and the opportunity for recross should be quite limited. And I do have some redirect.
Yeah, no, I understand. So I'll overrule that objection only because I want to hear the answer to it, because I think it's useful to me, the fact finder here. I understand the nature of the objection. You've made it for the record. So if Mr. Phillips, do you need him to restate the question?
If you don't mind.
Yes, it's correct, is it not, that the modeling analysis provided by PNM in this case regarding reliability for the year 2023 does not inform the commission about the implications in terms of resource flexibility that PNM may need after 2023.
I'll disagree with that. The way that the analysis is conducted, we focus the specific loss of load probability analysis in 2023, but given the calibration of the model and the fact that Encompass was run out through 2040 or 2041, maybe in this case, or 2040, I mean, it does take into account the flexibility of the system going forward. We know what types of resources generically are being added, but the point of this analysis is to focus in on the specific resources that are under consideration here today.
Well, understanding that you have stated that you disagree, but it's true, is it not, that the commission, that PNM has not provided the commission with any reliability metrics or analysis in this case of the implications of its approval of the proposed resources for any year beyond 2023.
And again, I'm saying that is wrong. We did provide resource adequacy metrics in the form of ELCC and planning reserve margin for each year of the Encompass runs, and through 2040 or 2041, I forget what the last year that we examined was. We only ran SURVEM for 2023, but due to the way that we calibrated the models together and ensured the near-term calibrations, we are quite confident that going forward, that as we make changes to the system, we're going to maintain reliability.
And then turning to a question, and again, I believe this also came up in further questions by the hearing examiner. And also I think Ms. Benassi may have asked this, but let me just clarify this. In terms of your models, it's correct, is it not, that in both the 2020 PNM IRP and in the modeling that you used for both Encompass and SURVEM in this case, the model assumes that beyond 2027, the capacity currently provided by the Valencia facility is no longer on PNM system?
The assumption for all PPAs that expire within the planning horizon is that those PPAs expire and are replaced with generic resources going forward. As we indicated in the IRP, if you look at when the Valencia PPA expires, in a technology neutral world, it is replaced by natural gas resources. This serves as the basis that if a competitive bid is offered in when we look at replacing Valencia for a Valencia extension, it will be considered and it could become a part of the portfolio going forward.
So the answer to my question is yes, correct?
Your resource was treated consistent with, for example, I think it's the Red Mesa wind PPA that expires in 2036, which is assumed to come out and gets replaced as well.
No, and so in the case of your model, the assumption is simply that the PPA, the Valencia PPA expires even though it expires in May of 2022, all of your modeling assumes, if you looked at your modeling, for instance, in their IRP, that there's no capacity being made available beyond 2027 from that facility.
I object.
Yeah,
the
we're well off
Valencia
the track. Yeah. Sorry, Mr.
PPA,
Alvidrez.
and the PPA doesn't expire in 2022.
I thought it's the same thing myself, actually.
I'm sorry, it expires in May of 2028, if I misstated that. Let me.
I think we're well off the beaten path here, Mr. Throne. I mean, we're getting into, this is Mr. Alvidrez, let's turn to you, sir. I gave you 5 minutes, Mr. Throne.
Thank you.
For redirect, and then we're going to break for lunch.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. In your examination with the hearing examiner, you made reference to an all resource RFP. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain what that is?
An all resource RFP seeks offers from the market, whether it's through a PPA bid, an energy engineering, procure and construct, or other bid types that could be offered for any resource type available that would meet the instructions of the RFP. So it could be natural gas resources, renewable resources, energy storage resources, demand response resources, or other technologies maybe that we don't know about, but it's a non-limiting or non-binding type of open-ended RFP.
And what type of RFP was issued to support the proposed resources in this case?
It was an all-source RFP.
Now, in terms of the Valencia facility and its expiration in May of 2028, would PNM consider bids for an extension of the Valencia PPA or a new PPA at a time more close to the expiration date?
Yes, we would.
Do you see any problems with committing the company today for an extension of the Valencia PPA into 2039 as had been proposed?
I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope of what was certainly my examination of this witness, and at this point they're just trying to supplement the rebuttal testimony.
I will overrule it because there's a question that I have. I'll tell you what the question I have is did the decisions here have any impact on any other resource provider but Valencia?
Other resources were screened out for other reasons. I think Valencia was the only bid that was screened out for not providing capacity in 2023, but it was only resource that was offered in that didn't provide capacity in 2023.
Because there's a subtext of your testimony, Mr. Phillips. It says we're here because these folks didn't get what they want, and I legitimately wondered, okay, is that really what's going on? And so I'm just wondering. So Mr. Alvidrez, continue on with your line of questioning. I think it's fair. It's thoughts that I'm having in my head. So
yeah. My question was, do you see any potential problems in committing to an extension of the Valencia PPA now as opposed to waiting to a later time?
Absolutely. The PPA that's currently out there, not expiring until 2028, provides us additional time between now and then to learn more about what the state of the system and what potential replacement costs are going to be. Acting on that prior to when we have to just forces us to forego the opportunity to consider all information at the point in time when we actually have to make that decision. It could be bad news for our customers.
Let me ask you this question. Sorry, Mr. Alvidrez, I'll give you more time, but let me ask you this question this way. This is what I really was sort of in my head. We're here because allegedly there's something wrong with the modeling. Okay, to your knowledge, I mean, and maybe this answer is obvious, but you can just confirm. I mean, are there other folks who participated in this RFP who are adamant that the modeling is incorrect?
Not as far as I'm aware.
I mean, and so if we're left with, I mean, and then the other stranger thing too is that if it's the modeling is so wrong, how is the resource procurement correct? Right? Like, I don't understand that divide either. Can you comment on that in any way, Mr. Phillips?
And I don't understand it either. Everybody is here today saying the analysis was good enough to let's approve these resources, but somehow it was so bad we've got to change everything going forward. And I just don't get it. You know, here's my offer. You know, if PNM needs to conduct some additional workshops and talk to folks, I'm happy to do that. I think it's better to get folks more informed and you know, whether it's the staff, whether it's stakeholders, whether it's hearing examiners, you know, let's get it right. There's nothing that we need to do here today about the modeling assumptions. You know, that's all right going forward into the next case. We just need to prove the resources here. But if we want to have a series of workshops, if you want me to come and make some presentations, you know, I'm happy to give my time to try to get through these issues and get folks to where they understand things, because I don't think it's as complex as it's being made out to be. It's a complex subject, but, you know, if we spend time with it, we can understand it. I think the problem is that, you know, most folks just haven't really spent the time, and let's figure out how we can do that together.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Alvidrez.
Oh, no, those
Go ahead.
are insightful questions. Turning to some questions by WRA's attorney, Ms. Beatles, she explored with you her perception of difficulties in changing inputs so that modeling could be run. But let me ask, are you aware of any in-house capabilities that WRA has with regard to modeling expertise?
Absolutely.
I object to that. That is not an issue in this proceeding, and it's not relevant.
And could you repeat the question, Mr. Alvidrez?
And it also
Yes.
is not in the record.
Well, it's going to be in the record. If Mr. Phillips gets to answer the question, Ms. Beatles was talking about how difficult, how she's characterized as difficult to change the inputs to get modeling done. And I asked the witness if he's aware whether WRA has in-house modeling expertise.
I think it's a fair question, Ms. Beatles. I mean, he's sort of attacking your underlying premise, right? Like, so I'll overrule the objection. Mr. Phillips, you can go ahead and answer.
Yes, Mr. Patrick O'Connell, who is formerly the Director of Resource Planning at PNM, is now employed by WRA and had submitted testimony in the 19-00195-UT case on behalf of WRA. He was the one, as I understand it, who originally engaged with Astrape and bringing them on back in 2013 or 2014, and would have worked with them up until his departure in early 2019. He would have been working with the same people who work under me now in terms of what was then strategist modeling is now Encompass modeling. So I do think that WRA has that in-house expertise to understand models.
But let me ask you just real quickly as a follow-up question to that, Mr. Phillips. I mean, we heard Mr. Schlag talk about, we've heard this throughout this proceeding. I mean, and you said this yourself, I believe, that these modeling questions are becoming more complex given the nature of the structure of the system itself. And I think Ms. Beatles' broader point, and Ms. Lynch was trying to get there too, is to say it's hard to really wrap your head around what it is that you'll have to, I guess, the inputs. I mean, I'm not even sure really. So, I mean, you concede that point, yes, that this is actually getting harder.
Absolutely. And if the commission wants to change its modeling protocols going forward, we were following what was agreed to in the last case and was put into this case. I'm happy again to devote some time to trying to get folks to understand this stuff better. I think that the process will be better if people can get more informed. But I don't think it's really appropriate to try to say that PNM is doing everything wrong without putting in the necessary time and effort yourself.
Understand. Sorry, I think Mr. Alvidrez.
Yes, I do want to follow up along that line of questioning. There's a lot of, discussion about the difficulties in changing the inputs, but is that PNM's requirement, or is that in terms of when they ask for modeling runs, or is that the commission, the hearing examiner's requirement, the commission in effect.
That's what was approved by the hearing examiner. PNM put out a modeling proposal in the 19-00195-UT case. It was circulated back and forth, I think, in the record and in that modeling protocols. It talks about all of the concerns and recommended changes and how PNM addressed them by the various parties. This particular piece that we're talking about here was never brought up by anybody as being an issue. So it's something that was approved in that case. It was carried over by Ms. Glick into this case, and it's what the hearing examiner said as the requirements.
Did either WRA or Onward appeal the order regarding modeling, the hearing examiner order regarding modeling to the commission, to your knowledge?
Objection, asked and answered.
Did they appeal? I don't recall.
Yeah.
I don't recall that question being asked and answered.
He already made the point that it was not challenged. He already said that.
Is that correct, Mr. Alvidrez?
I asked a specific question. I don't. It wasn't asked and answered. I think we want.
I don't think it's all that consequential, frankly. I mean, I understand the nature of your question, so I'll overrule the objection. I mean, I understand why you're asking, and he can answer. It doesn't affect a whole lot.
Not to my knowledge.
And finally, you were asked questions by the AG's attorney about a desire to be able to look into the future when making resource decisions. Is there any relationship between trying to look to the future and the IRP process, in your opinions?
Yes, I mean, the IRP process is more general, and we try to look at what portfolio trends would be like over time, given certain changes in the macro level of the world, a high load forecast or a low load forecast or a high, aggressive environmental regulation type world. And so we generally see, what the changes in the portfolio would be over time in that sense. And then, focusing in on concrete decisions through, a CCN or a PPA filing case is the general approach that we use. But we're always looking at a long-term horizon with the best information we have at any given point in time. And you make those decisions based on just that, the best information you have today. And, a lot of those decisions are irreversible. You've got to make them, you've got to move on.
Thank you. That's my redirect, Mr. Examiner.
Terrific. Mr. Phillips, thank you for your participation, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you to our core reporter for slogging through. We've got the afternoon ahead of us here too, folks, so the fun ain't over. We will go off the record for lunch. We will come back and get to Mr. Spurgeon, and I hope I have not mapped out all the time. I don't know where we are, but we're just going to have to do the best.
Actually,
we can.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I hate to be the bearer of maybe bad news, but PNM does have one last witness, Thomas Dwayne.
No, Thomas Dwayne. I
Yes.
apologize. So we'll have to go to Mr. Dwayne and then get to the rest of the folks. So we're just going to have to make adjustments on the fly. And if people can be very quick with their questions, we'll do the best. All right, so let's do half hour. Come back at 1:30. I'm sorry there's not more time, but we need it all.
Thank you.
Is anyone for PNM there? They're all gone. Mr. Albright, Mr. Borman, there's bad news and there's bad news. We don't have enough time. So we're gonna have to make some more cuts. And that's why I was just asking if the PNM folks were still.
Well, I got nothing to cut, so.
You're in the clear, staff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I could have asked some questions, but most of the questions I would have asked have been already asked by others. I don't need to repeat people.
Yeah, no, I get it. So Ms. Padilla, I'm doing this now because we can do it on the record, but we actually are completely running out of time. My math tells me there's 253 minutes of cross to be had, and from 1:30 till 5 gets us 210 minutes.
Yeah, Mr. Trepke was doing the similar math over the break, Mr. Ryan, and Mr. Alvidrez is not yet. I believe he's just heading back to his
So yeah, the
room
big
now. But
the big one is
I'm here.
Spurgeon. 60. The 60 minutes for Mr. Spurgeon is a big one. I mean, my thought was everybody shares the pain. Anybody who's requested 10 minutes for somebody gets 8. We got to probably knock Mr. Spurgeon down to 50 rather than 60, and then do with Souls 20, not 25.
I believe I'll be able to go down to about 15 minutes with Ms. Souls.
Okay, that's great.
If not slightly less.
What about Mr. Spurgeon, Mr. Avidrez? Are you really, I know he's a significant witness for PNM.
Yes. Yeah. He is, and I will do my best to attenuate to the greatest extent possible my examination and get it done. I have no interest in
forfeiting more time.
Taking unnecessary time. But
do folks still have cross-examination for Mr. Dwayne? PNM witness?
Yeah, where's Miss Beatles? Are you there? And then it would be Miss Lynch as well. Miss Lynch, are you hearing this? They're still away. I don't know. Maybe there's a way too. We can. Have there been a proceeding where everybody just agreed to forego the? Would you answer the questions in the same way as asked now? Business.
You talking just the foundational questions to get the testimony admitted?
We can kick that stuff out if it gives us more time. I mean, obviously I understand why you do it, but it eats into the time. It's.
We have
strongly about it.
On Mr. Spurgeon, we'd have no objection to his testimony coming in.
Okay.
And I think the parties haven't, other than PNM and for Ms. Sewell's, the parties haven't objected to testimony, so they ought to. I think they could go in without the prefatory.
Yeah. And if folks might be able to stipulate the admissibility of Mr. Dwayne's testimony, get that in a little quicker.
Ms. Lynch, do you have you need the time you need with Mr. Dwayne?
I mean, it depends on what occurs.
Well,
it's occurring now.
On what other
So are we back? Where's our Mr. Albright? You go ahead. You're raising your hand.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner. With respect to staff, I have 30 minutes total. I think if I'm allowed just to have 20 minutes between the 3 witnesses, I think I can make that work.
Okay, that's useful. Is Miss Beatles back? Because that's the one question we got to answer yet now is, do we need Mr. Dwayne to sit for cross? And so Miss Lynch, are you insisting? You've asked for 5 minutes. It's not much. Is that essential?
I can waive.
For Mr. That's terrific. What about Miss Beatles? No, Miss Beatles?
Yes, I'm back. Sorry, it was.
No problem.
Lunch period.
I know it was, and we're even tighter on time now, and I haven't gone back on the record yet. So do you require time with Mr. Dwayne? Is it absolutely essential?
I can promise to like ask my question and be satisfied with whatever his response is in like 5 minutes worth.
Okay, good. So I will just, all right, so is Ms. Gonzalez, are you ready to go back on the record?
Yes.
Great. All right, so we're back now. We just had a lunch break. I did the math over the break, and we have 253 minutes of requested time, and we have at absolute most 210 minutes. That is 43 minutes too many. So we've got to make up space. Why don't we just do this, starting with Mr. Dwayne, rather than going through it all and try to figure anything out now. I think it's best that we just forge onward and make up time where we can. So I was just talking with Miss Beatles. She believes she can reduce her cross down to 5 minutes, and Miss Lynch indicated that she would be willing to waive her time with Mr. Dwayne. Do the parties agree to the stipulated admission of Mr. Dwayne's testimony so we don't have to have him sit to do the pro forma? This is my testimony. I would say the same thing now. Is there any objections to admitting Mr. Dwayne's testimony in that fashion for time-saving purposes?
Staff does not object.
I hear no other objections from everybody else, so I'll assume that means it can come in. So let's admit Mr. Dwayne's testimony. What is the exhibit number?
It's a PNM Exhibit 14, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you very much. So we'll admit PNM 14. Ms. Beatles, I will throw up, what did you say, 5 minutes?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you so much. And I apologize, everybody, but I have no control over it.
Could the witness please be sworn in, please?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Gonzalez.
Yes. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
I would just like to ask Mr. Dwayne to introduce himself and state his position at PNM.
Yes, I'm Thomas P. Dwayne. I am the manager of the Transmission Planning Department at PNM.
Thank you. He's available for cross-examination.
Go ahead, Ms. Beatles.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Dwayne. As soon as I ask you my first question, I'm going to turn off my audio because I have helicopters in the background. I imagine that Mr. Borman is hearing them too. Please refer to page 6, lines 19 through 21 of your testimony, Mr. Dwayne, where you say, I'm going to read one sentence, "The existing transmission system from the Berlin area to Albuquerque is at or near its maximum transfer capability due to existing generation resources in this area." And my question is, Mr. Dwayne, is whether PNM's selection of the PPAs proposed in this case was affected by these transmission system issues.
I do not believe that they were affected at all by the transmission issues in the Berlin area.
And so, Mr. Dwayne, do you play a role, or does your department play a role in the bid review and selection process in terms of maximizing the use of PNM's resources to pick appropriately located new resources?
I wouldn't say we specifically look at maximizing the use of PNM's resources. We look to see that bids would not interfere with the operation of existing resources, that there's adequate transmission capacity in any particular location to accommodate that bid without affecting the operation of existing resources.
Because some resource locations may require PNM or the developer to incur costs to upgrade or expand the existing transmission system. Is that right?
That's correct. And we do, in the RFP process, provide some input as to what we think those costs would be.
And do you know whether bids are selected based on whether they would lower PNM's cost, transmission-related cost?
Bids can range from basically being, almost all bids are new resources that have to be interconnected. So you've got costs as a minimum associated with the interconnection. To the extent that the transfer of the power on the system requires additional upgrades, those costs are factored into the process of evaluating the RFPs. So if all else was the same, a bid that required transmission upgrades and one that didn't, the one that didn't would probably be favored.
All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duane. And thank you, Ms. Lynch, for willing to forego examination of Mr. Duane. I'll excuse Mr. Duane unless there's anything further from anyone. Mr. Duane, have a good day, sir.
Right, thank you.
All right, then, in fact, we have concluded our examination of all of PNM's witnesses, and we will now turn to Mr. Jeffrey Spurgeon. Mr. Throne. And we should swear the witness in, Ms. Gonzalez.
Let's see if hopefully he's joining, should be joining. He told me he was in the queue to join, and I'm hoping he will join.
Yeah, he just gets let in automatically. I don't do the waiting room, so.
Yeah, I did. I texted him to basically tell him to.
Just click the link. There we go. Something just happened. I think.
There he is.
Yep.
Okay, great.
It's not him, I'm just telling us.
There he is. Okay. Why don't you go ahead and swear the witness in? Although before he does, well, after he swears them in, I'll ask you how you want me to proceed with the introduction of his exhibits.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Throne, if you could just do it all as quickly as possible, just do them all, you don't have to go through each, just do, all of them in one fell swoop, if you would, please.
Oh, okay. And I will, per your direction earlier on that one self-affirmation correction
Yes.
page, I'm just going to designate that as Onward Exhibit 1A, and we'll send that in to the court reporter as you direct. So, and everybody else is, and so they'll have that. Okay. Mr. Spurgeon, just state your name for the record and your position and on whose behalf you're appearing today.
My name is Jeffrey Spurgeon. I'm the Senior Director of Asset Management for Onward Energy.
And was the testimony or the document that's been labeled Onward Exhibit 1, is that your corrected direct testimony in this case, including any errata that you made to that testimony?
Yes, it is.
And what we're gonna designate as Onward Exhibit 1A will just be the correction to the caption on the self-affirmation to your direct testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
Correcting the case caption on that?
Yes, that's correct.
You don't have that, but we just want you to confirm that the only thing else that you're correcting on that wasn't in what was uploaded was the caption on your self-affirmation for your direct.
That's right. That's correct.
Okay. And then what's been labeled as Onward Exhibit 2, dated September 30, 2021. Is that your rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes, it is.
And are all corrections to that testimony have been indicated on that as well?
That's right.
And if I asked you the same questions in these direct and rebuttal testimonies today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would be.
And their answers would be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
That's right.
Thank you. At this time, I'd move in Onward Exhibits 1, 1A, and 2.
Any objections? No objections heard. Those exhibits will be admitted.
Enter the witness for cross-examination. Thank you.
Mr. Alvidre, as you indicated, you want 60 minutes. You're going to do your best to try to do that under 60, but I understand it's an important witness, so I'll mark it as 60.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Spurgeon. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
I want to get a few things clarified on the record. And as I understand it, although you filed testimony in this case, Onward has no objection to PNM pursuing the no new combustion scenario that is being proposed in this case. Is that correct?
That's right.
And likewise, it's not the intent of your testimony to undermine the specific replacement resources and the other resources presented by PNM for approval in this case. Is that also correct?
That's right.
And in terms of your experience, you've not taken any courses in resource modeling, right?
That's correct.
Nor have you undergone any training with respect to resource modeling?
No, I have not.
And as I understand it, you went to work for Onward beginning in August of 2019?
That's correct.
And since that time, you haven't been involved in any resource modeling of any type, correct?
I have not, no.
And you haven't performed any resource modeling ever. Is that also correct?
I have not.
And apart from your testimony in this case and in the merger case, you've never testified before. Isn't that also correct?
That's correct.
And the testimony that you submitted in the PNM merger case was in support of the settlement stipulation relating to additional modeling runs that was requested by Onward. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And as established in your pre-filed testimony in this case, you don't claim to be an expert in resource modeling.
No, I do not.
And your testimony in this case that was filed was a joint effort between you and Onward's lawyers. Isn't that correct?
Objection form. Object to the form of the question.
Can you rephrase the question, Mr. Alvidre?
Well, you submitted testimony in this case, correct, Mr. Spurgeon?
I did.
And it was a collaborative effort. That testimony was a collaborative effort between yourself and Onward's lawyers.
The testimony was prepared under my direct supervision.
Okay. And the supervision you provided was over Onward's lawyers?
Correct.
No one else from Onward was involved?
No, that's right.
And on page 34, beginning at line 8 of your direct testimony, you opine that if the commission accepts PNM's proposed stricter LOLE cap standards, in the future, it'll be more important for PNM to assess the LOLE flex of its resources. Is that a fair summary of your testimony beginning at page 34, line 8?
Yes, line 8 through 12 does say that.
Okay, but you're not aware of any recognized LOLE flex standard against which to assess the flexibility of resources, are you?
No, it's somewhat well established that there isn't a particular standard for LOLE flex. The reference made on page 34 in my testimony is specifically with regard to several PNM witnesses, including both internal and external witnesses, that mention the importance of LOLE flex and other flex metrics going forward. So the clear presumption is that when the LOLE cap standard is reduced from a 0.2 to a 0.1, based on witness Phillips's testimony, that is a stricter standard and will require more robust modeling.
Now, let's talk a little bit about Onward. Onward is what is known as an independent power producer, right?
That's correct.
And in that capacity, it owns and operates a variety of power plants in the U.S. on behalf of a group of investors, correct?
That's correct. It's owned specifically by investment funds. that are largely
And-
invested by.
I'm sorry, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, I missed that.
It's owned by investment funds, and the investors in those funds, the ultimate equity owners of the company, are things like pension plans of first responders and teachers, et cetera.
Well, in fact, the investment fund that you're talking about is controlled by JP Morgan, correct?
Objection, relevance. What's irrelevant? There's no issue in this case about the owner of Onward, about relevant to any issue in this case.
You know, I think it is when you have a $500 billion company that controls, an asset in New Mexico. And, we're hearing claims that they can't afford to hire, expert witnesses to assist. I think it is relevant to know, what are we dealing with here? Who is
Well,
Onward?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, that first of all, that mischaracterizes Onward's position. The position was whether or not their position is whether or not it's worthwhile to be, and it's reasonable to require anybody, not just us, any intervener, or for that matter, staff, to spend tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to have an expert to do their own modeling or to even request modeling. But he's asking about ownership. He's trying to create an issue here that it's just not an issue regarding the reasonableness of any of the recommendations by Mr. Spurgeon in his testimony.
I'm going to overrule the objection on the grounds that I agree that the basic claim of the interveners, and it's, Mr. Throne, you've taken the lead on it, but my understanding is everyone agrees that the question about the adequacy of interveners to probe into the modeling is a question that's at issue here. And certainly the financial ability for any intervener to do that generically is relevant to that question. I don't think it's necessary that we establish that JP Morgan is the evil empire and all this. I don't want to hear any questions about that, but as to Mr. Alvidrez's limited purpose questions, yes, that's permissible.
Would you like me to ask
Yes.
the question again, Mr. Spurgeon?
Please.
As I understand it, Onward is held by an investment fund that is controlled by JP Morgan, an investment banking company, correct?
It's important to be careful about the characterization, and I disagree with that characterization. Onward is owned by what's called IIF, Infrastructure Investors Funds. The equity in those funds is the equity of pension plans and other such investors. JP Morgan does not own Onward. It advises the funds. It advises IIF.
So JP Morgan it controls the funds, isn't that correct?
That is a strong word. I have used that word in the past, but it's not the best characterization. The better characterization is that they are an advisor to the fund, to the equity owners of Onward, which are the pension plans, et cetera.
And Onward is a for-profit enterprise, isn't that correct?
It is.
And it operates 43 wind, solar, and natural gas projects in 16 states, correct?
It does.
And it has over 4 gigawatts of capacity.
Correct.
And in terms of the breakdown between thermal resources and renewable resources, it's about 50-50, right?
That's correct. In
With,
terms of
about-
capacity, on a capacity basis, yes.
With about 2 gigawatts of capacity on the thermal and renewable side, right?
Each, yes.
And Onward has 7 gas plants in the US, including the Valencia gas plant, right?
That is correct.
And as part of your job duties, you oversee the 7 gas plants in Onward's portfolio, right?
That's correct.
And you don't provide any operational oversight for those gas plants, correct?
My role is asset management. I don't have any operational duties for Onward, no.
And Onward doesn't have any in-house modeling capabilities. Isn't that also correct?
That's correct.
And in this case, Onward elected not to hire a modeling expert, right?
That's correct.
But Onward did hire a modeling expert in case 1900195 relating to the replacement resources for the San Juan generating station, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Spurgeon, sorry, can I just interrupt? The basic point of the whole list of questions we just got from Mr. Alvidrez, Mr. Spurgeon, is that Onward has the resources to hire the modeling expert if it so pleases. It sounds pretty clear that that's the case, right?
You know, I don't know that resources are what get you everything you need when it comes to this type of modeling. It's been established already on the record that I, for instance, as an employee of Onward, be prevented from seeing under NDA certain modeling results.
I'm sorry. As an employee of?
As an employee of Onward, I would be prevented by PNM from executing an NDA and seeing certain confidential information or what it deems confidential information related to the modeling.
In this case, though, so it might just interject. So in this case, though, I understand that's the testimony, but as a generic matter, I mean, if this is a case that's as much about future modeling exercises and the fairness to the parties of you know what will be a complicated task when what PNM must do, I do, from the answers you've provided so far here, that certainly the resource limitations are not going to stop an entity like Onward from hiring an expert if need be to work on modeling issues.
We have hired expert witnesses in the past. We've learned from those experiences that the results ultimately will get discredited. We don't find a lot of value in pursuing it. I would say, as far as the resources specifically are concerned, you know, Valencia is self-funding. It doesn't receive equity injections or infusions from the pension plans and so forth that are invested in Onward to add to its budget to do things like resource modeling. It doesn't collect any kind of downstream further investment. So Valencia must stand alone, and it must provide for the funding. So in terms of the overall resources, it's a much more limited bucket than might otherwise be assumed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alvidrez. Sorry.
Oh, you talked about, you know, Onward status in terms of its resources are different, but in fact, Onward collected in excess of $20 million from PNM and its customers in 2020 alone under the Valencia PPA, correct?
I'm sorry, Miss. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I missed the question and I didn't get the objection. What would you like me to do? Read back what I have?
Read back what degree of the question you have and we'll.
Okay. You talked about Onward's. I can't read that in terms of its resources are different, but in fact, Onward collected in excess of 20 million from PNM and its customers in 2020 alone.
I object on relevance grounds that how much they collected had nothing to do with anything to do with whether they have sufficient resources. You know, you don't know what the expenses are. You don't know. It's just casting aspersions based on a single figure.
Mr. Examiner, again, we're talking about you know, whether Onward has the capability and resources to conduct modeling. You know, they've said, well, we operate, you know, as an independent entity, but I think I'm entitled to probe as to the income that comes from the independent entity on a yearly basis and otherwise. And it also, I think, goes to the question of, you know, why Onward is engaged in the process in which it has in terms of, you know, trying to leverage and have PNM extend the contract. This is a lucrative contract for Onward, and I think all that is relevant.
Yeah, I'll allow it to. I'll overrule the objection.
Can you please repeat the question?
Yes, Onward collected in excess of $20 million from PNM and its customers in 2020 alone under the Valencia PPA.
That is the sum of the revenue, and as PNM would know as well as anyone, the costs of operating a central power station are very significant. So that is a reference only to a top line and not an income or available cash kind of a number.
Well, we did ask about Onward's profits, right? We asked in discovery what are Onward's profits associated with the Valencia plant, right?
A discovery request was made, yes.
Yeah, and Onward objected on confidentiality grounds about providing that, right?
That's correct.
And you're not here, without going into detail, claiming that Onward is losing money on the Valencia PPA, are you?
No, I'm not making that claim.
In fact, Onward is making a profit on the Valencia PPA, is it not?
There is a profit associated with Valencia.
Now, you understand that the modeling in this case is governed by the hearing examiner's order setting terms of access to PNM's modeling and data and bench requests to PNM, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Yes, you understand that the modeling in this case is governed by an order, and the order is entitled Order Setting Terms of Access to PNM's Modeling and Data and Bench Requests to PNM. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Onward didn't take advantage of the modeling hardware and software that was made available to the parties in accordance with that order. Isn't that correct?
Onward determined that there would not be a significant amount of benefit in pursuing taking on that modeling. That's correct. We did not.
So you admit that Onward didn't take advantage of that, and the reason is you didn't, as Onward believed it wasn't worth it. Is that a fair summary?
We had no reason to believe, especially based on some of the procurement process associated with this case, that there would be any reason to assume a fair or a good outcome from taking advantage of that offer.
Can you expound upon that? Why?
There have been a series of what, as a bidder in an RFP, would find very confusing and frustrating, and things that cast doubt on the integrity of the process. There's confusion over what the purpose of the RFP even was. The RFP itself reads that it is for capacity, energy, and reliability. We later find out that it is in fact only for capacity. There's confusion over the process itself. At one point, we thought we were engaged in shortlist discussions. We've had experience with this previously. This isn't new to Onward. In this particular case, at one point, we were engaged in what we thought were shortlist discussions and negotiations, and it turns out we were in fact screened out at first blush. So when it comes to handing over modeling responsibility and so forth, in this particular case, under those circumstances, Onward did not expect incremental benefit to come from that.
Okay.
And nonetheless, Onward, as part of the settlement stipulation, had PNM do the settlement stipulation in the merger case, had PNM do modeling, right?
Yes, in the event where we were able to be very specific around the type of modeling that we thought made sense to do, and reflect some kind of incremental benefit in terms of information for the commission to review as well, that was done.
And you also understand that under the modeling order in this case, that Onward could have availed itself of the hardware and software and had an expert conduct whatever modeling it wanted, right?
Objection. Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is not relevant. And the reason why it's not relevant, Mr. Spurgeon's testimony doesn't dispute, doesn't challenge what was set by former hearing examiner Glick in this case for access. It talks about why it should be the modeling access protocols and requirements should be changed in the future. And so,
okay, so
this whole issue about
I understand your objection, Mr. Thron. So let me ask Mr. and I'll just pause for a moment and ask my own question, which is, so Mr. Spurgeon, if you felt that there was a way that the modeling in I guess well, let's put it this way. If the modeling could have been done better, then why not just, I mean, sort of pursue that and then show through modeling that what was recommended here was not acceptable? Like, why just give up?
The history has been that there is a lot of dispersion and doubt cast about outside modeling. Even when PNM itself ended up doing the modeling, being compelled to do the modeling, it then referred to that modeling case as not meaningful or meaningless. So, and that's not an unexpected result. I think, in some ways that was expected to be the case. So when it comes to incremental spend with a third party, as a business entity, it doesn't make sense for us to spend several $100,000 a turn, not to be able to collaborate with our third party consultant. I wouldn't be able to see the data that the consultant would be able to see. So there'd be a limitation in terms of the value of that collaboration with a third party. And there's certainly a question over value over several $100,000 of consultant fees, only to get to a point where doubt is cast on that, and it's not given a fair shake.
But is there
analysis.
No, I understand. Thank you. But is there some? So are you saying that it's only if the commission somehow injects itself and says do X, Y, or Z, and I'm being very generic and vague, of course. I'm just being general here. That's the only solution? Like that, I don't know if I follow, because it seems to me that if you can empirically demonstrate that the modeling is flawed, we don't need the commission to necessarily force someone to do that. You should just be able to do it.
Again, there's all kinds of doubts and dispersions cast on anything that's presented. When hypothetically, if it were possible to have access to all the information myself and be able to collaborate with a third party, then it would be true for many others as well. Taking the difficulty question out of it and the specialized expertise knowledge out of it, if other parties were able to do it, then you'd have 5 or 6 different models. We've taken, or will have taken, 3 days just to cover PNM's modeling. What we see in other jurisdictions is an upfront agreement on how the utility will model. We don't do this in other jurisdictions where we have gas plants. It's not something that comes up because there are procurement rules in other jurisdictions that govern how the utility should model, and largely has to do with upfront agreement among the parties. So we're here talking about this in this case, trying to get to a point where something looks a little more competitively fair, where the utility is required to play by certain ground rules.
All right, so let me just ask one question before I give it back to Mr. Alvidrez. Can you just address for me, and I think this is going to be a global question that I assume any commissioner would have. I mean, it just looks strange when and I was sort of thinking about this over our very short lunch break. The result is acceptable, but the modeling is bad. It's sort of like saying, well, the math, the theorem for the math equation is wrong, but the answer is correct. I mean, it's illogical. So can you resolve any doubt the commission would have? I mean, it seems to me that in order to have if the model's bad, the result should be bad. Those two things should always sort of go together, but we don't seem to have that here. And so how can you explain that in sort of the broadest terms?
Yeah, the only way we've gotten here to this point where we say these things is through this very difficult process. It's taken a lot of time to extract information through discovery that otherwise, like as I say, in other jurisdictions would not be necessary. There's been a lot of back and forth. There's been this hearing to be able to get to that point. What my recommendations are focused on is not having to do this in future procurement cases. Laying some ground rules up front. As I mentioned earlier, there were several issues we had with procurement that made us uncomfortable as a bidder. Several facts that are established that make it difficult for a bidder to have a lot of confidence in the process. As PNM's witnesses have said, reliability and the criticality of reliability are increasing over time. As future procurement happens, reliability becomes more and more important and critical. The analysis changes. We think as we head into future procurement that getting some ground rules laid out ahead of that is important. It's hard for me to appreciate how the commission would be comfortable sitting here next year talking about a procurement case where there was issues with the RFP, there was all kinds of uncertainty about it, bids that were bid in were not modeled, and one portfolio is presented for procurement by PNM. Those are the same things that happened in this case. You're looking at that down the road in a future procurement case, having that happen again when the LOLE goes from a 0.2 to a 0.1, and there's a massive urgent change in need and resources as a result of that, presumably when that change happens. I don't know how the commission is comfortable with RFPs that are run the same way as this one was, with one resource portfolio presented for procurement.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Alvidrez, you can take over again. I know there was an objection in there and a dispute, but I kind of just wanted to get to what I thought was the meat of the issue. But if you want to go back to where we were, we can do that.
I'll move on. In terms of what you've talked about, you said that you personally don't have access to the confidential bidder and modeling information, correct?
That's right.
But your attorneys, if they assign a confidentiality agreement, do, correct?
If they were to sign an NDA, then they would have access. They would be granted access.
And likewise, any outside expert that Onward hired would also have access, provided they signed a confidentiality agreement, right?
It's my understanding, based on precedent, that would be allowed, yes.
And you said, that one of the reasons you didn't do, that Onward didn't do modeling is by itself is that when that happens, that PNM then is critical of it. Is that a fair summary of what you described as one of the reasons why you opted not to do any independent modeling?
In this case in particular, PNM was critical of the modeling it did itself, which to us was a red flag.
The modeling that it did at Onward's request, right?
Correct.
But I'm talking about Onward doing its own modeling. Not asking PNM to do it, but Onward doing its own modeling.
Could you repeat the entire question?
Yes. One of the reasons you said that Onward didn't take advantage of the opportunity to do its own modeling, independent of anything PNM has done, is that PNM would be critical of the results. Is that correct?
Yes, I did say that.
And you're aware that in case 19195 UT, that CCAE did its own independent modeling and presented a proposed replacement portfolio, right?
That's right.
And that replacement portfolio was ultimately chosen over the replacement portfolio presented by PNM, correct?
It was, yes.
And so the commission is the party that ultimately makes up a decision about which resources and to ultimately approve, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that there was some confusion about the 2020 PNM RFP and exactly what was being requested. But isn't it true that you're aware that PNM's 2020 RFP was prompted at least in part due to the expiration of the Palo Verde leases in 2023 and 2024.
Yes, I understand that.
Now, as I understand what, in terms of Onwards, and it actually was its predecessor, Southwest Gen, but I'll collectively refer to Onward and Southwest Gen as Onward, if that's all right.
Sure.
But the Onward bid in response to the 2020 PNM RFP included a proposed conversion of the Valencia facility to what is called fast start capability beginning in 2023, right?
That's right.
And this fast start capability would have allowed the Valencia facility to achieve near full load in about 12 minutes, right?
That's right.
And that's what you've kind of characterized as some flexibility, right? In terms of access to the resources.
That's one factor, yes. Another part of the bid, another separate bid, in fact, was to provide what would be known as low load, which would provide additional headroom if the unit was at minimum load to be able to ramp quickly, specifically for the kinds of circumstances that PNM would expect to have in late afternoons in summer when solar is waning and ramping capability is needed. So that was also part of the flexibility we refer to broadly.
And the conversion of the Valencia facility to fast start capability is primarily improvements to software, right?
Largely, yes.
And there aren't any significant or material mechanical modifications that need to be made to the Valencia facility in order to convert it to a fast start capability, right?
Strictly for fast start, there is not. For low load, there's a significant mechanical upgrade to the combustion system. And in order to, capture all the full benefits of fast start and low load together, there are serious mechanical improvements required.
Okay, but in terms of just the fast start capability, so we're clear, that's primarily a improvements to software, right?
Yes, in terms of the actual improvements that are necessary to be able to offer fast start, that's true. What happens when you're in fast start mode, you're adding a factored starts number, so it doesn't count the same as a standard start for a frame unit. So those additional wear and tear that occurs with a fast start accelerates maintenance. So there's a maintenance factor as well, where recovery of that cost is necessary.
So in terms of these improvements that Valencia, that Onward was proposing with respect to the Valencia facility, in order for PNM to have access to them, it would have been required under the terms of the bid to extend the Valencia PPA through 2039, correct?
Correct. There was no change to the price between 2023 and 2028. However, the flexibility was being offered during that time as a change to the contract and the attributes that the plant would provide to PNM system, specifically with regard to the flexibility we've been discussing. And then the back end of the contract was extended. That's right.
And in fact, you testified at your deposition that the reason that Onward didn't offer any reduction in the price of the Valencia PPA during the remaining term through 2028 is that you regarded that as a breach of the fiduciary duty to the funds that own Onward, right?
Yes, I mean, the Valencia facility has a contract that's been in place, was executed in 2006 or 2007, something on that order. It went commercial in 2008. So there's been a contract in place since that time, and it is expected that that contract would be honored through its term. So as the asset manager for Valencia, we would not unilaterally reduce a long-term contract price and then go back to our investors and tell them that's what we've done.
Okay, and that's because the Valencia fund regards the Valencia facility as an investment for which they expect to receive a profit over the term of the Valencia PPA, right?
That's correct. It would be a material harm to the economics of Valencia if a unilateral price reduction was somehow agreed to.
But wouldn't they benefit on the back end if they could extend the terms of the PPA by reducing the front end costs, making it more attractive?
There's a variety of ways that it could possibly be put, something commercially could be put together. But typically, we would expect the contract that was executed many years ago to be honored through its term, perhaps through subsequent negotiations. Had we gone further in the shortlisting process and not been stricken from the list, then that's a possibility that could have arisen for sure.
Well, in fact, PNM asked Onward if they would make the new functionality, the flexibility, available without having to extend beyond 2028, and Onward would not agree to that, right?
It was not clear at the time that that's what PNM was doing. The way that the question specifically read to me when I reviewed it was a reduction in the PPA price between 2023 and 2028, while offering flexibility as a change in the attributes of the facility without having a contract extension on the back end.
Now, in terms, I'm getting back into the modeling issue. That's one question I wanted to follow up on. You understand that under the modeling order in this case that PNM records the cost to conduct the modeling for the third parties in this case, right? And for recovery in a future rate case.
I presume so, yes.
Okay. And so to the extent that companies such as Onward would impose additional costs associated with modeling, those would in turn then be passed through to customers, correct?
If approved by the commission, it's possible that would be the case. As I said earlier, it would not be at all inconsistent, in fact, consistent with all the jurisdictions that we do business in, where the utility would have a slightly more transparent role in providing modeling.
And I wanted to follow up on that too. I mean, you've talked about other jurisdictions and in terms of their resource procurement practices and have contrasted them with New Mexico, but you're aware that New Mexico has a docket that's open to look at resource acquisition, right?
I'm not aware of a specific open docket at the moment. I'm aware that procurement rules have come up before the commission many times in the past, as recently as a year and a half ago, and it was not ultimately pursued. So it's something that's come up before and has not come to any material or competitively beneficial to a procurement process resolution.
But you're trying to affect the procurement process, at least for PNM, in the context of this docket, correct?
Based on the facts of this docket, looking forward to future procurement, that is our objective, yes.
Now, Valencia is a carbon emitting facility, right?
It is.
And you understand that the Energy Transition Act in New Mexico requires that electric utilities produce 100% of their energy to supply New Mexico customers from carbon-free resources by 2045, right?
Yes, I do understand that, and I do find that it fits well with existing resources, not Valencia specifically, but any existing gas resource to be able to mesh well with that. What is effectively by PNM been reduced to a 2040 carbon-free objective, and looking at existing resources that have limited remaining lives in terms of matching up well with the timing of that objective, as opposed to new or incremental resources that would have 40-year useful lives coming into service in 2025, 26, 28, whatever that might be, and then having stranded cost as a result of it.
And you understand, in this case, PNM is not proposing any new gas resources, right?
In this case, that's right.
And you acknowledge that PNM does have a carbon-free goal that it proposes to reach by 2040, 5 years earlier than what's required by the ETA, right?
Yes, I understand that.
Now, the Valencia facility is interconnected with PNM system, right?
It is.
It's an electric interconnection that allows the Valencia facility to provide energy on PNM system, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And the Valencia facility has no transmission rights on PNM system or otherwise to make energy sales to other parties, right?
That's correct. The IPPs, when they own power plants and have long-term contracts for 100% of the attributes of a plant, do not typically acquire additional transmission because it wouldn't be able to evacuate any other attributes or energy from it, as the utility has the rights to all of the capacity and energy of the plant.
And if PNM elects not to extend the Valencia PPA in 2028, the absence of any additional transmission rights would impose a risk that Valencia could become a stranded asset, right?
That's right. And in fact, PNM, as I understand it, has threatened Onward and its predecessors with that very outcome.
And that was in the context of negotiations for the purchase of the plant, is that correct?
That's correct.
And PNM and Valencia have never been, PNM and Onward or its predecessor have never been able to come to terms about PNM acquiring the Valencia plant, correct?
That's correct. There was a period of time where many years prior where discussions were ongoing and those discussions broke down and have not recommenced.
And Onward is concerned that PNM's selection of generation resources between now and 2028, when the PPA expires, could foreclose the need for the Valencia facility in 2028. Isn't that also correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yes, Onward is concerned that PNM's selection of generation resources between now and 2028 could foreclose the need for the Valencia facility beyond 2028, correct?
Specifically, what my testimony is about is competitive fairness and transparency in procurement. We've not asked for any kind of specific outcome for Valencia. With regard to this case in procurement, we haven't held up the procurement on the grounds of looking for some kind of a contract for Valencia. That's not what any of it has been about. We are an operator of power plants, and we want to be able to have competitive fairness in procurement processes and be able to compete for outcomes.
Well, that really wasn't my question. My question to you was, isn't it true that Onward is concerned that PNM's selection of generation resources between now and 2028 could foreclose the need for Valencia after 2028?
It's clearly a concern, but there are greater concerns for procurement overall in terms of how it's being done. What we do not want to see, and I believe most of the interveners, frankly, don't want to see, is a situation where there is a need, or at least a PNM identified need, for gas resources between now and 2028 before existing resources are dealt with. We're looking for a fair shake as an existing resource. If there's a place for Valencia, great. But that discussion at some point needs to happen before additional resources, additional thermal resources or resources that do not have use limitations are procured. Now that's really what this is about, is making sure that between now and 2040, getting the most cost-effective portfolios for PNM in light of the carbon-free objectives. And everything revolves around that. We're not specifically pointing out Valencia as a sole concern, but as an operator of power plants and as one who bids into these RFPs, we want to have competitive fairness, and we want to have existing resources be addressed in procurement cases. And that's consistent with what the commission has said in a recent El Paso case.
And this case, it doesn't involve what your concerns that you've just articulated in terms of the acquisition of an additional thermal resource, right?
In this case, there's not a PNM request for a thermal resource, no.
And you agree that there have been a lot of rapid changes in the utility industry, energy resources. Well, let me rephrase the question. You would agree that there's been a lot of rapid change in the utility energy resource industry in terms of pricing and technology, would you not?
As technology has evolved, yes, pricing has changed.
And you're aware that the commission in prior proceedings has expressed a strong preference that PNM make its resource decisions close in time when the resource is actually going to be needed, correct?
I've heard that before, and as a matter of assenting to a logical comment, I don't have any reason to object to or challenge that. I've heard that before, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spurgeon and Mr. Ryan. That concludes my cross.
You know, you were talking at the very end there, I mean, from my perspective with the concern at the commission, I mean, there's all this business about, this is a question, I'll get to the point of the question. I just want to give some context for it for Mr. Spurgeon. You know, what is Onward's interest in all of this? And that's one thing, it's fine. But the more broad question for the commission, of course, is like, you know, you're taking the concern that Onward has and saying that it's reflective of a broader problem within the context of the RFP. And so I asked Mr. Phillips when he was speaking with us, well, Mr. Spurgeon says, and I'm saying all this for you, Mr. Spurgeon, I'll have a question at the end. Mr. Spurgeon says you didn't do this LOLE flex and LOLEH analysis. And actually, Mr. Phillips said, no, we did do it, but we determined ultimately that the flexibility benefits that were there were just negligible, and thus we didn't think it necessary. Now, you could challenge all that as a matter of fact, but I think what I took away from that, and then the point that's going on here is, you know, is there really an RFP problem? Because another way of thinking of it is to say, well, this was a procurement to replace the PVNGS resources. I mean, it says
to replace the what?
The PVNGS, that's Palo Verde Nuclear Generating Station resources. It's the title of the caption of the case, right? Like, it's to replace some resources. And so PNM says, well, that's our priority. And the reason we bounced Onward early, I mean, this is what they said in their evidence and what we've heard in testimony in this hearing, is because they're not offering us new incremental capacity. And then they say, simultaneously, we're not saying in the future that there won't be gas resources considered. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Schlagg is going to say, we're going to probably have to have them, right? Because that's just what's happening technologically. And so this is a long way of saying, you know, should the commission be concerned that Onward's position is trying to buttonhole and say, do something in RFPs, which may not be appropriate for the demand that presents, right? Like, what's the demand that presents? And this is the question we're forced to answer. And in this case, it was replacing these units. In the next case, who knows what it's going to be? But I mean, I guess, Mr. Spurgeon, what I want to ultimately hear from you is really like, there's the argument that this is an RFP problem, but I was talking with Mr. Medeiros about this. The 195 case is in some ways a one-off. Why? Because you had to put the resources in a specific geographic location, right? Every RFP will be different. And so why would we kind of take your advice and suggest, well, we need to do these specific things in the future? I know that's a lot.
No, that's fine. I don't think what we're asking for is kind of a specific, self-serving set of outcomes. If we look specifically at what I'm asking for in my testimony, the first thing is just to model all feasible alternatives. That's part of the IRP rule. I don't know why that would be controversial. The second thing is to provide more transparency with respect to the 20-year NPVs and the modeling.
20
And
years, I'm sorry, the 20-year what?
The 20-year NPV, net present value analyses, as well as flex. Those are, again, I don't know why those would be controversial. They certainly are not necessarily self-serving, because the outcomes of any of that modeling could be that there are other resources besides ours that fit the needs better at those specific procurement points. So there's no request for anything self-serving in that recommendation either. Merely based on PNM's testimony that flex becomes more important over time. In this case, you're taking out a resource that's 114 megawatts of baseloaded, essentially 100% capacity factor resource.
I'm sorry, you cut out a little bit.
Sorry.
In this case, you're taking out a resource that's 114 megawatts and I lost you.
Taking out a resource that's 114 megawatts of baseloaded capacity that has essentially a 100% capacity factor, and replacing it with renewable resources and batteries. 114 megawatts becomes 740 megawatts of renewable resources and batteries, along with other changes to it, modeling assumptions, with the LOLE 0.2 to 0.1 yet to be done in modeling, and we expect the impact of that to be significant. So there's a variety of reasons why taking out Palo Verde would not necessarily be presumed to have a very simple lift and shift with old and new capacity. There's a lot of implications on the system by taking out nuclear capacity. And again, I'm not holding myself out as an expert, but this is fairly intuitive on the surface, I would say.
Yeah, I understand the point, but I guess ultimately, I mean, if PNM says in the RFP process, right, and this is what they've claimed, that it's just the onwards offer in this case didn't serve their needs for this particular RFP. I mean, that is in some ways a legitimate response. I mean, I guess, well, do you agree, acknowledge that as a legitimate response?
I find the fact pattern troubling. Just as a bidder and someone who bids into RFPs, I find a lot of the facts very concerning. The fact that Valencia did not offer, or Onward did not put in a bid that provided incremental capacity in 2023. I'm not going to debate that. The problem is that it wasn't clear that's what the only purpose of it was. Like I said, when you're removing 114 megawatts of nuclear capacity, there's a lot of implications on the system. As solar is coming on, as more solar is coming on, as nuke is going out, it's fairly intuitive that there's a flex difference in terms of what the system needs at that point.
Yeah.
And in this particular case, sorry.
No, it's okay.
In this particular case, I don't have any reason to doubt some of what PNM is positing. But again, it's taken a long time to kind of unfold these facts, and we want more transparency up front. As reliability becomes more critical over time, the transparency becomes all that much more important. And if Valencia doesn't have a place in that, then we'll take that. But we want a fair shake at being able to bid a variety of configurations, variety of attributes in future procurement, and to be modeled when it's a legitimate bid that provides a legitimate attribute.
Yeah, and what do you make of the assertion that the appropriate time for this bid to be considered is around the time that you would normally bid something that elapses in 2028, and I think Mr. Falgren said it's something like 2025 or 2026. That was his statement. I mean, do you reject that assertion?
All else being equal, it's very logical, and I'm sure it sounds very practical to everyone. that would be the more appropriate way to handle it. What makes it unique in terms of the energy transition, however, is how to handle and how to deal with existing resources prior to the carbon-free date. And that is a real, the overarching difference in procurement between now and then is how existing resources are handled. So we're particularly concerned about that in this case and in any kind of future procurement. And again, as the modeling standards and the reliability standards are changed, just positing a hypothetical, a very bad outcome for PNM ratepayers is the move of a LOLE cap standard from a 0.2 to a 0.1, all of a sudden creating an urgent need that can only be met with additional gas capacity that has a 45-year useful life that gets put into place in 2024, call it. That creates all kinds of problems for future generation that PNM has on its books, as well as Valencia, and it creates a problem for PNM ratepayers with stranded cost.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand your point exactly. But I mean, is it Onward's position here? I mean, is it your testimony that, because I mean, they write in their statements and varying witness statements here, and I can't remember who exactly, but like we're not excluding gas and not excluding Valencia. Do you doubt that? I mean, you're just sort of cynical at this point, or?
We've been through several procurement rounds that have had a lot of odd facts. So to take it on faith that there will be a competitively fair process in 2026 where a Valencia bid is modeled and given a fair shake, it's hard for us to accept that at this point based on some of the facts. And I don't know if that's something that the commission, looking at some of these facts, would want to have either. And like I said earlier, you know, if there is a procurement case in that time frame where some of these same things have happened, where there've been some confusion over the bids and what the requirements are, and one portfolio is presented to the commission with nothing to compare it against, except maybe something that's called an illustrative portfolio, whether or not you can give a fair comparison between the two at that point is in doubt. PNM's cast doubt in its own second alternative portfolio for comparison purposes. As you know, I don't know how the commission would want to be in that position, having to make an approval or not with that same set of facts at that time.
Okay, I'll leave it at that for the moment. Who else do we have? Ms. Beatles, 10 minutes.
I have no questions.
Okay, Mr. Albright.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I do have a few questions for Mr.
Sure.
Spurgeon. Good afternoon, Mr. Spurgeon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Jeff Albright, and I'm here on behalf of the Bernalillo County. I do have a few questions for you related to a couple of areas. First of all, with regard to costs, I've heard all kinds of estimates with regard to cost of getting experts or cost to train people. Can you give your best estimate as to an expert in this case that would be hired either privately or by the commission or someone else, what that would normally cost to be involved in the process that was put forth by PNM with regard to modeling inputs and so forth?
It's hard to say with a lot of precision. Consultants' fees vary. The scope that any one of a group of interveners could task the consultant with could vary significantly. Running multiple models versus perhaps opining on an existing model, the scope would vary quite a bit. You know, I think for a party like us, it could be, you know, a relatively material amount of cost, several $100,000 or more every time there's one of these cases. I just can't pin it down exactly.
Okay. In your experience in other states as well, it was mentioned that you had experience with other states and some other gas facilities and so forth. Have you seen Do you have any estimates on cost based upon what those states may have done? And here I'm talking about what commissions have done in other states related to similar situations.
I have a very similar response to that as the previous question. It really would depend on different procurement cases and what the scope was for each instance inside of each of those procurement cases.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. I also have a question. Did you hear the testimony earlier today from, I believe it was Mr. Schlag, but it could have been Mr. Phillips, that talked about the modeling and said that as part of the modeling process, they had included all the projections and run them through the, I believe it was a 20-year scenario. Are you familiar with that? Or a 20-year period of time to get the net present value?
I understand that they ran specific portfolios and specific scenarios inside of a model for a 20-year horizon or 20-year NPV, yes.
Okay. And so my question is, with the if Rockmont, for example, was part of that modeling scenario that was included, and we've now had a default on Rockmont, would that require rerunning of the model in order to determine whether or not the projected mix of replacement resources would have to be rerun in order to get some validity over the next 20-year NPV?
I'm not an expert in the modeling, but I would be willing just to offer as a comment that if one of the resources in a preferred portfolio in any way changes, then it's presumable that the NPV would change. If somehow that contract or that resource, whether the timing of that resource changes, the cost of that resource changes, the availability of that resource changes, then it certainly could have an impact on the net present value of that portfolio.
So in various testimony, and I think it may have been in stats, we have that it was 100 megawatts with regard to the nameplate capacity of Rockmont. Would you consider that to have a potential, if that was one of the resources that was run in the modeling and is now unavailable, or at least not certain how the substitute nameplate would be procured? But if that's if there's a default on that, would 100 megawatts make a significant difference in your estimation on whether or not the model would have to be rerun?
Mr. Examiner, I
Yeah.
object. The witness has said he's not an expert in this area, so I don't think it's appropriate to ask him for expert opinion on these issues.
Mr. Albright.
Well, Mr. Hearing Examiner, he has indicated that he may not be a modeling expert, but he certainly has dealt with replacement resources before, and I think he's perfectly competent to answer that question.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weight objection, so I'll overrule. Go ahead and if you need to, do you need him to re-ask the question, Mr.?
No, I'm
Spurgeon?
okay. I can respond. Again, not being an expert, it is presumable that if a 100 megawatt resource is removed from a preferred group of resources in a particular procurement round, if that's what you mean by default, if default it means that the resource either comes out, is materially changed in its capacity when it comes online, how much capacity it's offering, then certainly the economics, the 20-year NPV economics of that portfolio and its impact on a utility system would be changed by that.
And at this point, we aren't sure if that was included in the modeling or not. Is that, or you don't know specifically as to whether or not Rockmont was or was not included in the modeling? Is that a fair statement?
I don't have any specific knowledge of that.
Okay, so unless there's a bench request or something else, we just don't know what that outcome may impact with regard to the resources.
I would agree with that.
Okay. One other question. Are you familiar with the term unit contingent power in a PPA?
Yes, I am.
What what does unit contingent power mean?
It means that if a unit for some reason is unable to provide energy or other attributes to a system, that it is excused from doing that.
So if you were to get replacement resources, again, theoretically here for Rockmont, and you establish a PPA that has a unit contingent power provision in it, there's no guarantee that that unit is going to be available depending upon other demands that come from the system for that particular resource. Is that a fair assessment?
That sounds like a fair assessment of the unit contingent term, yes.
And are you aware that in filings before this commission that a PPA with the unit contingent power provision is proposed as one of the resource replacements as a gap fill for the delay and the default for Rockmont?
I'm not aware of specifics around any kind of replacement contract in that regard.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Spurgeon. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I have no further questions for Mr. Spurgeon. Thank you very much for your comments.
Welcome.
Very good. We'll move to so small, my little cheat here. Miss Lynch, you requested 10 minutes.
Yes, and I likely won't even use all of those. Good afternoon, Mr. Spurgeon.
Good afternoon.
I'm the attorney for CCAE. Thank you for your testimony. I just have one question for you. I'm hoping you can clarify my understanding. Am I understanding it correctly that if the modeling is run independently of PNM or any utility, for example, then the integrity of that modeling is often challenged by the utility?
Yes, that's correct. And that's why the recommendation from me in this case is to have PNM model. You know, there's not a lot of benefit in utility procurement in having multiple different models from different sources run. And I think PNM would agree that the assumptions could be very different in someone else's model than their own. So it does create some doubt as to what the consistency is, what the assumptions are in the models, and makes it very difficult to determine which is the correct set of assumptions, which has the most appropriate outcome, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you. That's all I have, hearing examiner.
Thank you. And then Mr. Spurgeon, just one final question for me, sir. So I'm looking at your direct testimony at 37, and it's not necessary that you read along with me, but I'll just read it myself. So you say, the thrust of my testimony in this case is that in order for the commission to make a balancing decision about it's not important to get into the context of it, it needs to understand the benefits, costs, and risks associated with specific resources proposed, and to understand those benefits, costs, and risks. PNM has made it clear that more than simple LOE cap capacity adequacy analysis and metrics, such as LOLE flex and LOLH flexibility analysis and metrics using SURVEM, need to be presented regarding proposed new supply side resources. And so again, I asked you earlier, but I just want to ask again. I asked Mr. Phillips if they did those analyses, and he said they did, and that they didn't present them in their direct testimony because they just, I forget exact words, but he just didn't say it was necessary. So having heard him say that, I mean, if that's what your basic point is here, do you have any, does that change your views at all of anything?
Not with regard to this case. I think we're fairly well established at this point about what was done and how it was done. But it took some haranguing to get here to this point. So again, just going back to my recommendations, you know, in the future, as this becomes more critical, as flex becomes more critical, we think it's important that it change, and that from case to case, PNM doesn't necessarily get an option to share certain data and not share other data, that alternative portfolios are offered and modeled, and that the data and the output of those models is given to the commission so that it can make comparative decisions. That's what we're asking for.
Okay, and then just one final on that same basic thought, but I mean, do you agree that PNM is in a position or has, I mean, not necessarily agree is maybe not the right question, but what do you think about the proposition that PNM can prefer to elevate certain aspects and not others? And by that, I mean specifically, for instance, in this case, it was capacity, and perhaps in some future case, it'll be flexibility, but that not every time does it have to be one or the other. I mean, do you generally agree with that?
Resource needs will change from time to time, from procurement to procurement, possibly. That certainly is possible. But what we don't want is the ability to take advantage of the fact that that's the case by changing data, by changing requirements from case to case. At some point, there needs to be some base level of information that the commission gets in every case so that it is familiar with it from one case to the next, that it knows how to compare, and that it's just getting something to compare to in and of itself. And that's the reason for the third recommendation, or the final recommendation rather, about alternative portfolios. So it's important to have some ground rules and some level playing field across procurements, regardless of the changing origin of those procurements.
Okay. So Mr. Throne, redirect.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Spurgeon, let me take you back to a question by Mr. Alvidrez about the decision that Onward made not to conduct independent modeling in this case. You reviewed the 2020 RFP on which PNM based its replacement analysis in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you did that at the time that was issued back in October of 2020, correct? I'm sorry, June of 2020.
Correct.
And you reviewed the instructions to bidders that I believe was filed as an exhibit to Mr. Nagel's testimony, correct?
I have, yes.
And do you recall whether or not in any of the instructions to bidders for that 2020 RFP, PNM informed bidders that it would only be considering a no new combustion resources to replace Palo Verde and achieve whatever other objectives were stated in that RFP?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Rick Alvidrez. I object. This is beyond the scope of any of the cross that took place. No one asked about the RFP instructions, which are in the record and speak for themselves. So this question is beyond what is proper redirect.
Mr. Throne.
Well, it isn't, and Mr. Alvidrez basically tried to make a point through a number of questions about insinuating that it would have been reasonable and there was no obstacle or reason why Onward could not have done independent modeling in this case. And this question goes to whether bidders were informed about whether or not, if they bid in anything other than a non-combustion resource, whether PNM would even ultimately propose or consider that when it's did its final selection of bids. Bidders spend a lot of time and money doing this, and there's a lot of RFPs that are put out, and I think this goes to the question of whether or not, in fact, it would have been a completely useless act for Southwest Gen to have bid incremental capacity to PNM. for
Certainly,
2026?
let me just say, for purposes of time, I certainly asked those questions. So while I was definitely asking questions along those lines. So I'll overrule the objection and allow Mr. Throne to ask that question.
Do you recall the question, Mr. Spurgeon?
I don't recall any specific instructions in that regard.
Do you recall any instructions that addressed, and this has to go, a question by the hearing examiner, of whether or not they were asking bidders to simply replace the capacity of Palo Verde?
I don't recall it. I don't recall a specific instruction about that. The phrase that sticks in my mind from the RFP was that it was for capacity, energy, and reliability needs.
And is it your understanding in this case that the resources proposed by PNM are not simply to replace capacity that's expiring from the Palo Verde lease interest, but also to meet PNM's 0.2 LOLE capacity and associated planning reserve margin requirement in 2023?
That's correct.
And let me just ask you, this has, with regard to the question by Mr. Albright, do you have any understanding regarding the modeling that PNM performed in this case on whether or not PNM's model assumes that PNM will have effective in 2023 and subsequent years all projects previously approved by the commission?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yeah, well, you're generally familiar with what he referred to as the Rockmont project.
Yes, that's right. I am.
And it's correct that the Rockmont project was one of the projects, including in the scenario CCAE1 that the commission approved in case number 19-195 UT.
That's correct.
And so my question is whether or not you have any understanding about whether or not PNM's modeling in this case assumed that that Rockmont resource would be operational as of 2023. Let me restate that, actually as of 2022.
My presumption and understanding is that previous procurement ahead of this Palo Verde case would have been assumed to have been part of the PNM resource portfolio.
And I believe your direct testimony addressed the continuing uncertainty about whether or not the Rockmont project and some other projects would actually be in service by PNM's summer peak in 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct. There were known issues by that time, yes.
And as you sit here today, do you know whether or not it's been determined by PNM that it's certain that those projects will be, any of those projects, Rockmont or the other projects that have been delayed, will be in effect as of June of 2023?
My understanding is that there's still uncertainty around those particular projects.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Hearing.
Just want to ask one follow-up. When you said, Mr. Spurgeon, when Mr. Throne asked you, when your understanding of the RFP, that it was in part to meet the loss of load expectation of 0.2. I just want to try to understand, I just, if you need to educate me, I'm happy to be educated. But I thought this whole case began from PNM's desire to, number one, abandon Palo Verde units, and then number two, find some power to bring in to replace that. And then it's my understanding that when they bring in the power to replace the thing they're getting rid of, they are then, as an entity subject to the regulation of the commission, required to meet sort of reliability criteria. And one of the things they see PNM imposes on itself is this 0.2 standard, which they're going to move to 0.1 in the future. So it's not as if you can really say, well, it's designed to meet reliability. It's like they have to do that whenever they're going to bring in new resources. So my misunderstanding?
There were changes to standards in this particular procurement that went beyond just finding a replacement for the Palo Verde leases. One of the things that was changed was the planning reserve margin. I think that's been talked about at other points in the hearing. That went from a 13% ICAP assumption to a 18% UCAP assumption, which is a significant change. So that gets kind of wrapped in with the underlying assumptions that drive the replacement of Palo Verde. So it's more than just finding a direct replacement. There's other changes that are being done by PNM in the modeling.
So you're saying, and I guess Mr. Throne's point is in the questions that he's asking you is the resource selection necessarily requires you to contemplate your reliability metrics, and that must be built in. And so therefore that's your point is that you can't just look at it as a replacement. You have to look at it in that way too. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm just making the point that there's a layer of factors that are going into what happened in this case beyond the simple replacement of the 114 megawatts in a vacuum.
It's your position that PNM, and I actually just don't understand what the objection is. Maybe you want to school me on this too. I mean, their argument from the factually anyway is climate change is wreaking havoc on the world. Extreme weather events are out of control. Every day we see one. And every basic utility system in the country is transitioning over to renewable power. So we would be fools to be sitting around waiting for a devastating event and would be blamed basically as being, negligent or dereliction of our own responsibility if we let this stuff just hit us and pretend like we didn't see it coming. I mean, I read the testimony on the 0.2 to 0.1 and the increased planning reserve margin as what a responsible utility should do. I mean, do you have a different perspective?
No, and I think a lot of what you're saying there is fair. But the question then becomes, why is there an inconsistency about existing resources? Wouldn't you need to consider those as well? As recently as the 195 case, PNM had said that it did not have experience with batteries and limited the model's ability to select batteries to 40 megawatts only. And here we are a very short period of time later, and now there's all of a sudden the need for a lot more batteries. And that's one of the underlying points that I've been trying to make is there's inconsistencies all over the place, and it makes it, as a bidder, extremely difficult and frustrating and concerning.
And I know exactly what you're saying. I've had conversations about that very subject with other hearing examiners. But I guess you would say that it's not acceptable to sort of say that, well, PNM is responding to a very dynamic situation, right? Like resources are changing, how we manage the system is changing. And your answer is, well, that doesn't explain, like, for instance, a U-turn on battery. That's your position? I mean, is that what you're saying? Because one way to answer your objection is, well, it's a brave new world, right? And nobody really knows where we're going to land exactly. So why would we be surprised that there's transitions in philosophy of resource procurement?
No, that's right. And we fully expect a lot of the procurement over the next several years to be more renewables and more batteries to help with the very issues that are created by losing firm resources and having renewables come in towards the GHG objectives. That's fair, that's reasonable. We're just looking for, as I've said, some ground rules around how that's looked at. And I don't want to get to the next case and have a completely different set of rules in that case that are somewhat subjective. Let's as collectively, there needs to be some kind of understanding about how the changes should be looked at, how the modeling should be done around those very changes, around how the system needs are going to change, instead of, for instance, doing 50 different scenarios and not sharing any of that information with the commission in this case. I mean, that's the kind of thing that we just don't see. That's why we're here in this case, making these points.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Welcome.
Mr. Examiner, I have two questions on recross, if I may.
I don't know, Mr. We're running very short on time. Is it two questions that are going to lead to three other questions from other parties, or is this?
Well, I just have two questions.
All right, I'll give you the two questions, but I'm not going to. We have to move on. So ask your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Spurgeon, you talked about the PNM's greater reliance on batteries, and you characterize it as a big change from the position it had taken in the 19-00195 case, where they wanted a 40 megawatt limit on battery size. But you acknowledged, do you not, that the commission in the 19-195 case rejected the proposed limitation by PNM and required PNM to install considerably larger and more battery capacity than what PNM had proposed?
Yes, that is the case. Simply pointing out that PNM's primary objection to having anything above 40 megawatts was its experience with batteries. And if that's true, if there's legitimate operating concerns, if there's safety concerns, I would imagine that those would arise again, because those would be fair points to make. But yet, that seems to have gone by the wayside almost immediately, disregarding what was ordered in the procurement.
And you also talked about PNM benefiting from the way it conducts our RFPs. And in terms of this RFP, you agree that none of the proposed resources are PNM owned, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And PNM wouldn't recover a return on any investment, any profit, if you will, from those resources, right?
In this case, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Spurgeon, thank you very much, sir.
Welcome.
Moving on to Mr. Dauphiné and NM area.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I just wanted to let you know at this time that I waive all further cross, since Mr. Phillips today said that he offered to do and provide whatever it takes to get the commission and parties comfortable with the modeling process in the future and to figuring out what reasonable access is. Since he made that representation on behalf of PNM, we're satisfied and we have no further questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I have to note that on my sheet. Well, why don't we have Mr. Dauphiné come up and get sworn in, and Ms. Gould, you can get through his introduce his testimony as efficiently as you can.
Yes, I will. There are just, I'll do it as fast as I can.
Great. Ms. Gonzalez, just swear him in, please, first.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
And I'd like to enter my appearance for the record. My name is Kelly Gould, and I represent New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, also known as NM Area. Can you please introduce yourself and spell your name for the record?
Yes, I'm James R. Dauphiné. That's spelled D-A-U-P-H-I-N-A-I-S.
Who are you employed by and what is your job title?
I'm employed by Brubaker and Associates, Inc., which is also referred to as BAI. I'm a managing principal of BAI and a consultant in the field of public utility regulation.
Who are you providing testimony for today?
Yes, I am for New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, or NM Area.
Thank you. And you have in front of you what has been marked as NM Area Exhibit 1, titled The Corrected Direct Testimony of James R. Dauphiné, filed on behalf of New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance on August 20th, 2021.
I do.
Is this an accurate copy of your corrected direct testimony?
It is.
Was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
There was an errata to your testimony filed on September 28th, 2021.
Yes.
For the record, is your corrected direct testimony as filed in the Dropbox, does that incorporate the correction from the September 28th errata?
Yes, it does.
If the same questions were asked of you today, that are in your corrected direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
My answers would be the same based on what I knew as of August 20th, 2021, the filing date of my direct testimony. However, as discussed on pages 5 and 6 of the September 30th, 2021 rebuttal testimony of PNM witness Phillips, PNM subsequently shared additional information with me in NM area with respect to its proposed 50 megawatt limit for market assistance during periods of high net load that PNM is using to establish its resource adequacy needs.
I'm sorry, that PNM is using to establish its
Resource adequacy needs. In my opinion, this additional information reasonably demonstrated a need at this time to apply PNM's proposed 50 megawatt market assistance limit when determining PNM's resource adequacy needs. Therefore, as Mr. Phillips indicated in his rebuttal testimony, I am no longer recommending a market assistance limit of not less than 100 megawatts when establishing PNM's resource adequacy needs.
Okay, thank you. Have any other of your August 20th, 2021 conclusions or recommendations changed?
No, they have not.
And are these answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
I ask the hearing examiner to move into evidence NM area exhibit 1.
Any objections? None heard, be admitted.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Mr. Dauphiné would go first to PNM for 10 minutes. Mr. Alvidrez, you're muted.
Yes,
There
I
you go.
apologize.
That's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Dauphiné.
Good afternoon.
I'm Rick Alvidrez, one of the lawyers for PNM in this case. And you clarified one thing as a prelude to the admission of your testimony, and that is the issue regarding the 50 megawatt import limit that PNM utilized in its modeling has been resolved in terms of your initial conclusions. Is that correct?
Yes, for this case, yes.
For this case. And another recommendation that you included in your testimony had to do with the cost allocation for renewable PPAs. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as I understand it, it was your position that as traditional generation is replaced with renewable resources, some steps need to be taken to ensure that the costs for renewable resources are allocated equitably to customer classes. Is that right?
Right, because a portion of those resources are capacity related.
Right, demand capacity related. In connection with your discussions with PNM following the filing of your testimony, did you reach an understanding that by granting the PPA approvals requested in this case that PNM agreed that NM area would not be precluded from presenting evidence on appropriate cost allocations in a future general rate proceeding?
Yeah, I believe that is reflected in Mr. Phillips' rebuttal testimony.
Okay, so is it fair to say that that's how that issue was resolved as well?
I would not go that far. I would say that we still would like to see PNM address in its case in chief, in its next base rate case, the issue of the proper allocation of renewable PPA costs.
Yes, and I didn't mean to imply that you are acquiescing in terms of any rate treatment in this case, but rather that that's not really an issue any longer in this case. It'll be handled in a general rate case later. Is that correct?
Yeah, our recommendation was that it be handled in a general rate case, but there'd be commitment from PNM to address it in its case in chief in that base rate.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
So I got to know, Mr. Dauphiné, what changed your heart on the the megawatt restriction?
The additional information that was shared, NM area approached PNM shortly after we filed our direct testimony to see if we could try to resolve our concerns that we raised in our direct testimony. And additional information was shared. Much of this is in Mr. Phillips' rebuttal testimony.
So, I mean, just give me your take on his response. You're satisfied now that the market limitation, 50 megawatts for their, most constrained hours is appropriate?
It is at this time. And the two determining things were that is the PNM shared with us additional information that showed that when they had difficulty buying power, they were buying it at over $1,000 per megawatt hour. That's a very high price. So that's
a little bit.
Yeah, it suggests is that it was not available at any price,
right.
Any additional. So there's that. The second thing is they shared, which is on page 8 of Mr. Phillips' rebuttal testimony, a presentation from the Western Electricity Coordinating Council, which is the regional organization to manages reliability standards. And in there, it identified that there were at least 3, I wouldn't call them utilities, balancing authorities. Organizations have responsibilities. Some of them are utilities in their area for basically keeping the lights on. And at least 3 of those areas were doing what's called firm load shedding during the afternoon of the 18th of August, 2020. And then several other of these balancing authorities were looking at least at curtailing interruptible load. So this was a very severe event. And so for the time being, using the 50 megawatt limit, I feel is now appropriate based on this additional information. We also got a commitment, which is also reflected in Mr. Phillips' rebuttal testimony, that PNM would conduct a workshop in fall of 2022 to revisit this limit. So the limit could go up based on new information. It could go down new information. The idea is to have a technical workshop to talk through what the latest information is showing and whether it's appropriate for this limit to be raised or reduced, in the next, going forward.
Very good. All right, that's very useful to me. Thank you. Daphne, Mr. Throne, you have 10 minutes with Mr. Daphne.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Dauphiné.
Good afternoon, Mr. Throne.
Let me ask you a question. If you turn to page 9 of your direct lines 19 to 21, tell me when you're there.
I'm there now.
So you say there that you reviewed the input and output files of PNM's Encompass analysis, and in addition, you performed your own Encompass runs to benchmark PNM's results. I have 2 questions. First, what do you mean by benchmark PNM's results?
That is, run the program with the input files provided by PNM, and first of all, make sure that in fact the cases will run if I try to run them again, and second, that they produce the same results that are shown in the output files provided by PNM. Because that's critical. Unless that benchmarking is successful, that creates doubt on any sensitivity cases that might run being accurate. So I want to be able to make sure I'm reproducing the company's results before I do anything else.
Okay, and so you weren't reviewing to see whether or not all of the inputs and the database inputs were necessarily reasonable. You were looking just to basically run it for your benchmarking to make sure that it produced the same results the PNM said it was producing, correct?
Not entirely correct. What I looked at was the input. I did look at the inputs, looking for things that obviously were not incorrect or appropriate. So we did do that type of review. We also, when we ran these benchmarks, we ran them with optimization turned on based on the input files. But what we didn't do is any sensitivity analysis in this case. And let me explain why that is. In this particular case, we're looking to replace carbon-free resources. And given that, and given the ETA in New Mexico, we felt it was appropriate to be pursuing carbon-free resources for this replacement, and even for the reliability catch-up, the way I call it catch-up. It was appropriate to do that. And given that, and given looking at the input, I didn't see any reason to go any further with any sensitivity analysis. So I did not conduct any sensitivity analysis using Encompass. We did do other analysis with SERVM, but with regard to looking at the resource choices, we pretty quickly concluded that what was being proposed was reasonable given what was being replaced. There was another piece to this too, is that these resources were all purchase power agreements and energy storage agreements. They were not, there was no proposal, for example, for PNM to build its own generation. There was no proposal here for PNM to do what's called a build to acquire arrangement. In either of those cases, they would be putting the new resources into rate base and would be able to earn a return for shareholders. So we didn't have any of those types of tensions that are created when those are in play, where we have to be very careful because the utility could be biased towards those types of choices.
Okay. So I understand correctly that what you benchmarked was the no new combustion portfolio that was proposed by PNM.
We benchmarked both the one with no restrictions on technology and the one that restricted the combustion turbines from being used. We benchmarked both those sets of cases.
The technology. So you also benchmarked the technology neutral portfolio that they provide for illustrative purposes?
Yes.
Okay, let me have you turn back to page 7 of your testimony. At lines 8 to 10, you say that the technology neutral scenario allows the selection of generic LM6000 aeroderivative units that are high flexible, I assume you mean highly, but high flexible and can be converted to operate without carbon emissions. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And there you're citing Mr. Phillips' direct testimony, correct?
Yes, I am.
Isn't it correct, though, that the technology portfolio that's presented by Mr. Phillips in his testimony, the results at that PNM figure NLP4, the generic LM6000, that wasn't generic, that was a bid. That was an actual bid. Wasn't it your understanding of a bid of an LM6000 aeroderivative located at the PNM La Luz facility site?
I believe it was based on La Luz, as the generic was based on a La Luz. Whether it was based on actual bid, I don't know, but I believe La Luz was the correct location. But again, I didn't really focus. I did the benchmark of the case that allowed, combustion turbines to be picked, but I did not focus on that alternative, because really, again, we're looking at replacing resources that are already carbon free.
Yeah, that's sort of my point, that you do understand that a generic resource is not the same as a bid resource for modeling purposes.
A generic resource can be based on past bids. That's not uncommon.
Going back to page 9 of your testimony, are you personally trained to operate Encompass?
Yes.
And what do you and your firm charge New Mexico area per hour to perform Encompass runs?
We charge our normal hourly billing rates for the time incurred to do that analysis. We also, back in the 19-00195 case, when PNM first adopted Encompass, we also passed through onto our client, who was NM area but called NMIC at the time. We passed through the cost of cost for training from Anchor Power Solutions for the use of Encompass.
Yeah. So
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. We passed through the cost of the training from Anchor Power Solutions.
That was incurred that was incurred.
So we're just trying to get an idea of approximately what it costs, what you charge for a party to provide that kind of independent analysis. And can you answer that?
Yeah, sure. I want to make sure you finish. Sorry. So this case, we did less encompass analysis than, for example, we did in either the 1900195 case or the 19-00018 case. Both those cases we did encompass analysis. We did a lot less encompass analysis here. For here, this case, we incurred about $5,000 of fees for the limited analysis we did on behalf of NM area. Again, very quickly, we determined we didn't need to do sensitivity analysis. We did sensitivity analysis and maybe looked at other alternatives. It very well would have been multiples of $5,000.
So it's fair to say that the analysis that you and your firm did in this case regarding modeling was much more limited than what you did in the 195 UT case.
Yes, but I would know. I've been talking about encompass analysis. I've not been talking about the SURVEM analysis that we've done in this proceeding.
And I'm getting, yes, and are you trained to operate SURVEM?
Yes, I've got training on that.
And how much does your firm charge? Well, you have a license. Your firm has a license to operate SURVEM?
No, NM area was granted a license from PNM pursuant to the provisions that were established in this proceeding. The same would encompass. We were provided NM area was provided a license for us to do the work. So we did not.
And sorry, go ahead.
The licensing fees were covered by PNM, who I assume will seek recovery in a future rate proceeding.
So how much did you charge for SURVEM analysis in this case? To New Mexico area. Sorry,
I almost cut you off again. It's based on our time incurred under our normal hourly billing rates. In this particular proceeding, and we did more SURVEM analysis here because we did do some sensitivity analysis. Here was about, I'd say, around $15,000 of fees were incurred between benchmarking for SURVEM and the sensitivity analysis. Again, that could be significantly larger if we're looking at other resource portfolios. Here we were looking at the sensitivity of the 50 megawatt market assistance limit versus a 100 megawatt market assistance limit. That was what our SURVEM analysis focused on in this proceeding. But again, it was still fairly limited versus what would be incurred for fees in a case where we're looking at other alternatives for resources.
And so was the limited SURVEM analysis that you described, am I correct that was limited to LOLE capacity sufficiency analysis of PNM's proposed no new combustion resources for 1 year, that is 2023?
Yes, it was, but that was influenced by our experience in the 19-00195 case. And in the 19-00195 case, PNM ran 3 different study years for their SURVEM analysis. In all of those years, flex was not an issue. That wasn't known going into that proceeding, but one of the things that analysis showed us, flex really was not showing up as a problem. In fact, became less of a problem as you looked in the out years. Seemed to be driven by the fact that storage, as you added more storage is extremely flexible, and that seemed to be really minimizing that as an issue. It seemed like the big issue is really meeting the LOE requirement for capacity. It's a matter of essentially the storage not being sufficient to cover later into the evening in particular. So,
and in terms of providing the flexible resources that a utility needs as it integrates more renewable energy into its portfolio, would you agree that going forward, one of the issues will be what are the relative long-term cost of energy storage resources versus any firm gas capacity that might be proposed to PNM?
Yes, and in future proceedings, we're going to be dealing with not just simply the replacement of zero emission resources. So, I think I made clear in my testimony that, we view all options need to be looked at, and you do need to weigh, moving forward aggressively with reducing carbon emissions, but also being very careful with regard to reliability and economic affordability.
And your client here.
10 minutes, Mr. Throne. So you can ask one last question there, sir. Go ahead.
Is it correct that your client, Mr. Dauphin, New Mexico area, which represents large industrial customers, they are concerned with not only the cost of resources procured by PNM, but also the reliability of their service going forward?
Yes, but I would caution, as you characterized NM areas, industrial customers, there are large industrial customers in NM area, but it's not just large industrial customers. There are other large electric customers in there besides large industrial customers.
Like UNM.
That's a good example, yes.
Yeah, former client. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Albright.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Dauphin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Albright.
Good to see you again. I'm representing Bernalillo County once more in this proceeding. Do have a few questions, some of which have been asked and answered in response to questions by Mr. Throne in particular. You mentioned in one of those that you had training, I believe, on Servan. Is that
Yes.
correct? What did that training involve, and how much did it cost? And I realize that's a compound question, but I'll put it out there.
Right. So that was essentially a 5 or 6 hour training course that was provided virtually by Astrape. We teamed up with, I believe it was CCAE at the time, because their experts also needed the training, and we did it together. The save cost, we were essentially charged the hourly rate Astrape has for their experts. For one of their experts, I can't remember entirely what it cost at this point. Probably, maybe with splitting costs, it might have been $600 or $700 for their time. But we had to invest our own time, of course, which was billable to our clients. So we had 6 hours of sitting down there and getting that training, where we had interaction with the database and the interface for the program, and slides were presented as well. But then, of course, we have to do too is not just that, but you actually got to go and use the model to really learn it. And so we had to spend several hours, our individuals here at the office, to basically get more familiar with the model.
Okay, and if one had not had previous modeling experience, or at least very extensive, and actually gearing this towards staff's situation or the commission's situation, where they would have to go out and hire someone either as an expert to do it or to get training on themselves, how much background would someone need in order to go through the same process that you went through without a whole lot of modeling experience as background?
Yeah, and I think it's background in modeling and background in resource planning in general, and maybe operation utility systems. That's probably a critical thing, is to know how things work. So you need to know how things work coming in. But I will tell you, is the Astrape training that was provided was for folks that are used to doing modeling, resource planning modeling. So it was definitely abbreviated. It would be more like a 2-day session if we were dealing with folks that are entirely new to this area. So,
okay, do you have any estimate on how much training that might involve from either academic courses or previous experience on some of the previous models?
Yeah, so typically you're dealing with engineers usually in this, but it doesn't have to be engineers. It's either engineers with some background in the utility area, electric utility area, or others that have quite a bit of experience in electric utility area, even if they do not have an engineering degree. So that's kind of the fundamental thing. It's not just mechanically doing things. You need to have some basic knowledge. Even our younger folks we get involved in training, they're not hitting this cold. They have had a year or two exposure on electric utility issues.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. I'd like to follow up on some questions that I had earlier for Mr. Spurgeon as well. I'm looking pretty much at your page 18 and 19 of your testimony. And generally in there, I think it's probably beginning about line 7 on page 18, or in response to the question, you talk about the commercial operation of Rockmont PPA and ESA portion. Do you see that language?
Yes.
Okay, and then you have a table on the next page, table JRD-2, with regard to the LOLE in 2023, with scenarios that are listed there. And those haven't changed, correct? There's been no correction to that table, correct?
There has been no change to that table, that's correct.
Okay, so did you just model this with regard to 2023 as far as your analysis goes for the LOLE?
Yes, the database was only really set up to work well for 2023. We didn't try to look at modifying it or running it for different years. So for example, we didn't try to go look at, well, what's the situation in 2022 summer with Rockmont being delayed? We didn't try to do that.
Okay. Similar to the question that I asked earlier, if Rockmont was in an attempt to go from 0.2 to 0.1 LOLE, if Rockmont were removed from the modeling that was done for the replacement resources, with these other things included, going from 13 to 18% reserve margin, going from a 0.2 to 0.1 on the LOLE, if that were removed, just your experience based upon modeling, would other replacement resources need to be considered other than what was proposed here for the 114 megawatt replacement for Palo Verde? It's a long question, but hopefully it made some sense.
Yeah, and I'm going to need a minute just to refresh myself on these words to answer this question, to see if
Sure.
I need to remember how far we went with this.
Okay.
Right, so I did not, hold on. Right, so we did look at Rockmont PPA and ESA not being operational, but note that this was done with the 100 megawatt market assistance level. And my recommendation no longer says, the market assistance limit should be no less than 100 megawatts. I am now accepting PNM's 50 megawatt limit. And with the 50 megawatt limit, these results would be different. I haven't run those.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. Also, last general question I had, you had some language essentially back on page 22 with regard to the renewable power PPAs to recover through the fuel power clause and renewable power rider. Do you see that language there, that discussion on page 22?
Yes, I do.
Okay, with respect to that, if there is one of the recommendations you made is that you may need that the commission may in general relook at the cost allocation, and that the demand related PPA costs would be first allocated to customer classes based on PNM's production cost allocator, and then a separate per kW or per kWh adjustment factor would be determined for each rate class. Do you have any estimate as to how that would affect the shift with regard to the cost between, say, your folks' clients and the consumer classes?
I don't like the characterization of shift. My view is that this is an ongoing problem that's getting worse. It's a cross subsidy problem between customer classes. And what this would do is attempt to eliminate that cross subsidy. That is, the subsidies being paid from what are called the higher load factor customer classes to the lower factor customer classes. So this would eliminate that. But I haven't calculated the magnitude of impact. That's something that would be addressed in the base rate proceeding.
Okay, and it would be an attempt to get, correct me if I'm wrong, but would it be an attempt to get closer to unity for both the industrial class and for the consumer class?
Unity as a measure of how each class is contributing. That is, are they paying their cost of service, cost to provide service to that customer class? Yes.
And it would necessarily result in a shift where more of the cost would be borne by the consumer than what they are now. Is that correct?
It would cause the elimination of cross subsidy that's being paid from higher load factor customer classes to lower factor customer classes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dauphiné. I have no further questions, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you very much, Mr. Dauphiné. Appreciate it.
Ms. Lynch, 5 minutes. I don't see Ms. Lynch, or do I? No. All right, so let's take a 5-minute break. Maybe Ms. Lynch will reappear, but if she does not, we'll go to Ms. Souls. So
Mr.
we'll.
Hearing Examiner, I think that Ms. Lynch sent an email that said that she would be absent from
Yes,
this hearing.
you're right. I remember that now. She did. You're correct.
And I do
So-
have a couple questions for
Redirect.
direct. I'll be quick. Would you like me to do this now before?
Yeah,
the-
let's do that now. I'm sorry, I didn't know you wanted to do my apologies. Yeah, so let's do the redirect, then we'll take the break, and then we'll come back and get Ms. Souls. So go ahead, Ms.
Okay, great.
Gould.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Dauphiné, when you were being asked by I believe it was Mr. Throne, but I don't remember now. NMARA was provided a license for Servem and Encompass without having to pay for it in this case, but it wasn't just NMARA. Any party could have taken that option. Is that correct?
Right, there was a there were provisions for this proceeding for that, yes. For all
Yeah,
parties.
there was no special treatment for NMARA.
Correct.
Correct, okay. And then you were talking about your training in Encompass and Servem, and I just wanted you to clarify if that training and kind of the learning curve happened more in the 19-00195 case.
That case and the 19-0018 case as well.
And then one final question, if you could just describe a little bit in greater depth of what you mean by sensitivity analysis. You said in this case, you did not do a sensitivity analysis for Encompass, and I just wanted you to describe a little bit what you mean by that, what a sensitivity analysis would have looked like, and what you meant by that.
Yeah, and I use that term very broadly here because sometimes sensitivity analysis is just like testing different assumptions on forecasted natural gas prices. Here, I meant it in a broader context when I said it earlier, and that what it means is changing some of the assumptions, looking at other alternatives, potentially if there's some restrictions in the optimization and the input files. The PNM has, it would be opening up those restrictions, making it less restrictive, and the optimization possibly picking such that Encompass picks different resources. We didn't do any of that type of sensitivity analysis in this case for Encompass.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Very good. All right, so let's take a 5-minute break, and then we will come back and Ms. Souls.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, am I excused? Or?
Of course, yes, you are, sir. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
I'm getting tired. It's a long day. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi.
You're still on with your audio.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Is 5 minutes up already?
It's like we're in the Twilight Zone.
That's court reporter humor for you.
I think everyone's having everyone's having the issue with the sun. It's now the time of day when the sun is hitting us at
Yes.
a terrible angle. I'm going to be squirming during the next hour.
It's all right. Okay, so Ms. Gonzalez, all set?
Yes, I am.
Great. Go back on the record. NEE presentation of Ms. Souls. I know there's issues here, so why don't we do her direct testimony first, Ms. Nanasi, and then we'll tread into the rebuttal stuff.
Thank you so much, sir. That's what I was going to ask you. So thanks for being clear about that.
Sure, yeah. So Ms. Gonzalez, you could just swear the witness in first.
You bet. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Souls. Could you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Mary Lee Solms.
I wanted to ask you about New Energy Economy Exhibit 1. This is the direct testimony and exhibits consistent with the order on PNM's motion to strike your direct testimony and exhibits that was issued on September 22nd, 2021. Is that correct?
I filed this testimony on August 20th. It was subsequently challenged, yes.
And then it was corrected to incorporate the order by the hearing examiner in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct. I've removed the Arizona Corporation Commission's opinion and order. Additionally, the order from the New Mexico Supreme Court has been removed as directed by the hearing examiner's order.
And the reference to those documents were MLS 3 and MLS 4. Is that correct? And that has also been removed.
That is correct.
And otherwise, your direct testimony is exactly as it was when it was previously filed. Is that true?
Yes.
If I asked you those questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
When you were asked those questions and gave those answers, were they true and correct?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would move the admission of NE Exhibit number 1.
Any objection?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, Leslie Padilla for PNM, consistent with what both Ms. Nassi and Ms. Soul said, PNM did move to strike that testimony. We acknowledge the ruling of the hearing examiner, but we do preserve our objection as stated in our motion to strike.
Understood. Any other objections from any other party? Noting that objection from PNM, the document NEE Exhibit 1 will be admitted.
Thank you, sir. Now, can I just ask you, how do you want to do this? Are you going to let PNM go first, and then I can follow up if I have anything to add, or do you want the reverse?
No, I think so. So for purposes of, well, yeah, for the voir dire, I mean, right. So you've offered the witness, and you've offered her as an expert, and you've offered her now in terms of rebuttal testimony on modeling issues. So I think in the direct testimony, you've had your opportunity to establish the basis of Ms. Souls to speak to those things, right? Like your direct testimony addressed those questions. Here's my, qualifications and yada, yada, yada. So it would seem to me appropriate to hear from PNM and then to give you an opportunity, Ms. Nanasi, to briefly respond with any follow-up questions from Ms. Souls based on PNM's voir dire. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
So why don't we do that, Ms. Padilla? You'll, my understanding is that in all likelihood, the questions you're going to ask her, Ms. Souls, about her qualifications are sort of touching upon what the substantive questions would be for your cross anyway, right? There's a sort of probably a fair degree of overlap.
Actually, I don't really think so, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay. So then let's do this section now on the voir dire, and then if there's questions that you want to ask about, we'll do that.
Certainly. Thank you. Again, my name is Leslie Padilla. I represent PNM. Ms. Souls, good to see you this afternoon. Now, as you were just discussing with Ms. Nanasi, you filed direct testimony in this case, correct?
I filed direct testimony when it was case 21-00083-UT.
Okay, good distinction. Thank you. And in that testimony, or after you filed that testimony, any claim that you were qualified to give expert testimony based on your long history of intervention in regulatory cases. Is that right?
That is my understanding.
And do you understand that in order to testify as an expert, a witness has to be qualified as an expert?
That seems circular to me, but yes, it seems obvious.
And as to your direct testimony, the hearing examiner found you qualified in relation to New Mexico utility regulation generally because of your experience and knowledge gained from participating in commission cases as a pro se intervener, correct?
Objection to the, excuse me, objection to the form of that question. That's not the full basis of your decision.
I understand. I'll overrule it. I understand what she's asking her, and I understand your objection, Ms. Nanasi. So go ahead, Ms. Padilla.
Okay. And that conclusion applied to your direct testimony only, correct?
Excuse me, I don't believe I completed my response to your previous
Okay,
question.
let me ask the question again then. The hearing examiner found you qualified as to New Mexico utility regulation generally because of your experience and knowledge gained from participating in PRC cases as a pro se intervener.
It was my understanding that that was one of the considerations, but that it was also based on the other activities I've engaged in New Mexico.
Okay.
With the legislature and with the commission.
All right. But again, that conclusion applied only to your direct testimony, correct? That conclusion of the hearing examiner.
Based on the situation and the hearing examiner's response to your subsequent motion, that's when I came to understand that that was the case.
I think I don't understand. The hearing examiner has found you qualified as to New Mexico regulation generally, but only insofar as your direct testimony is concerned, correct?
I did not read that initial order that way, no ma'am.
Well, that ruling of the hearing examiner on September 22nd, 2021, that was on PNM's order to strike your direct testimony, correct?
I understand that.
Okay. Well, let's talk about your rebuttal testimony, because your rebuttal testimony does concern more specialized subjects than your direct testimony did, correct?
So the rebuttal testimony was filed in this case, 21-00215-UT, which resulted from a bifurcation. And the order that set up that bifurcation included some very specific additional scoping statements. And so, yes, the rebuttal testimony was related to this bifurcated, unique piece of what grew out of the previous case.
Okay. And one of those subjects is modeling related to utility resource acquisition, correct?
I would have to go back to that order that scoped this case, but it was related to the modeling and the issues raised by parties and interveners, as I recall.
Well, I'm talking about the subject of your rebuttal testimony, and one subject is modeling related to resource acquisitions, correct?
One subject is directly related to those two specific phrases in the scoping order for the 215 case, yes.
And another subject of your rebuttal testimony is market assistance limitations, correct?
I do not see that as a different subject. Both of those are related to inputs to modeling activities.
Okay. So would a better brief summary or brief description of your testimony be resource modeling? Is that what you believe your rebuttal testimony concerns broadly?
I believe my testimony was directly related to the requirement to conduct modeling on a consistent and comparable basis of all feasible resource options.
Is the subject of your rebuttal testimony resource modeling?
In its broadest sense, I would say yes.
Okay. You have a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from 1997, correct?
That's correct.
And an MBA, Master's of Business Administration from 1983, correct?
The Harvard Business School, I have a Master's of Business Administration degree with honors from the Harvard Business School.
Okay. And you have no advanced degrees in any technical field, correct? Besides, well, in any technical field besides the business degree, your MBA.
That is correct.
Okay. You have never worked for a utility in any capacity, have you?
I have not.
And you've never worked for a regulatory body in any professional capacity, have you?
I have not.
Have you ever worked for any kind of utility generation owner?
No.
Have you worked for a regional transmission organization?
No.
Have you ever taught utility regulation or any related subject?
What is the scope of taught that you're asking?
Let's say at a university level, at a college level, have you taught utility regulation?
No.
Okay. Previously, you have maintained that you have general management experience in the automotive industry. That was your professional career, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In a previous case, and I'm looking at the exhibit to your resume, this is your MLS 01. One of the cases listed there that you've previously participated in was case 19-00348-UT, which was El Paso Electric's application for a long-term PPA, and I think it's the Hecate resource. I never know exactly how to pronounce that. Do you recall that case?
I would clarify the case 19-00348-UT. El Paso Electric made an application for approval of 3 what they called long-term purchase power agreements. Okay. One of those was actually an energy storage agreement. So that included an application related to the Hecate solar PPA, to the Buena Vista solar plus energy storage PPA, and the energy storage Canutio proposal.
You provided testimony in that case, correct?
Yes.
As representing yourself, correct?
I was a pro se party.
Okay. Now, in that case, the hearing examiner in that case ruled that you did not qualify as an expert in the areas of load and resource planning among a number of other areas, correct?
Is there something that you're referring to specifically?
I am, but I think that we're pressed for time right now. I think I'm looking at the recommended decision of the hearing examiner in that case. And you were voir dired actually in that case, correct, on your qualifications as an expert? Do you remember that?
I do recall that.
And the hearing examiner, do you remember, found you that you were not qualified as an expert in the area of load and resource planning?
So there was a long list of things that she referenced. And in the end, she chose not to strike my testimony and to give my testimony the weight that it deserved. So if you are looking at her recommended decision, that recommended decision has a significant portion related to my testimony and my arguments, of which she adopted my position that the Canutio energy storage agreement should be rejected for exactly the reasons that I laid out in my testimony.
But Ms. Sills, you didn't answer my question, and that is, did she rule that you were not qualified as an expert witness in load and resource planning?
I would have to go back and look at the transcript specifically in terms of how she phrased what she was not qualifying me as an expert for.
Well, I can read the
It was
whole
not
list.
comprehensive.
I can read the whole list, and it's load and resource planning, forecast retirement and generation planning, utility resource acquisition, levelized cost of energy / costing methodologies of utilities, and regulatory and technical generation. So those are the areas in which the hearing examiner found that you were not qualified as an expert witness, correct?
That matches my recollection.
Okay.
Ms. Padilla, I just have to keep you aware of the time. I
Okay.
can give you a few more
So-
minutes, but not a whole lot more.
Ms. Schultz, you did not perform any analysis of your own in this case, correct? I should qualify. You did not perform any resource modeling analysis of your own, correct?
That is correct.
And you did not assist NEE in the preparation of any modeling requests, did you?
I did not.
Besides the testimony that you wrote, your rebuttal testimony, you did not make any other kinds of writings or analyses, did you?
There's all kinds of writings related to any particular case. I would categorize them as notes and communications exchanged with my counsel.
But well, we asked in discovery if you had any work papers to share with us, and you did not. So those are the kinds of writings or work papers that I'm asking about. Did you prepare anything like that?
I believe our response was related to the analysis, and work papers related to the analysis, and that was slightly different from the way you phrased your question.
Well, in general, work papers in this field would mean anything that you have that kind of documents the work that you have done. And you didn't produce any work papers for us, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I don't believe, PNM believes that Ms. Souls lacks any kind of specialized qualifications to testify on the subjects in her rebuttal. And if NEE, makes the claim that she should be given her testimony, should be given weight as a lay witness, we would reassert our position that her testimony was not proper rebuttal, which your order actually on our second motion to strike actually acknowledged that several portions of her testimony are not rebuttal testimony. So we don't think her testimony is proper either as expert testimony or as proper lay witness testimony.
Okay, let me, before I could pass to Ms. Nancy, I'll just ask some questions. And the reason I'm going to do that is for efficiency so that Ms. Nancy can ask any question she wishes to address all of the questions. And so I'm not trying to jump ahead. It's just, it seems more efficient. And I'll do my business very quickly here. Ms. Souls, how much have you utilized the Encompass and ServM utility modeling software suites?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, Encompass and ServM are the latest evolving models. My experience with El Paso Electric that began back in 2015, El Paso Electric was using Strategist and they were using ProMod. In their latest integrated resource planning, which they filed for 2021, they were using E3's proprietary Resolve programming and EP's proprietary Recap. PNM is using something somewhat different from what El Paso Electric has used, and my testimony is not about that part.
How many utility modeling runs have you yourself performed?
I have not performed utility modeling runs. I have treated that as a black box dynamic in this larger modeling world.
What is a black box dynamic?
That modeling is not just about the software that takes and processes inputs and spits out outputs. that the bigger world of modeling is related to those inputs that appropriately represent all feasible resource options that are then evaluated on a consistent and comparable basis, and look at the outputs as information for decision making, not whatever comes out is by definition what the utility or the commission should decide.
Have you
So
received
black
training?
box is the part
So,
in between.
Thank you, Ms. O. So have you trained or received training on the utilization of utility modeling software in order to perform a run?
Not in order to perform a run. The training I've received has been the result of El Paso Electric's integrated resource planning and my participation in their public advisory group process. And that came both from El Paso Electric regarding strategist and ProMod, and most recently from E3 in regards to their recap and resolve programs.
Has anyone ever paid you to assess utility runs through modeling?
Beyond my work for new energy economy in this case, no.
Can you utilize any software that does utility run modeling?
I believe with access to that software and access to the range of inputs that are required to operate it, then I could do that.
And you're saying you could do that if you had training?
I believe I could do that with the 2 hours of training that Mr. Dauphiné just described. Yes, sir.
Have you ever read or invested your time to learn how to utilize any of these software tools that we've discussed today?
I have read and invested my time in understanding the dynamics of the inputs and the meaning of the outputs from those black boxes that I don't have access to. Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Nanasi, go ahead. I'll give you 10 minutes, ma'am. That's what I gave Ms. Padilla.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Of the 31 cases that appear on your MLS one that you've been involved with, how many of those cases have been resource procurement cases?
I would characterize 10 of those cases as being related to resource procurement dynamics.
And in any of those cases, did you, I know this is, they're mostly, almost all about APE, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so in the resource procurement cases, did you ever ask El Paso Electric, EPE, to change their modeling based on your requests?
Yes, I did. The most instructive example is with regard to Rio Grande 6, which was their oldest gas generator. In 2015, they decided to remove it from their loads and resources table and to not model it in their resource planning. One day, Rio Grande 6 was running just fine. The next day, El Paso Electric declared it retired for planning purposes. Since 2015, there have been a number of cases related to Rio Grande 6. El Paso Electric ran it in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and it is my understanding that they ran it this last summer, 2021. They have a case pending right now that is the abandonment case for Rio Grande 6 related to requesting approval of the commission to abandon Rio Grande 6 in 2023. If El Paso Electric had included Rio Grande 6 in their modeling back in 2015, it would have saved the commission, me, El Paso Electric, and any number of other parties an uncountable amount of time and resources, because the modeling could have informed what was going on with Rio Grande 6, but they refused to.
And did you argue that?
I did argue that. I argued it over and over and over again. And most recently, this played into the case that is 19-00349-UT. El Paso Electric was requesting approval for Newman 6, a gas generator, and was basing it on modeling that did not include Rio Grande 6, did not include other forecasted retirements, did not include options for existing resource utilization, and did not include the requirements of the Energy Transition Act that was relevant in New Mexico. If they had done the modeling with the appropriate inputs, as I advocated, it would have saved the commission a significant amount of time and resources.
And what was the result of your advocacy, specifically in case 19349 UT?
19349 UT, Newman 6, the commission denied El Paso Electric their requested CCM.
And was it in part, at least, based on your testimony about EPE's failure to model and continue a current?
You know, Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Leslie Pitty on behalf of PNM. I don't think these questions are actually going to Ms. Sewell's technical knowledge, her expertise, her educational background. They're going to her participation in previous PRC proceedings as a pro se intervener.
I agree with you. I mean, but Ms. Nanasi was allotted 10 minutes. And if she wishes to establish that Ms. Souls does not have expertise to run modeling, she may do that.
In this case, is your testimony reliant upon your understanding or know-how of modeling SERV-M or Encompass, or is it about a critique about the constraints of inputs?
My testimony assumes that the SERV-M modeling, the Encompass modeling that was performed, that was a black box and that it reliably does what it claims to do. My testimony was about the constraints in the inputs and the misapplication in the conclusions of the outputs.
And in the 19349 case, it's the issue there, which you testified about and won, was about the fact that for EPE, they didn't model current resources consistent with other resources that they were attempting to procure. Is that correct?
Yes.
And isn't that the exact same issue here?
Yes.
Why?
Because if the inputs are constrained, then the model will simply do what it does, and it will produce an output that does not accurately provide the information about what is possible with all feasible resources on a consistent and comparable basis. The commission and parties will be restricted in their understanding of what the options truly are and what those options mean.
Did you hear Mr. Phillips' testimony? I believe it was in response to recross from Mr. Throne. And what was his answer about when Valencia, when the model stops using Valencia? How did he say that the model would replace that Valencia power?
He said that the model assumes that it would not be Valencia, that it would be some new generic gas generator. And what I also recall is that when Mr. Spurgeon was speaking, he talked about his concern about how existing resources are treated and that they're not treated as feasible resource alternatives on a consistent and comparable basis in the way that PNM has conducted their modeling.
And isn't that the issue that you particularly advocated about in case 19-349 and 1? And the commission adopted the hearing examiner's decision that the utility must consider current options as opposed to new gas.
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Just one follow-up question, Miss. This is actually for Ms. Nanasi more than Ms. Souls. So Ms. Nanasi, my understanding is are you offering Ms. Souls as an expert on modeling?
And resource acquisition, yes.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this under advisement. I have had discussions about these subject matters with other hearing examiners, and my understanding of how 11702 functions within the context of the commission is one that I feel is not adequately flushed out. I will write an extensive order on this, and I'm going to do the research, and I'm going to figure this out. But the answer is going to come in the recommended decision in this case as to whether or not Ms. Souls can testify as she has in the rebuttal testimony. It's a project that I look forward to actually doing. So in light of that fact, because I have spent a lot of time thinking about 11702 and my time working for the New Mexico appellate courts for over a decade. And I think it's a fascinating subject, and I want to understand how it applies in the administrative context where the rules of evidence are more loosely applied. So I think this is a principled question. Can a person who appears most frequently as a pro se intervener be offered as an expert on a matter for which meaningful technical expertise is necessary? I mean, in one sense, you could say the answer is obvious. But if the answer is obvious, we still need to know the contours of the response so that we can have some sort of principled application moving forward.
May I just respond to that? I just want to say that Ms. Crane has no experience in ServM or Encompass, but you accepted her testimony and her opinion about essentially fair inputs, transparent inputs. That's what Ms. Souls is talking about. And Ms. Souls has been involved in many, many resource procurement cases. And so it's not that dissimilar from Ms. Crane. So I'll put it that way. And could I have one more question? I'm very sorry, literally one more. It's a very simple question for Ms. Souls.
I don't think so, Ms. Nanasi. And I don't want to have part of the reason I'm not going to answer this now is because I anticipated it would just suck up more time.
Okay, fine. So how would you like me, sir, to?
So the question becomes for Ms. Padilla now. If I've taken under advisement, do you wish to ask Ms. Souls questions about her rebuttal testimony, or do you wish to forego that?
Even if the testimony were deemed admissible, we would not have any questions for Ms. Souls on her rebuttal.
Thank you, Ms. Nanasi. Well, the only other party we get back to you on redirect, but if there's no questions, then we just admit the testimony. So, Mr. Albright, it appears you've requested 10 minutes with Ms. Souls. Is he here?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we had waived that.
That was never okay.
That's not on the that's not on the list. We had waived Ms. Souls.
My columns are so small, I might just be misreading,
Okay.
but I thought I had 10. In any case,
No,
that's fine.
no, sir. We had no time for Ms. Souls.
Great. So in which case, we'll just take Ms. Souls' rebuttal testimony under advisement. There will be an order issued, and I understand what she's written there anyway, so I don't believe.
Do I need to move to admit it though? I think
in terms of the foundational questions, if you wish, Miss, yes, that would probably be useful. Why don't we do that
so much,
at the very
sir.
least?
So just a couple questions then. Ms. Souls, you authored rebuttal testimony in this case, that correct?
Yes.
And That was submitted on September 30th, 2021, pursuant to the hearing examiner's order in this case, correct?
Yes,
And did you write that testimony?
I did.
If I asked you those questions, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
Did you answer them honestly and truthfully?
yes.
Okay, so now I would move to admit Ms. Sewell's testimony, rebuttal testimony, into the record.
And I will assume that the PNM would object to the admission. We've just had a lengthy voir dire. I've articulated that I'm going to study the issue, make a legal ruling that will be incorporated within there, the recommended decision, and we'll deal with it in that context. Very good. Okay, Ms. Sewell, thank you for your participation.
Thank you, sir.
And last but not least, staff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Borman. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I'm hoping my witnesses are signing on as we speak.
Fantastic. I hope we're going to sneak right in, and I think we can do this in whatever period of time, a half hour we have left. So Ms. Velasquez, is she there?
She's our first witness. I'm waiting. I don't see her on yet. There she is. Did you want me to go through the foundational questions for each witness, or do you want to simply just have me move admission of their testimony?
Can we do it as a group? Is there any objection from the parties? We'll just do it as one big fell swoop. Is that okay?
Well, I have to get all three of the witnesses on then.
Well, okay. I mean, Mr. Borman, just try to do the short version and we'll try to.
Well, I think it's usually short, but.
Let me swear in. Wait.
Go ahead.
Raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
There's some talking in the background. Hold on. There's some. Do I hear?
I'm not sure
what is that's coming from someone. That's New Energy Economy. Okay, she's muted.
Okay. Ms. Velasquez, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by New Mexico PRC and I'm a utility economist in the Accounting Bureau.
In that role, did you review PNM's application that is the subject of today's hearing?
I did.
And did you prepare testimony regarding that application?
I did.
But you should have Staff Exhibit 1. Can you identify what Staff Exhibit 1 is?
Yes, it's my direct testimony that was filed on August 20th of 2021.
Was that prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
I do not.
Okay. If I asked you today the same questions as are set forth in Staff Exhibit 1, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And are they true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. At this point, I move admission of Staff Exhibit 1.
Objections? I hear none. Staff Exhibit 1 will be admitted.
Thank you. Ms. Velasquez is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Albright, you requested 10 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I did. And again, I'll try to limit 20 minutes total for all three of the staff witnesses that I had scheduled. Good afternoon, Ms. Velasquez. How are you today?
I'm good, and you?
Pretty good. I think we're the last roadblock to maybe finishing up, or at least close to it. So I'll try to make this brief. As I mentioned before, I'm here on behalf, I'm local counsel for Bernalillo County in this proceeding. I do have a few questions and just some generally with regard to both the team, which may be better addressed to Ms. Lebatacero and to the other staff witness. But did you or any of your team have any formal modeling training that would have assisted you in this case?
I can only speak for myself and I don't have experience.
Okay. Did you participate in the workshop that was provided by PNM?
I don't believe I was employed by PRC when that happened.
At that time? Okay.
Yeah, correct.
All right. And with regard to your testimony, at page 4, you go through a number of the different storage centers and the ESAs. You have that testimony in front of you. I think it's in response to a question that's actually on page 3 as far as the ESAs, which PNM is seeking approval.
I do.
Okay, and prior to that, there's a discussion of the PPAs that are in play in this proceeding as well. Would you explain what is meant by with regard to the PPAs being you used a term, and now I'm going to have to find it. A pay for performance with respect to the PPAs.
Can you direct me to where it says that? Or
Yeah,
to
I think
the
it's
line?
on page. I think it's on page 10 of your testimony.
Page 10.
And down around, let's see, lines 8 through 14, I believe. You mentioned the Sandia Peak ESA likewise cannot be reopened once the commission approves it. PNM pays for the energy it is generated at and delivered from the facility, which is also known as pay for performance for both PPAs. Do you see that language?
I do see it.
Okay.
So when I reviewed the ESA, it wasn't, well, for this one, for the Sandia Peak grid, they were paying for what they purchased. And it wasn't set up like the other ones where it was a base rate. So that's why I stated a pay for performance.
Okay, so, and is it your understanding then that under that structure, that these would not be owned by PNM and would not be subject to a return on equity, correct?
I don't know.
Don't know, okay.
Mhm.
But it is your understanding that while some of these ESAs and PPAs may be subject to further review or negotiation, the Sandia Peak grid ESS capacity is not subject to modification once the commission approves it. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you look at the price that's listed on page 10 at lines 8 and 9, same area, it says that it starts out at $5.99 per kilowatt month, and the price will then increase by 2% each year for the 20-year term. Do you see that language?
I do.
Did you run a cost as to what that would be at the end of the 20-year period?
I didn't.
Okay.
But I believe it was stated in their testimony. But I'm sorry, I can't remember if I did run a cost on it at the moment.
Okay. With regard to the training and with regard to the modeling, did you examine how much it would cost to get that training or how much it would cost the commission to hire an expert to do modeling analysis?
I didn't.
Anybody on your team that you're aware of that may have done that where I can ask them a similar question?
I'm not sure.
Okay. On page 12, lines 10 and 11, you talk about the approximate interconnection total cost for the projects that were listed by Mr. Falgren. Do you see those there?
I do.
Those interconnection costs would be borne by whom?
I believe they would be included in their base rate, so by their customers.
Okay, so defer to the next rate case, or would that be passed along to through the fuel clause, or don't you know?
I'm unsure.
Okay.
I believe in my testimony, though, it was stated by Kyle Sanders that it would be through the fuel and purchase cost adjustment clause and base rates.
Okay, and so with regard to your analysis of the different Trisco facilities and all of the Sandia facilities and all that, is it a fair statement that you relied upon the information that you got from PNM?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I have no further questions for Ms. Velasquez. So thank you very much, Ms. Velasquez. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Very good. I don't see anyone else has reserved time for questioning of Ms. Velasquez. Is there anything further? Mr. Borman, any redirect?
I do not have any redirect from Ms. Velasquez.
Okay, Ms. Velasquez, you're excused. Thank you very much for appearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Borman, looks like you're going to call Mr. LaSalle.
I'm looking to call Mr. LaSalle, and hopefully I don't see him on here yet. Hopefully he's available. I am texting him to make sure that he is. Oh, there he is.
Ms. Gonzalez, if you'll swear in Mr. LaSalle.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. LaSalle.
Good afternoon, Mr. Borman.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission as an engineer intern in the utility division.
In that role, did you review the application by PNM that is the subject of this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And did you prepare or participate in preparing testimony regarding that application?
Yes, I did.
You should have a document that's marked Staff Exhibit 2.
Yes, I have the document.
Can you identify it?
Yes, that is my direct testimony in this case.
Was Staff Exhibit 2 prepared by you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any changes or corrections to Staff Exhibit 2?
No, not apart from, I believe there is one change that's been made in the copy that was filed on page 3, line 8, and it's only a capitalization error from the original.
Okay, so you changed the capitalization of storage facilities?
Yes, I believe that that is the correct capitalization.
Okay. If I asked you today the same questions as are set forth in Staff Exhibit 2, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I move admission of Staff Exhibit 2.
Any objections? Staff Exhibit 2 will be admitted.
Thank you. Mr. LaSalle is available for cross-examination.
Mr. LaSalle goes first to Mr. Throne for 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. LaSalle. I'm Bruce Throne. I represent Honor Energy in this proceeding. Let me have you go to your direct testimony, page 5, lines 1 to 8. Tell me when you're there.
Page 5?
Yes, sir. Lines 1 to 8. There you state that to comply with Commission Rule 551.8 D6, PNM provided evidence that entering into the long-term power purchase agreements and energy storage agreements proposed in its application, that it was consistent with the provision of safe and reliable electric utility service at the lowest reasonable cost, considering both short and long-term costs and all other relevant factors. Is that correct? That's you agree that that's the case based on the testimonies of PNM witnesses Phillips and Wintermantle?
Yes, that is correct.
At the time you filed that testimony, was it your understanding that the no new combustion portfolio proposed by PNM in this case on a 20-year net present value basis would cost $144 million more than the illustrative technology neutral portfolio that was presented by Mr. Phillips in his direct testimony?
I'm not sure that I would recall the exact number from memory, but I do believe that the price was higher for this portfolio.
And at the time you filed your testimony, did you understand that the according to the modeling by PNM and Mr. Phillips presented, that the no new combustion portfolio would actually emit over a 20-year period more carbon dioxide emissions than the technology neutral portfolio that they modeled?
That was not my understanding.
You think you believe that that is not the case?
If you could point me to a specific place where that is stated, that may be so. I don't recall one way or the other specifically.
Okay, I'll just move on then. Is it correct that neither you nor any other witness for staff assigned to this case performed any analysis of the scope or reasonableness of the Encompass or Survey database inputs that PNM relied on for its replacement analysis in this case?
That is my understanding.
And with respect to the consistency of the power purchase agreements and energy storage agreement resources proposed by PNM in this case, with the provision of reliable service, is it correct that neither you nor any other witness for staff assigned to this case performed any analysis of how the commission approval of those resources proposed may affect PNM's resource flexibility and reliability needs in 2023 or subsequent years?
That is correct. We didn't provide additional independent modeling to that performed by PNM.
And is it also correct that staff didn't perform any independent analysis of the reasonableness of the effective load carrying capability values that were developed by Astropay, addressed by Mr. Wintermantle and
I'm sorry, I lost you there. Can you start with effective load carrying capable?
I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm trying to deal with the time limits here. Is it correct that neither you nor any other witness for staff assigned to this case performed any analysis of the reasonableness of the effective load carrying capability values that were developed by Astropay and addressed by Mr. Wintermantle and relied on in PNM's Encompass modeling in this case?
To the best of my knowledge, that's correct. Yes.
If you turn to page 6, lines 1 to 2 of your direct.
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah, and there you refer to Mr. Phillips' direct testimony at page 72 to 73 that PNM's application in this case is consistent with PNM's currently filed 2020 IRP, right?
Yes, that's a statement.
At the time that you submitted your testimony, did you review how the 450 megawatts of installed solar capacity and its effective load carrying capability proposed by PNM in its application compared to the amount of additional solar capacity and effective load carrying capability that PNM identified as needed by PNM in 2023 in its most cost-effective portfolio in its 2020 IRP?
No, and for clarification, the IRP rule that was cited in the question accompanying that answer requires consistency with PNM's most recently commission accepted integrated resource plan, which would be their 2017 integrated resource plan, not the 2020, which is
Right.
the main reason that I didn't perform any of that review.
Right, and I'm only asking this question because of your testimony on page 6 at lines 1 to 2.
Yes.
Where you basically just accept Mr. Phillips' testimony that PNM's application is consistent with its currently filed 2020 IRP, correct?
Yes, it might be more clear if I had included maybe just saying, and this is not required by the rule.
I understand. I'm familiar with the rule. Okay.
Yes.
And then on page 6 of your direct on lines 17 to 21.
Sorry,
there,
what page did you say?
Line 17 to 21.
Of which page?
I believe it's page 6.
Okay.
You're addressing there PNM's compliance with Commission Rule 551.8D10 regarding the methodology and criteria by which the long-term power purchase agreements and energy storage agreements were selected. And there you referred to Mr. Nagel's testimony asserting that, and I'll quote, PNM conducted an all resource request for proposals and no resource type or project ownership structure was preferred, requested, or excluded, close quote, correct?
Yes.
Is it correct that your testimony there is based solely on Mr. Nagel's narrative direct testimony in that case?
Based both on that and some review of the testimonies provided by PNM in which they expounded in more detail, but yes.
Did you read Mr. Spurgeon's testimony for Onward in this case, his direct testimony?
I did, but it's been a few months at least. So.
And do you know whether or not PNM actually made a decision to not model as part of its phase 3 RFP analysis any of the Valencia PPA extension proposals that were made by Southwest Generation in response to PNM's 2020 RFP?
That is my understanding.
Did you know that at the time you filed your direct testimony?
Not in that degree of detail, but I was aware that throughout their selection of resources, they selected against some resources.
Right, but
I don't believe that to be inconsistent with providing an all resource request for proposals. I think that to arrive at a selected resource portfolio, at some point in the selection process, one would have to select against the resources that will not be included in that portfolio.
Do you have any experience with utility competitive requests for proposal processes or evaluation of those processes?
Not in any detail. And additionally, as far as I know, there isn't a specific commission rule addressing that. And my testimony in this case was limited in scope to compliance with the PPA rule or Rule 551.
And one of the provisions in that rule, is it not, is that utilities shall identify and reasonably evaluate on a consistent basis all feasible options or resource options to meet its needs, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Albright, you've asked for 10 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. LaSalle.
Good afternoon.
Jeff Albright, again, representing Bernalillo County in the proceeding. Do have a couple of questions on your testimony. And first of all, did you have, as part of your professional education there, in engineering, did you have any modeling classes?
Not
computer modeling?
Not in any of the specific modeling technologies that PNM is utilized in this case.
Okay. Did you attend the workshop with respect that was conducted by PNM with regard to the modeling?
No, to the best of my knowledge, I was either not employed by the PRC at that point or had not yet been assigned to this case.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And with respect to the elements that were included in both the PPAs and ESAs, was it your understanding that the PPAs and ESAs for this case were to be replacement resources for the 114 megawatts of Palo Verde?
Yes.
Was it your understanding that those replacement resources were also modeled in order to reach an LLOE of 0.1 instead of the current 0.2 standard?
If my recollection is correct, a LOLE of 0.2 was utilized for the majority of this, with a target of 0.1 in the future.
Do you know if the model, is it your understanding that the modeling that was done was for the next 20-year period?
Yes. With definitely more intensive modeling conducted earlier in that period, within the next few years.
Did you or other members of your team discuss hiring an expert for the modeling?
Not that I know of.
Did you make any inquiries with regard to how much it might cost to hire an expert, or for one of you on the staff to get the requisite training for modeling?
If that discussion happened, I wasn't involved in it.
Okay. As an intern at the PRC, what are the criteria? I noticed that you already received the New Mexico engineering certification as a professional engineer. So I was wondering what else was needed there. At the PRC.
So for clarification, I'm licensed as an engineer intern, which in the state of New Mexico is the status of an engineer following graduation and passing the fundamentals of engineering exam, but before one has the requisite amount of applied experience to be able to take the professional engineering exam and receive a professional engineering license.
I see. So that's to get the PE designation. Is that correct?
Yes. So yes. So I didn't yet have my PE designation. Yeah.
In your analysis, are you familiar with the term unit contingent power?
Not past hearing it referenced earlier in this case in cross-examination of other witnesses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Following the filing of your direct testimony, are you aware that PNM has stated or has filed that there has been a default with regard to the Rockmont facility?
I am broadly aware of that it's happened.
Do you think that fact would have any impact on the modeling results that were done?
That were done in this case?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, in this case.
Sorry. It could be possible. It's I do know that the resources modeled in this case aren't scheduled to go into operation until after those at issue at Rockmont. That if my recollection serves, the Rockmont resources were scheduled for summer of 2022. So it would be, I'll just leave it there. Yeah.
Mr. Albright, you have 3 to 4 minutes left here, but we're rapidly running out of time. Is there any other questions you could ask Mr. to just?
No, I think at this point, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I have a few questions for the remaining staff witness, but I think that's sufficient questions from Mr. LaSalle. So, Mr. LaSalle, I want to thank you for your testimony and your candor. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Lynch, you requested 5 minutes with Mr. LaSalle. Would you like to use those minutes, ma'am?
I can pass on those minutes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anything from Mr. Borman and redirect from Mr. LaSalle?
I do not have any redirect for Mr. LaSalle.
Very good. Unless there's anything else from any of the parties, I think I've asked everyone, and I believe Mr. LaSalle can be excused.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. LaSalle.
At this time, then, staff would call its final witness, Alicia Labor-Tercero, who I see is already on. So I think there she is. She needs to turn on her.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ms. Labor-Tercero.
Good evening.
But by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission as the Economics Bureau Chief in the Utility Division.
In that role, did you review the application by PNM that is the subject of this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And did you prepare testimony regarding that application?
Yes, I did.
You should have a document marked as Staff Exhibit 3. Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify it?
That is my prepared direct testimony that was filed in case number 21-00083-UT.
Okay. Was that Staff Exhibit 3 prepared by you?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
I do have one correction. That's on page 12, line 9. The rule number should be 551.8D6 rather than 551.8D8. So the number 8 should be replaced with the number 6, and I believe that that is reflected in Staff Exhibit 3.
Okay. With that change, are your answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
And would your answers be the same as you have just corrected them?
Yes.
Thank you. At this time, I move admission of Staff Exhibit 3.
Objections? I hear none.
Ms.
Staff Exhibit 3 will be admitted.
Ms. Labor-Tercero is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Throne, you've requested 10 minutes. We're basically at 5. I'm happy to give you, if there's any way that you can go right to the punch, that would be great.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon or good evening, Ms. Labor-Tercero. Bruce
Good
Throne
evening.
from Onward Energy. Thank you for being here. Do you have an opportunity to read Onward's witness Jeff Spurgeon's direct testimony in this case?
I did review it at some point earlier, not in a lot of detail.
Do you generally have an understanding that an issue that he raised in this case is whether or not the commission should modify the manner in which staff and interveners have access to PNM's modeling in future resource procurement cases?
Generally, yes.
Is it correct that since PNM filed its application in this case in April, staff has not had the expertise or financial resources to perform its own modeling or hire an outside expert to perform modeling of resources offered by PNM, offered to PNM in response to its 2020 RFP to replace the Palo Verde lease interest?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you recall generally that under the protocols that were approved by former hearing examiner Glick for access to modeling under their what was PNM referred to as its option 1, in order to request through modeling by PNM, that staff would have to modify the existing database inputs that it provided during discovery in this case?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And staff did not do any request for any alternative modeling in this case using that procedure, correct?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear all of your question.
I heard there's some kind of a noise in the background. Is it correct that staff didn't ask for PNM to perform any modeling of any alternative resource scenarios in this case?
That's correct.
And in your opinion, would staff and the commission benefit by PNM or the commission establishing a procedure for staff to access whatever modeling PNM relies on in a resource procurement case in the future that does not require staff to have an expert in either Encompass or Servim or similar modeling?
Yes, I believe staff would benefit from that.
And do you think the commission itself would also benefit from that?
Yes.
In your opinion, going forward, would staff and the commission benefit by PNM providing with its resource applications the results of resource flexibility sufficiency modeling as well as capacity sufficiency modeling?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, Leslie Padilla on behalf of PNM. I know Ms. Labor-Tercero is not my witness, but I do object to this line of questioning. It's not, this is not proper across, this is not a subject of Ms. Labor-Tercero's direct testimony.
Well, Mr. Hearing Examiner, Ms. Labor-Tercero does testify that she recommends approval of the proposed resources. And I do realize that staff didn't do any work apparently or address any modeling issues, but I think this is appropriate given the recommendations here in terms of the public interest and whether or not staff can benefit by the recommendations by Mr. Spurgeon. And this is the key, this is the lead witness for staff in this case.
Mr. Bob Borman, you want to say anything?
The only thing I would say is I don't object to this line of questions. I mean, I don't think there's anything out of line or anything that I'd be worried about Ms. Labor-Tercero saying. I think, Mr. Throne is correct. I mean, if she doesn't know an answer to a question, she can say she doesn't know.
Yeah, I understand the objection, Ms. Padilla, but I think it's useful for the purposes of the commission to know what its staff thinks as to an issue that's obviously quite live in this case. So I'll overrule that. And Mr. Throne, you can continue.
I'll repeat it just for your benefit, Ms. Labor-Tercero. In your opinion, going forward, would staff and the commission benefit by PNM providing with its resource applications the results of resource flexibility sufficiency modeling, as well as capacity sufficiency modeling of its proposed supply side resource additions?
Well, while I'm not an expert in resource planning or resource modeling, it seems reasonable to assume that staff would benefit from that.
And in your opinion, going forward, would staff and the commission benefit by PNM providing with its resource procurement applications the results of resource flexibility sufficiency modeling, as well as capacity sufficiency modeling of a reasonable number of alternative resources to any portfolio that is proposed by PNM?
My answer would be the same as my previous answer.
Yeah, in other words, yes.
Yes.
And lastly, in your opinion, going forward, would staff and the commission benefit by PNM providing with its resource applications the results of resource flexibility sufficiency modeling and capacity modeling for more than 1 year or more than the first year in which PNM believes it needs incremental capacity?
Yes, it would be reasonable to assume so.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Albright, you've requested 10, if you can.
Yes, sir. I don't think I'll need that much, but I do have a few questions for Ms. Leyba Tercero.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Ms. Leyba Tercero. I'm Jeff Albright, representing Bernalillo County. Follow on to a few questions that Mr. Throne asked there. Did you or your staff request the PNM? Let's strike that. Let me re-ask the question. Did you or any members of your team provide inputs to PNM for any model runs?
No, not that I'm aware.
Okay. Did you, in knowing that the financial constraints that the commission was facing, did you or any members of your team get an estimate on what it might cost in order to get an expert or to hire somebody from outside to, even though PNM had offered it, did you folks take a look at that?
Not that I'm aware. I know that in the past, staff has looked into getting software for resource modeling. I wasn't involved in those discussions, but it's my understanding that staff looked into Plexos, and I don't know the difference between that and the software that PNM used in this case, but it's my understanding that the cost for something like that was around $90,000 per year. And I believe it would include some basic training, but I think we would need some additional training. And then that cost also didn't include costs that would be associated with the computer systems that we would need to be able to support running that software.
Do you think having something like that would benefit the commission?
Yes, it would, but it's my understanding that those costs were beyond the budgetary constraints of the commission.
Okay, just a couple more questions. If you would turn to your testimony at pages 10 and 11, please.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, and that should be your table if I have the right pages. You
Yes.
see those? Okay. In there toward the bottom, you have the Rockmont Solar at 100 megawatt capacity, 2022 in service year and term of 20 years. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and on the next page related to that for the ESA, you have Rockmont Storage 30 megawatt capacity, 2022 term of 20 years. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is it your understanding that that the Rockmont Storage information was included in the models that were run by PNM?
That is my understanding, although I didn't review all of the models directly as someone that's not a resource planner or modeling expert.
Understood. Are you aware that there has been filing by PNM that Rockmont has defaulted on the project?
I am aware of that, yes.
Do you have an opinion with regard to whether the default of the Rockmont Solar project and the Rockmont Storage project might have an impact on the modeling results with respect to the replacement resources needed?
Well, it seems reasonable to assume that it would. However, again, I would state that I am not a resource planning expert or resource modeling expert.
Okay, understood. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Levitt-Tissero. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lynch, you've asked for 5 minutes. Are you going to use any of that time?
No, I can go ahead and pass on these 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, I believe, unless Mr. Borman, you have redirect?
No redirect, sir.
In which case, then I can say what I was just going to say, which is I believe that is the conclusion of the evidentiary portion of this hearing. Very good. Is there any matters to address, to deal with, like the briefing question off record to give Ms. Gonzalez absolution for further participation in this matter? Is there any other record matter that needs to be addressed before we go off record?
Not for me.
Very good. So we'll close the record in this case. And Ms. Gonzalez, your hands may stop.
Okay, but I'm not done, or I'm going to put something else on the record.
No, I'm done. You're done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
And Ms.
you.
Gonzalez, really appreciate it. We worked you very, very hard. And
Yes, you did. I'll admit that.
Mr. Hearing Examiner,
That's okay.
Yeah, Mr. Albright, go ahead.
are we going to discuss then offline a post-hearing schedule and go back on the record to incorporate that?
If you want to do it on the record, I mean, I don't know what the protocol is, frankly. I think Ms. Gonzalez.
I'm here.
Is
I
it
wasn't fast
necessary?
enough.
I will ask the question. Is it necessary to do it on the record, Mr. Albright, do you believe?
That I certainly defer to you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Could certainly be done by separate order afterward.
I can enter an order that's a pleading has legal effect that says I say this and therefore that's what it is. So
Which is fine.
that's good. Ms. Gonzalez, you can disappear. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye now.
Yeah, so post-hearing briefing, I'm really eager to see it. I think the answer has to be you all can brief whatever you wish. There are things that I would like answered, but I'm going to need time to compose my thoughts and put that into a written form, which isn't going to happen today, probably sometime early next week, as to what I feel like needs to be answered. And of course, that's not limits you in any way to brief what you think should be briefed. I mean, go ahead.
Yeah,
Padilla.
Mr. Examiner, this is Leslie Padilla. I'm sorry that Ms. Gonzalez did leave because I think we wanted to ask when the transcript for the last day of the hearing might be available, because that may drive some of our possible deadlines that we want to propose.
If I recall correctly, the policy with expedited transcripts, I believe it's 3 business days.
Okay.
Or maybe even be 3 days. I can't recall. I was thinking about that prior, and I believe based on what she produced for us, given the first 2 days of hearing, that we're likely to see the full transcript of today's proceeding by Wednesday. December 8th. Yeah. That's an assumption. I can verify with Ms. Gonzalez and then send that along to you. But I think that's a fairly safe assumption. So based on that, I did the calculations ahead of time, and that means I wrote this down someplace. I got to find the right Word document. If she does have it done Wednesday, 12/8, and we just stick with the schedule stated in the commission's rules, 20 days and then 13, you'd be looking at an initial briefing date of Tuesday, December the 28th, 2021. And this is when I hear about how that will destroy everyone's Christmas.
Well, Mr. Hearing Examiner, PNM was actually hoping to propose a briefing schedule that would get briefing accomplished before Christmas. We have throughout our testimony in this case, and I think Mr. Falgren, and when he was live on the stand, talked about the real pressures that our developers are going to be under, given the timeframes that are going to be created for them by not possibly getting an order until January. We're really pushing it to the absolute maximum, particularly I think with our transmission, the transmission work that needs to happen. So we would like to see if everyone could agree to a briefing schedule that gets a briefing accomplished by the 23rd.
The 23rd of, so initial briefing submitted by December the 23rd is what you're saying?
Both initial and response briefs.
By December 23rd?
Yes.
I can see Mr. Throne shaking his head. I mean, that was the question would be.
Well, an alternative possibly, and this is something that just occurred to me, we could bifurcate the briefing and have briefing on the questions that are not in dispute. And to try to get help you get a recommended decision on the questions of resource approval more quickly than these other issues, issues that Mr. Throne and Onward have brought to the case. So I had not discussed that with my co-counsel yet, but that if everyone is going to balk at getting briefing accomplished by Christmas, which still gives us 3 full weeks, which
I would just like to say that it is obviously, given the participation by not only New Energy Economy, but the other interveners in this case, this is not just Mr. Throne or Onward's issue. Please stop saying that. It's inappropriate. That is not the position. That has nothing to do with what you just suggested. But I find it offensive that you don't appreciate that this modeling issue is a serious one that all of us obviously care about, or else we wouldn't be here.
And I apologize, but and again, this goes to your expert witnesses, your witnesses' testimony. She didn't weigh in on these issues in her direct testimony. So it was an issue that was brought to this case by Onward. So no, but I apologize. And I know it's late on Friday. We're all tired. But
Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yeah. Let's hear from Mr. Throne on this.
Yeah, it's my understanding, and I understand the even though PNM's application basically and testimony, and Mr. Nagel indicated they expected a decision by the commission within the first quarter of the next year. But that said, it's my understanding that no party has submitted any testimony opposing commission approval of the proposed resources. So, I can tell you right now, we'll say in our brief, we don't oppose it. We didn't take any position on certain aspects of it, as Mr. Spurgeon indicated in his testimony. But in terms of the resource procurement and modeling issues, I think it's pretty clear from the testimony and the hearing that we're doing the heavy lifting on this in terms of briefing. I understand other parties are interested. We understand because of the press of other cases, particularly the merger case, Four Corners case, other parties have really had to devote their resources, including staff, to those cases. So we appreciate that. But I personally, I would like to. I have family coming in for the first time in 2 years. I haven't seen my kids coming into the holidays, but so I have no problem with. We could stipulate right away that we don't oppose, and I'm assuming that other parties could commission approval of the proposed resources, but we want to have enough time to really provide you with a brief, and also the answers whatever questions you may have. We don't know what those are yet. But,
yeah. Understand.
So,
I
don't think it's feasible to get all this done before Christmas. I don't want to carry. Believe me, and I'll tell you this now. This is my last hearing for the commission. I wish you all the best of luck going forward, but I have every interest in getting this done also as soon as possible. So, with that said, I think we should have more realistic discussion of the deadlines.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, I know that WRA has not filed witness testimony in this case. However, I have a minor elective procedure that I scheduled close to Christmas because I thought absolutely nothing would be happening, not even my kids visiting me because of travel restrictions. And so I would appreciate maybe allowing parties to simply file statements of position or very short briefs or maybe making them not mandatory briefs in your briefing order.
Wait, so, okay, regardless of how we structure, how those briefs are to be submitted on the, I mean, there's the issue about the resources, which Ms. Padilla points out and Mr. Throne just confirmed, nobody objects to, and that you're saying that would, and then there's the separate issue of the modeling resources. I mean, I understand. Are you saying, Ms. Beatles, that regardless of how that gets hashed out, you still don't necessarily want to have to submit a brief? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but if we're allowed to file, I mean, of course, you're not going to tell us how long they have to be. Like you've said before, less is more and more is never more. But if you, I think I could probably work something out with CCAE, so we have prepared at least a fleshed out statement of position on, modeling access for future purposes to the extent that you rule on that in this decision. So if that is ordered during the break, we could figure out a way to comply.
Okay, Ms. Gould, I see the hand, yeah.
I don't know if this is appropriate at this time, but I do know that we, NM area was interested in getting a stipulation in this case a long time ago, at least on the resource side. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask the parties, but NM area would be willing to stipulate to those resources to get them in. We do have concerns with reliability issues, supply chain issues, all the things that we're seeing coming up with what happened in the San Juan replacement case. And I could file a statement of position on that issue and then reserve the lengthier discussion for a different portion of the brief if that's helpful, or I could say that my client would stipulate to that here. Well, I guess we're not on the record anymore, but.
Yeah, so I had the same thought Ms. Padilla was putting forward, which is about if no one opposes the resources proposed, why hold up the train? To the extent to which they are really two different sets of issues, dedicate the time and energy needed to address the substantive questions in no rush, right? The only reservation I have in doing that is, and I'm going to consult my superiors about this before making any final determination on the subject, is whether the commission would be okay with that. The parties have ideas about how things should get done, but then when you bring it to the commission, they have different concepts at times. So prudence requires that I consult the higher ups before answering such questions.
Can I suggest something? What about if we go this way, and I will just also state that New Energy Economy would approve of the resources. What if you get approval? What if we all are required to file literally a one-page filing that says that each of the parties respectively approve the resources, and then you write an order that bifurcates the other issue and give us plenty of time
I understand.
to brief it.
And that's the general thought. And I mean, the first thing I'll say about stipulations is I don't think you people should be doing stipulations too much anymore. Stipulations are not a hot item at the commission, let me tell you.
Yeah, I think.
Guess it depends on the stipulation.
It's sometimes it does. All I'm saying is those stipulation things.
Mr. Hearing Examiner,
go ahead, Mr.
If I might, I mean, I think people are using the word stipulation in a very broad sense.
I understand.
I think,
and but I do think Ms. Nanasi has hit on a key thing. If we can move forward on the resources, and we are not overstating the criticality of the timing of that, that would be very beneficial. I think we would have to, in effect, trifurcate this case. We would need a final order, an interim order, subject to further ruling on modeling issues. It would probably not be sufficient for the vendors to move forward. But if we got a final order approving the proposed resources, that can be cut loose and we can move forward. And then we can have the luxury of some time on the modeling and other related issues.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, on that point, I don't think we ought to have too much luxury on time, and we ought to get this modeling issue addressed in Mr. Spurgeon's testimony. PNM has already announced that it's by the first quarter of next year, it's going to be coming in with its next resource application to replace Four Corners. So I mean, I'm not suggesting we drag this out.
I didn't assume you were either. No, but it's a lot of work. There's a lot of issues there, and a lot of, I mean, your brief is going to have to be, it's a ton of work. So
it is.
Can
so
I
acknowledge that. Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I didn't interrupt. I don't think we should call it a stipulation. That's why I'm saying I think that we should just all write this 1 or 2 page thing that says, New Energy Economy approves of this resource, and then everybody else does the same thing, and then you make a finding,
right.
And not a stipulation. And then on the other, bifurcate the modeling. And so thank you.
And to be clear, Mr. Ryan, as Mr. Spurgeon stated in his direct, we could submit a statement and say we don't oppose. But he made it very clear that he didn't have sufficient information. I won't get into all of it to do anything more than say we're not going to. He explained why. So, but I think the outcome is the same. As a matter of fact, in terms of the substantial evidence rule, there is no evidence in this case that would support a commission denial of the proposed resources, and I think that's the critical issue. And I would assume that the general counsel could inform the commissioners that is the situation and why this shouldn't be too controversial.
No, and I think the point to bring home as well is, Mr. Albright's series of questions about the delays associated with supply chains and the concerns about the summer 2023 peak season. I don't believe that's smoke. I think that's all very real. And I understand PNM to be legitimately concerned about, finishing all of this in time to ensure all that stuff's well protected.
Yeah, we agree. We agree.
Yeah. So I get the urgency. I just have to, so hearing all this is useful. I don't think I can say anything definitive at this moment. I need to speak with Mr. Medeiros, who's my supervisor now, and see what he thinks and what the best way forward. He may have dealt with this kind of situation before, and then give you guys an answer. I'll get to you in a second, Mr. Albright, early next week. Go ahead, Mr. Albright.
Just very briefly, to be clear, I mean, we certainly don't object to the resources that are proposed. I mean, we would certainly join in that. I think it's important. It may, if our concerns are have some foundation and there are additional delays and so forth with some of it, it may mean that the 0.1 is delayed perhaps as other things, but there will be another IRP in which we should have time to address some of those concerns. Maybe it's at 0.15 or a 0.17 instead of a 0.2 or a 0.1. But that's something that can be hopefully addressed in the next IRP process. So I just want people to realize we're fully on board with regard to supporting the resource replacements in this proceeding.
Yep. Okay, well, I'm not sure a whole lot more needs to be said at this point. I have to go do some work. I think I can craft some sort of order that accommodates all of what's been said here. If I require further guidance, I'll figure out a way to get it from you all. But I just have to do my legwork on my end, but it will be the first thing I do next week. Satisfactory? Good. That's nodding.
Thank you,
Mr. Throne,
everybody.
thank you very much for your participation, Mr. Throne. I learned a great deal from just watching.
I just want to wish you all the best of luck, since this will be my last hearing and seeing you all. Good luck to you all.
Good luck to you, Bruce.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good weekend, everybody.